All right. Hello, everybody. How's it going? Quantum gun legendary implant. Which one? The damage. I'm pretty sure I also have that one. I don't think I scrapped mine, but I mean you could, and it wouldn't like set you back any. Anyway, I'm going to probably continue with generally achievements. Just to kind of like continue working on that. Spin. Nah. Oh, let me show you guys what I got here. Though. Nothing there. Nothing there. Obviously, this I got the free token. I didn't get anything good. This I spun it one time yesterday for my credit task, and I did not get anything good. So, yeah, no news here. No news here. There is a task to spend. Hold on. There is a task here to spend 150 A-coins. And I did get some A-coins earlier. So... probably spin it one time, huh? Probably spin it one time. I think everyone here is on the same page. Yeah. That's what I'm thinking. So we'll give it one A-coin pull. Come on, give me fortune keys. If you're not going to give me anything good, at least give me fortune keys. Thank you. Yeah, not really worth it. And I could spin it 2 more times, but like that's 4 times, bro. Like, come on. Am I gonna spend all of my A-coins for a 20%? Is it 20? Yeah, 20% chance of getting it. No, I don't think so. Like, it's not worth it, right? It's not worth it. And this is what I keep telling people, and this is what people are like. Well, I have this amount of A-coins. Should I spin it? Well, I have this amount of it. Like, no. It doesn't have. It's just a matter of, do you have enough to guarantee it? Do you have 6,700 or whatever? Because you get one spin for free, obviously. But do you have like the basically 7,000 A-coins to guarantee it? If you don't, then spin it like maybe 3 or 5 times. Don't full send it, bro. I've seen already like 3 or 4 people in my Discord who just like they full send it and then they don't get it. It's like, yeah, who would have thought? It's just like, what do you think is going to happen? You think you just manifest luck? Like, I'm sorry, it sucks for you. It does suck. I feel bad for you, but, you know, you put yourself in that situation. Like, it's nobody's fault but your own. Just don't do that. You got Charge Rocket? Nice. The weakened implant? Ah, yeah, fair enough. That one's not that bad, though. I think it's secondary to the damage. Like, the damage is the best, and then the weakened's the next best. You got it in the free spin? Yeah, I mean, statistically, a lot of people did, yeah. I'm not surprised. But, like, you know, again, a lot of people would have gotten in 4 spins, but does that mean that I'm going to be one of them? Not likely, so I'm not going to do it. I'm going to do custom match. Not today, but yeah, I think maybe we'll try to do that like once a month or something. I think it would be fine. But I don't want... I need to build up like a general schedule before trying to do anything like that. I don't want it to be like a normal thing. I don't want people getting the idea that it's like, oh, every time I stream, there's going to be custom. No, I don't want to deal with that. So... your cousin spent 3,500 and a token and still didn't get it, and you're feeling bad because you told him to do it. Well, that's your fault, right? You're just a bad cousin, honestly. Your cousin should have listened to me, because I would have told him not to do that. Don't ask for free A-coins. $24-hour timeout. Ain't nobody got time for that. Will I give you... No. I'm not giving you guys free A-coins for doing nothing. I have this, this minigun freaking vortex, it's achievements, but the minigun 8s are rank 3. You guys probably never see me use this. A lot of you probably didn't even know that I owned these. But yeah, the reason that I don't use it... Yeah, I need to just reduce my damage here. The reason I don't use this is because these are rank freaking 3, bro. They're pretty bad. But if I can get close enough... If I can get close enough, I can kill most things, I think, in like 5-ish seconds. Which is like a quarter of my magazine. It's kind of a lot, but it's also not that bad, right? No, he might have the range implant. I don't want them. Yeah. So long as the thing I'm shooting at isn't like super tanky. That is gonna be a problem. Probably. Problemly. You might say. What is this? It's close quarters. Oh, Arc Torrent. One of these days I'll get Arc Torrent as well. Ow. Today is not that day though, because I mean you can get the 6 for credits, but then you need this. Well, man, I'm about to meet his maker. Hey, pal. Yeah. Get down from there, you bad man. Hold on. I'll sit here. He shouldn't be able to see me. It's gonna take a lot of damage. It's gonna take a lot of damage. I should kill him, it's just gonna take a little bit. Unless he decides he's not gonna go back up. Which might happen. I don't know. Where'd he go? Should be paying attention to the kill feed. There's a couple bots. Ah, no, he's there. He's there. Get him, boys. He's a dummy. He's gonna wait until I'm... See, he's trying to wait until I'm visible so that he can then shoot whatever it may, right? Your radius ain't that big, pal. He's doing his absolute best, bro. He's got 3 kills. He's like, bruh. He's wasting the entire match. He's kind of wasting the entire... Okay. He's actually better off this way. Honestly, that was the right call. It's just getting himself killed. Because, like, bro, that pod gun was not doing a lot, honestly. Like, it was annoying, but it wasn't out doing a lot. Ah, dang it, they got it. Pew, 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 pew. Okay. Now it's just him. Oh, never mind, there's another guy. I think we win, though. Hello, Mr. X, with a single Revoker 12. It's very interesting. Sip to Sam. He's right there. Okay. That's fine. Pew 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 pew. Yeah. What's up, Bill? This guy's going all the way back there. He's probably gonna take that. He's gonna kill that bot. No, he didn't. Wow. Okay. No. No. 644 HP. Let's go. Easy. What's your end goal for the free-to-play account? I don't really have an end goal. My end goal is to get as much content out of it as possible, to be honest. I just want to try stuff. Figure out what works, what doesn't. I think it doesn't make sense for me to get a lot of, it doesn't make sense for me to get like a super strong hanger or to get really high SP if that's not what people are usually able to do. Like the average player SP around nowadays is about 3,000 to 4,000, I think. And some people have some strong stuff because of all the crate rush events, right? But you know, again, like I don't want to go too crazy with it. Like Platinum, for example, Platinum LTA, he's been doing really well with his free-to-play account. He's been getting all of the new stuff that comes out. He gets kind of lucky with some of it, but generally speaking, he just has enough A-coins and credits to guarantee every strong new thing that comes out in a crate rush event. But the thing is, most people don't do that. So by now, people watch his videos and they're already like, you know, they just assume that he spends money. They just assume he spends money because his hanger is just like way stronger than theirs is. So like he kind of lost a lot of the relatability from that. So like when I see a crate rush event like this, I don't like absolutely like, oh my God, worry my mind out about like, oh my gosh, it's a Deathwalker, I won. Like, no, I don't care because I know that there's like probably the majority of people don't get this. The majority of people probably didn't get this, in which case it's completely fine if I don't get it. Because if I got it, but most people didn't, and it's super, super ridiculously OP, then my account then becomes less relatable. So I'm okay with that. Like, I actually don't care. Now, would it be cool? Yeah, it would be kind of cool, but like, I genuinely don't care. So I'd prefer to focus on the stuff that's really cheap, being like crate rush events. I prefer to focus on just getting as many weapons, especially, as I can to figure out what works well. Yeah, don't spam. You just bought Revoker 8 for 7,000 A-coins? Feels so bad. Wasted all your A-coins instead of saving for Surge. Why did you buy Revoker 8? What? Anyone could have told you that was a bad idea. It doesn't even have to be me. Anyone could have told you that. Aegis or G-Log, you have about 550 A-coins. See, if you're still going for epic mechs, then I wouldn't bother with pilots, because I think pilots are basically, like, they cost about the same amount, right? Like, it costs about the same amount for an epic pilot versus an epic mech, and it's like, you know, if you have, like, a rare mech or something, like freaking Guardian or Stalker, I mean, those can be okay, but, like, generally, if it's going to be a better mech, then it's like a pilot isn't going to make up that difference. You'd be much better off getting a mech than a pilot. You haven't gotten lucky with mech crate rush events? I mean, same. I pretty much... Because I got this in one spin, but that was it. That's kind of like the only one that I got specifically lucky. Well, no, I also got Dreadnought, I think, in, what, 3? Was it 3? Yeah, that's fair. I did get that one pretty lucky. The Surge, though... The Surge I got, I think, like, second or third to last. So I spun every single one of them except for, like, the last 2 or 3. It cost me a lot to get this. So I got very unlucky with that. So I feel like my luck is basically evened out by now. Yeah. But mostly it's not even a matter of, like, because people look at it in under the lens of, like, well, I haven't gotten lucky before, so now I'm due for some luck, so I'm going to spin it even though I can't get, like... It's a great way to be broke always. Like, I'll just say that. It's a great way to always be broke. But for me, I had the free token. I spun it, didn't get it. Oh well. I had a task to spend 150 A-coins. I spun it, didn't get it. Oh well, I'm stopping here. I'm not continuing. I could spin 2 more times. I know basically everyone in this chat would spin the other 2 times. It's not worth it, bro. It's not worth it. There's still a very low chance of getting it. Is a low chance of getting it, and at the end of the day, you may as well just do your future self a favor and keep some A-coins on you, so that you can actually, so that you can guarantee the next one, right? Because like if you keep saving, if you don't spend it, then you can guarantee the next one, and eventually you can guarantee one. And that's what platinum does, essentially, right? Not everyone. Well, it's a generalization, but I think I'm closer. I think I'm more right than I am wrong. You got Deathwalker in the last spin. That's unfortunate. It probably was worth it, though, yeah. How can you get 350 Acoins? I mean, wherever it is that you get any other amount of Acoins, I don't know. Get Eclipse from Gear Hub or save Acoins for event crates. You know, at this point, I feel like saving Acoins for event crates might even be the better idea. But I will say, hold on. I will put a caveat here. In case you guys haven't noticed, these used to be rank 5. It is not rank 5. It is rank 4. The Surge, it costs the exact same amount per spin. There's the same number of spins. The drop rates were the same. But the Surge was rank 5. Same with the Eclipse. Same with like Solus and Salver. Any of the other ones that they did. Sort of recently. Up until Blockhorn. And then they made the Blockhorn rank 4. And what I think they're doing is I think they're trying to get away with as much as they can. I don't think the really good Crate Rush events are going to keep going. I think they're going to start being I think they're going to start going back to the kind of bad Crate Rush events, to be honest. I think they were just doing the good ones for the holidays, if you want my opinion, right? Like, I don't know, but I'm making that assertion right here. That probably that is what was happening. And so they're going to lower the value of these, right? They're going to make the starting rank is going to be lower. They're going to start making them cost more. They're going to start skewing the drop rates, and they're not going to be worth it anymore. But still, like, as it is, I think these Crate Rush events are worth saving for. And so even something like Eclipse is like kind of, it's less strong than it was, right? So it's like, do you get that, or do you just save for something that you could maybe get something slightly stronger and maybe even cheaper, right? Any idea what the devs would do in the distant future to nerf or rebalance them? Yeah, like I talked to Pasha in that one interview video. And he said that, like, probably what they would do is, like, reduce the number of layers on, like, the multi-layered shields, or make them have, like, you know, 1 hit point each or something, like, really low, so that's, like, yes, it technically absorbs any amount of single hit damage, but, like, you can chew through them really, really well. Basically, it would be mostly a nerf to multi-layered shields, specifically to give people more reasons to use the other shields. That's what I think. Why don't you do SP dropping with Dreadnought? Timeout 30 minutes. SP dropping is for losers. You like the multi-layered shield nerf? Yeah, I mean, theoretically, it sounds good. I mean, again, I don't know I don't know exactly what would happen in practice, right? It's like I'm not necessarily one to, like, endorse, like, oh yes, this one change would absolutely be perfect or whatever. I can make a guess, but, like, you don't really know everything that changes when you're talking about stuff like that. Like, you never really know. Some things, like, it might be too much, it might not be enough. It might create a new meta that's just, like, absolutely obnoxious. I don't know. Much appreciated. Thank you, sir. What parts do I need? I still need the GPU and the Windows OS, and then I just need a case, and that's it. You have 5 million credits. Nice. I mean, you can do what you want with it. Clearly, you have plenty. Less layers, stuff like Howler and Fragment Gun will do better. Yeah, but then, like, you have to consider all of the other things that will also do better, right? Like, it doesn't just stop there. It doesn't just stop there. That's the thing, is, like, people think of solutions, and I should probably just start a battle so that people have something to watch. I'm sorry. So the problem with coming up with solutions, is that it's really easy. Arena. Much appreciated, sir. Thank you again. It's really easy to come up with things that serve a certain purpose. Like, how could you make Fragment Gun or Howler more effective? I could think of a lot of ways to do that. Sure, but then what are the secondary effects of that? Right? Why does my game have no sound? Hello? Why does my game have no sound? Can you guys hear the game sound? GPU in this economy, yeah, forever. I'm looking at a pretty good one for like $800. It's not the best, but it is pretty good. $800 is about the best I'm gonna get for it. Bugged, no sound. You hear the revokers? Bro, what the heck? I can't hear any sound. I don't know what happened. Yeah, alright. Anyway, if someone comes in and they're asking what happened to the sound, tell them that I don't know. But, right, so like, what was I talking about? So like, yeah, so like when you're trying to think of solutions to a certain problem, the best way to come up with the best solution is to try your best to think of anything that might completely ruin it, right? Like, you have to try to ruin your own system. Like, think of the SP system, for example. Like, it probably sounds good on paper, but then you get SP droppers, right? Like, it's easy to manipulate your SP to where you're way stronger than you should be, right? That's an easy example of a system that can be abused. And you don't want it to be abused. So you have to think of all the different ways to essentially all of the ways that your idea essentially fails. And there's usually like one or two issues with things like that. Like, even like the idea, like my best ideas always have like some kind of caveat, something like that, where it's just like, yeah, it's good in this way, but it's like kind of bad in this other way. There are very, very, very few cases where you're just going to have a straight up, yes, this works perfectly type situation. Which is why I'm hesitant to believe that making multi-layered shields weaker is just going to be, you know, it's just going to be a one and done solution. I doubt it. Ow. Okay. Femur. Deathwalker should get nerfed. I mean, I agree with you. It was a top 3 mech. Honestly, like, it should have gotten nerfed alongside Surge and Eclipse, to be honest. But now that a lot of people got it for free, now they're gonna disagree with you, and that's the problem too. Is like you're gonna get pushback from people who have it, not because they don't think it's OP, but simply because they want to be the one who is OP. They don't want it to be balanced. They just want to have something that's really overpowered. Not everyone, obviously, but like there's going to be a good chunk of people who just want to be really strong. Let me see if I can freaking figure out what the heck is going on with this. It just like all of a sudden happened. I don't know what happened. Is it RTX? Yeah, 5070. Let's see. This... So you guys should be able to hear that now. You guys should be able to hear that now, but I still can't hear anything. That's strange. I wonder if it's... Well, it might have actually been my... It might have been my headphones. It might have, like, the Headphone mic like pulled out of my headphone slightly. Let's see. Yeah, you hear it? Yeah, yeah. Well, I was just fixing the source. Devs must buff Silverthorn. I mean, I feel like it kind of needs it, yeah. Why are you not spending the Revoker 8 crate rush? Why? Like, why would I? I already have Revoker 10 and Revoker 6. So you think I should potentially waste all of my credits because I don't have enough to guarantee it, right? I don't even have enough for half of it. So I should waste all of my credits for the sake of maybe there's like a 40% chance or something like that. Spend all of my credits for a 40% chance of getting 2 extra energies worth of damage output on my search. It's just basic logic, bro. It's like, it's literally just cost benefit. This is how I assess everything. It's literally just cost benefit. How much does it cost? How much does it help me? In this case, it costs probably a lot of credits, and the absolute most benefit it could possibly give me is if I used a 10 and 8, because if I wanted to use it a double 8, then I'd just use a 6 and 10. It wouldn't help me at all. So in that case, like, the absolute most it could help me is a 10 and 8, which is only 2 energy better than my 6. Literally pointless. It's pointless. And if you did that, then you wasted a lot of credits. Now, if you don't have those, then it's a good idea, because then you can get the 8s, and then you don't have to get either the 10 or the 6, right? In that case, it's fine. But I already have them, so, like, why would I bother? You have a hard time maximizing Revoker 6 compared to Ember Gun 8? So you're saying Ember Gun 8 is more effective for you? Is Surge still meta after the nerf? Yeah, for sure. You got it for 100k? Well, good for you, but that doesn't mean that everybody's going to. It's stupid to be like, oh, well, I got lucky, therefore probably you will too. It doesn't work like that. What's the next crate rush? No idea. Because they look cooler? I mean, I guess that's true. Like, you're not wrong. They definitely look cooler. But that, like, I mean, for someone like me who is not exactly rolling in credits, rolling in spare credits, I don't think that's worth it. If I had 2 million credits on me right now, sure, I'd go for it. Because why not? I have plenty to spare, right? Like, I don't care that much. But at the moment, I kind of need other stuff, right? Revoker grid with Zephyr, yeah. You found a hack for crate rushes. No, you didn't. You're either lying or delusional, one of the two. Possibly both. What am I saving for? To be honest, I'm kind of just like half saving for the next crate rush event. I might just keep saving for the next decent crate rush, and then if there's no good one that comes around, then I'll probably just get Brick House. But I'm also kind of like, I'm probably going to spend a lot of Aquines before that, but I also kind of want to save up Aquines for Shadow rank ups, and I'd need some credits for that as well. At some point, I want to max out my Shadow, maybe even max out my Tengu. All that costs a lot of credits. I fired my blades at him. I thought... What? Oh. I think he just disconnected. What's up? What's up? No. No. Oh, come on, bro. Did the devs forget about the legendary repricing? No. I mean, I very much doubt that. I'm telling you guys, they're waiting until they weren't going to do it during the holidays. There's no chance they were going to do it during the holidays. You know why? Because people are going to be spending a lot of money. Regardless of whether there was a repricing, people were going to be spending a lot of money during the holidays. So they were at very least waiting for that. Hey, don't do that. Now that the holidays are over, they may do it at some point. Oh, I'm kind of cooked. What kind of Panther is that, bro? It's a Voltaic 14. That's somewhat gamer. But mostly I'm just cooked. Wait, please. He's probably dead. What are the kill situation? Actually, our kill situation's pretty decent. We got more than they do. They're, like, kind of over-aggressive, but I'm on my last mech, so their over-aggression may or may not have been paying off. Oh, they got a double Aegis train going. Okay. That's not even worth going for. But do they also have a salver? Come on, bro. I need to at least kill one of those Aegis spots. Or one of them might have a player, but whatever. You get what I'm saying. No. Blaze! Oh. That's kind of funny. Oh, it's an MD. I thought that was a salver, dude. He's got rank 6 Berserker Aids. What a waste of your freaking A coins, dude. That's wild. Alright, this guy's got a lot of kills. With the Volti, it doesn't really surprise me. What 10 energy weapons should you buy and rank up? I'm thinking of, like... I'm kind of considering doing, like... 10 energy weapon tier list or something like that. I'm trying to think of a good way to do it to where I can just kind of generally give my thoughts on it. I won't have to repeat myself every time. But at the same time, like, I could also just focus on the credit-based ones, because the question is usually just between the credit-based ones. But not always. Stormrack Epic Reload, I mean, you can get that, yeah. It's not the worst. It's just not as effective as you probably think it is. You have Revoker 8, but you don't know what to put it on. You were going to put it on Eclipse, but after the Revoker nerf, I don't know. The mechs I have are all of those. Have you tried just, like... just trying it on stuff and see what you like it with? Because that's the best way to find out, is just to try it on stuff and see which one you like best. Redeemer be good with... I don't really like Revoker Redeemer, no. I don't really like Redeemer with most close quarters weapons. I don't think it's optimal. Considered streaming on Twitch? I have occasionally, but like, I don't know. In terms of Mech Arena, I think everyone knows me mostly for my videos. Like, I'm not really a streamer so much as I am just a YouTuber. So everybody's already here for the videos. So I feel like doing Twitch is kind of redundant, but... Just wait. No. stop. He's gonna respawn there. Please. I can't. He's really. What's going? How did he not kill me? Like, I'm just firing into the ceiling. Like I can't hit him. Yo, what is this, fellas? What is this? Brrr. Oh. All right. These are rank 3, by the way. That was pretty good. Ouch! What? Okay. Yeah, fellas, we need another beacon, like, kind of right now. Let's see, let's see. He has, like, 1 Javelin 4 or something like that. I don't care if I get hit by that. But I don't particularly want... Yeah, there we go. That makes sense. That's good. Hey! No. What? Where did you come from? Where? Was he there the whole time? I didn't freaking see him. Where I go, Mr. President? Yeah, right. Yeah, get out of here, pal. Yeah, my dreadnought friend does not really know the range of his ability. Hey, let's go. Come back at the sentry. Those listen bots are out there taking beacons. That's good. Okay. Hold on. Come on. Oh, I have the range implant on here, by the way. It's so freaking nice. I got that legendary range implant the other day, which maxes out at 33% for I don't know what reason. Yeah, I don't know since when that happened, but let's freaking go. A couple, even like 10 extra meters on Graviton Beam makes absolute world of difference. Am I inviting people? Not really, not right now. Is it a pattern that all the nerfs they've made in this rebalance waves are items for free-to-play? I mean, kind of, but only because the items that are free-to-play are the stuff that's the oldest, and they're they're not gonna nerf something that's new, like Burrow Beam, right? I think we can probably all mutually understand why they're not going to nerf something that's brand new. And then in terms of Deathwalker, I don't know. Like, you can draw a correlation, but that doesn't necessarily mean that one caused the other, right? Like, you can say all the stuff that they nerfed was free-to-play. That doesn't necessarily mean that the reason they nerfed it was because it was free-to-play. How do top players, or just people in general, do SP dropping? How does it work? Well, I'm not going to tell you how it works, because if I tell you how it works, then you're just going to go around and do it. And if you don't, then somebody else in the chat will. Like, I'm not going to explain it. GT. Hi, how's it going? Yeah, don't worry about it. Oh, hold on. 4 more tokens. Nice. I got pushed out of this, by the way. And this is why, this is a good example as to why you should never full send on objectives for playoff events. Never. I just happened, because I opened a crap load of crates, right? During that one video for Strike Rocket. So I just got like a ton of legendary blueprints and I ended up with a lot of points there. And I was on first for a little while, but then this one guy decided, no, I think it was actually this guy, decided like, okay, I'm just going to spend a bunch of money and I'm just going to, you know, spend a bunch of money on random upgrades and blueprints and whatever, right? And so now all their stuff is, they have a really scuffed hangar. Their hangar isn't even really good, but they just spent a bunch of money on upgrades. And then this other guy recently did the exact same thing because they wanted to also be toward the top. So they did the same thing. They just spent a bunch of money on upgrades. It's too easy. Every single playoff event nowadays is essentially pay to win. It's too easy to just spend money to get playoff points. Use 200 A coins, get 200 points. That literally just means every A coin that you spend is a point. You buy 10,000 A coins, there you go. That's 10,000 points right there, right? Like it's very clearly the people who spend the most who are going to win. So unless, I mean, I guess if you want to do that yourself, then go ahead. But like, if you're not planning on spending money, or if you're not planning on spending much, never like you should never like go out of your way to try to get extra points by spending stuff that you wouldn't have otherwise spent, right? Like I got a lot of points, but I didn't go out of my way to get these. I just happened to open a lot of crates, which by the way, I'm back up to 52 because I've been grinding the season divisions and resetting my battle points to the extent that I'm actually out of combat point boosters, which is wild. Oh, hold on. There's also this. 10,000 credits. I'm up to a good amount of credits by now, which is nice. Let's try this, though. I got 4 tokens for this. 4 free tokens. I so badly want this freaking weapon, dude. I'll take the Guardian skin, too. Aw. I want this weapon so bad. And it's going to make me sad that I don't get it, because there's almost no chance that I get it, right? It's pretty much guaranteed not going to happen. I would have to spend all of my A coins to try to get it, and honestly, it's probably not worth it. I might try it anyway, just because I want to, but it would be hilarious. It would be hilarious. It'd be the perfect thing. And I doubt they're going to give another, I doubt they're going to do another one where they has free tokens, right? Like, the 8, well, maybe the 6, I guess, right? Because this is the 8. By the way, how many of you guys noticed this? Burrow Beam 6. It doesn't even exist in the game, technically. Like, this is the only way to get it. Burrow Beam 6 in the paid track of the Battle Pass. And then, of course, the free track of the Battle Pass is just kind of garbage stuff. Although, to be fair, I would definitely take this pod gun damage. That's actually pretty good. I'm still using a rare damage implant. I don't even have a reload. And then what's this? Oh, garbage. I'll just take the implant crate. Don't spam. I'm going to time you out. If you're going to spam, I'm going to time you out, and I'm not going to answer your question. Like, come on, bro. What are we doing here? Podgun 6s are cursed? That's okay. Are all metamechs in the event crates completed? No more metamechs in the crate rush events? I don't know. I don't know. I think there's still... Which ones haven't they done? They did Lace Swing, I think. They did Parasite, Blockhorn, Mimicker. Did they do Salver? I don't know. Did they do either of these? Actually, I think they did a long time ago. I don't think they did an Outlaw one. That was a long time ago, though. Right? The Outlaw one was like right when I started my right when I did the budget account, the first couple things of that, which I just keep forgetting about, to be honest. So Outlaw might come around later, And then if they decide to revisit Blizzfrost and Silverthorn, which could happen as well, right? Like they could do those again, though they did like those are newer, right? But they might. It's more likely that they do Silverthorn, so they might do like Outlaw and then Silverthorn, and then maybe Blizzler after them. But yeah, I don't know. I don't know what's gonna happen. I'm still expecting I'm expecting the Crit Rush events to stop being good ones. Like currently, all the Crit Rush events have been pretty good. I don't think it's gonna stay like that though. Pod good on Vortex good? Yeah, it's okay. I'd say it's decent. Like Pod, any type of like, especially if it's only rank 3, I probably wouldn't use something that's super aggressive. Even rank 4, it's kind of like not that strong. So, weapons that have a little bit of range to them, or they have like a little bit of homing to them, they could be good. You just want to make sure that it's like a decently high DPS weapon, because otherwise you're kind of wasting a potentially good DPS platform. What weapon good for Dreadnought? 20 energy? I mean, any like brawler type weapons, like minigun, overdriver, Stormrat can be good too. The strike rockets honestly have been doing really well. Podgun can also be okay. Graviton beam is alright, and that's the one that I sometimes use on it. But the damage delay on Graviton beam, I think, is kind of not super fitting for the ability. The ability is like very much immediate damage. Graviton beam has a bit of damage delay, and I guess you could use the ability to kind of stick people in place so that you can get them with the weapon, but it's kind of mid. Play customs? No, not today. I don't want it to be a regular, like, we'll probably do it, like, maybe once a month, maybe twice a month, I don't know. I'll try to, at some point, make some type of schedule. But I don't want to get you guys into the idea of, like, oh, every stream is a custom stream. No. I don't want to do that. Bruh. Bro, are we for real? This guy's absolutely tanking everything. I was like firing at him for like 7 seconds. I can't even kill this guy. Yo, what? He's probably pilot tanking. Hold on. He's like rank 4 and he doesn't even have a pilot, so... If I see him, he's cooked. Oh, never mind, he's got mods, that's why. Pew, 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 pew. Yeah, we'll see what's up with that. Hold on, can I fire? Ah, no. I was kind of hoping I could fire over that. I think Helix Rack maybe can, but... Let's see what else he has. Kind of concerned. Because no pilot's usually a sign that they're SP dropping. Especially at this SP, right? Like, clearly you're strong enough to be using pilots on everything. No. Oh, maybe not. That looked like a Zephyr. I don't know what's going on with him then. Almost got him with them. Mikey, hello. At least make a Deathwalker tip video. I might. I still wanted to, I wanted to make, like, a how to counter Seeker video, but, like, I never run into... I honestly, I don't even run into that many Seekers. Like, it's actually strange. I figured after that one Crate Rush event, everyone would have Seeker. I thought they'd just be everywhere. But they're kind of not. It's like I don't even run into them that often. And when I do, I'm not really ready for it. Like, I'm not recording. Bro, don't do this to yourself. Don't do this to yourself. What are you doing? He wants me. He wants me. Let's see. It's another no pilot thing. Yeah. Hold on, what is that? I don't know. Pew pew pew. Huh. This is significantly less scary than I expected it to be. Yo, I missed that? How? Please do, yeah. I want to, right? I think it's a problem that a lot of people have. So it's not that I won't do it. It's kind of more just a matter of, like, how long is it going to take for me to do it? Oh no, he was just weak. He was just weak. What in the world? Why is he how does he have this? What's going on with this? He's got mods. He must have came back after a long time. Because he's got, like, really classic stuff. And then he's got this. This probably came from that one Crate Rush event. You guys seen, like, that one new player Crate Rush event where it's like you spin like 50 A coins or something per spin. There's like a 1% chance of getting Aegis at rank 5. That must be... Oh yeah, look at his freaking ID, dude. That's... I think less than mine. I think mine's also 7 digits. Not this one, I mean my main account. So it's just a really old account. Yeah, guys, look. If you want a question answered, you can ask. If I don't respond within the first 3 nanoseconds, that is not an invitation to ask again. If I see, like, I'm looking at this little strip of chat here, right? If I see, like, 3 of the exact same message from the exact same person in the same little chat box, you're getting timed out. I'm ignoring your question. I'm not going to answer it. Like, you're being purposely annoying. If I answer it, then I'm essentially saying, yeah, the most annoying person gets their questions answered. No. And if you keep doing it, I'll ban you. Nobody wants to deal with it. Stop. Toxic, hello. How are you? Missile Rack 16 on Paragon. I would like to do that, but that costs a lot of A-coins. It's going to be like almost 4,000 A-coins to get and duplicate Missile Rack 16. It's so sad. It's so sad. It would cost significantly less. It would cost about 3,000 to duplicate my minigun 10, which I think is something that I would do first. Because I could use 10 energies on more mechs. Like, the 16s are literally only Paragon. Like, it's only Paragon that I can even use that on. Unless I wanted to buy and upgrade Puma. I don't even own Puma. I never bothered. But otherwise, yeah, I might get, like, the 10s, like minigun 10. I might upgrade that. But and that'll be like 3,000 A-coins. I could also max out my Shadow. That would cost about 2,000 A-coins. So I'm more likely, at this point, I'm more likely to go for Shadow over anything else, because I am in need of some stealthed boys. I am in need of some stealthy boys. Though Tengu's been doing pretty good still. How do people get so many credits? You're struggling to get even 30,000? Why are you struggling to get 30,000? Like, I could get 30,000 just from the random tasks that are in the game. You know, like the random events. Sup? Shoot this guy. Oh, this guy's kind of thick. This boy kind of thick. No. He's gonna come after me. Probably. Maybe not. Ooh, no, he's going for the beacon. No. Bruh. Did he die? I don't know. He might have. Yeah, I think he did. Cool. Oh, crap. No. No. Beep, 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 beep. He's got a canopy, but I can still kill him, I think. He just went light speed. Ah, dang it, Mike. Pew, 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 pew. This is like... Dang. It's more effective than it has any right to be. Yo, stop that. Pew. No. Everything's fine, don't worry about it. Hold on, this guy. Where's that? I don't know where he went, but... He's gone now. What the... Nice, bro. Oh, you guys couldn't see it. It was a fusion cannon and a frick, what's it called? Quantum gun. It was a fusion cannon. Yeah, it's this guy. Fusion 16, quantum gun 16. Both rank 4 on a maxed Paragon. Absolute gamer. Okay, hold on. We are losing by a lot. But only for now. Get 'em, boys. I'm gonna stank him to death, yeah. It's fine. We need at least 3 beacons. Come on. Oh. No! Goodness. Yes, that. It kind of doesn't help dash mechs at all. I don't know why people are like... trying to use that on a dash mech. It kind of doesn't help. Like, it doesn't make you go... It doesn't make the dash go any faster. The dash doesn't go any faster, so it only helps after the dash is over. At which point, wow, that guy was weak. Okay. Nice, we have 4 out of 5. I think that might have been one of their last ones. 16 plus 8, 24. This is their last mech. Right here. Get 'em. Let's go. We win. That was close, actually. Play Hightail? I've seen it. I'm actually not really a Minecraft fan, but I might. I think it's not a bad idea. No hanger reviews today? No. The thing with hanger reviews is the same thing with customs, where it's like, if I do one, then I kind of... That's just the rest of the stream, right? Like, nobody's going to be happy unless I did that for the rest of the stream. So, I have to set, like, a dedicated, and I probably would do that maybe at some point as well. I don't know. Hanger reviews are always complicated, so I have to decide, like, do I want to go for accuracy? I usually do. Like, I try to be as specific and accurate as possible, but that requires to have a lot of extra information that I usually don't really have. It's just complicated. Don't play Hytale, play Minecraft. I don't know why I would do that. Quarantine Zone game that was added to Game Pass is pretty wild. I'm not familiar with that. What kind of game is it? Is it the type of game that, like, me and my friends could probably play, and it would be fun to watch? Because, like, just for reference, there's, like, Repo and Peak. Like, I've recorded some Repo, I've recorded some Peak. Those would be fun. Those are fun games to just, like, play with friends. If that would be another game that would be similar, then I might give it a look. Liar's Bar, that's on my wish list, my Steam wish list. Yeah, the problem though is, here's the thing. My friends don't own these games, so I'm buying the games for them. I'm like sending them the game when I try to do it. So I'm trying my best to stay away from games that are very expensive, and I'm trying to wait until there's like a sale, ideally. Please do giveaway. There's a giveaway going on right now. It's gonna end tomorrow. You spin Fortune Vault. If you get 8 coins, then you spin Deathwalker, but I don't have any fortune keys. Like, I have 8. I can't do it. Okay, you know what? There is a way to get more, though. I can get 3 from Hangar Showdown. And there's a Hangar Showdown event that I didn't bother doing yesterday because I didn't feel like doing it. So I'll do it today. Town of Salem. I feel like, cause like there's some channel that I'm subscribed to that I think that has played that a few times. I've seen the thumbnails, I've seen the titles. I want to say I watched one briefly. It did not pique my interest at all. It was like, it didn't even seem kind of interesting to me. So yeah, I'm not sure about that. Maybe I'd have to look into it further. It might have just been that one channel just didn't have good thumbnails for that game. What game is this? Mech Arena. Bot. Sad. He's got railguns. I'll use railguns as well. I just like to use the railgun Orion first. Aha. Gemini Redeemer. No. Is he gonna backtrack out of that? Yeah. You know what I'll do? I'll just wait. Every time he pokes his stupid head out, I'll just shoot him. Because his projectile speed is... Like, there was no chance that I didn't win that. So long as he kept peeking. Because his projectile speed is just way slower than mine. I have plenty of time to get into cover. Oh dear. Okay, this probably isn't going to work out, though. This probably isn't going to work out, though. Unless... Hold on. He's going to try to do that. He's going to try to radius... Is he going to try to radius me again? I'll try to bait one more shot. It doesn't look like he has a reload implant. Ooh. Okay. It would appear as though... Yeah. Alright. Generally fine. No. Now, what is his reload time versus his duration? That's the real question. Because I don't think it's great, right? Nice. Yeah. He doesn't have a reload implant, or at very least not the legendary one. I don't know if he had the epic or not. Sure. If he has a surge, I'm kind of cooked. Oh. Well, hold on, because it's like... My miniguns, they're maxed out in this mode, right? Obviously. And I have good implants as well. He's not going to take the EMP. But he might very well... No, okay, I can kill him. My damage output's really high. So, like, he's not going to... It's an Eclipse, he's not going to get EMP'd, but, like, my damage output's just really high, so it doesn't really matter. Very cool. Death Turd versus worst Death Turd matchup? Yeah, kinda, pretty much. I got very lucky the fact that he didn't have a reload implant, because if he did, I 100% would have been cooked. Like, the only way for me to kill him was essentially the thing that I did, which was bait a couple of his shots, and then wait for his duration to end, and then kill him that way. But if he had the reload implant, it's like, he would have just kept shooting at me, essentially. Dreadnought is very broken. When there's no mods involved, yeah, it's very good. Most worth it 10 energy weapon. I think it depends on... I think it kind of depends on the mech that you plan on using it on. If I was to be as generic as possible, I'd say probably Overdriver. You think they'll do miniguns for 30,000 credits? You mean 300 or 300,000? Or no, 600,000? Like 30,000 per spin, 600,000 total. You think they'll do miniguns for that? Why do you think that? It's out of curiosity. Because that's actually exactly how I got my minigun 8. Will I spin Revoker 8? No, because it's kind of a waste. Like, I don't need it. I have the 6 and 10. Oh. GT, bro, look. I don't want to make like a big scene about this, but you're kind of forcing my hand. I'm not, look, I didn't want to bring this up. So I wanted to just be like, you know, it's just a thing that happened. It's between me and you. It's not a big deal, but like, bro, I'll just say here, look, I don't want to deal with people who are asking me for free stuff. I don't. If I'm feeling generous, then maybe I'll give you the thing that you asked for, but you're getting banned. And I don't want to speak to you again. Like, I'm not going to have you on my friends list DMing me. I'm not going to have you in my Discord. Right? Like, I don't want to deal with it. Because if I don't ban you, then you're just going to come back and ask for more. And I'm not dealing with that. What should you keep on Deathwalker? I mean, Stormrack is the most popular choice. It's like 10 and 6, unless you have double 10. Should also try Elden Ring. Those types of games, I have never played. I have never played them, but they do sound interesting. Talking about you. Nah. But for real though, like, don't ask me for free stuff. If you do, then I'm gonna ban you probably. And if I do give you free stuff, if I'm feeling generous and I decide, okay, sure, I'll give you some A-coins, you're still gonna get banned. And this doesn't apply to everybody, by the way. It's only if I'm feeling generous. Because I don't want you guys getting... Because the problem with saying that is that now some people are getting the idea of like, oh, that's worth it. I can just cash out my subscription to RuFFles for 3,000 A-coins. get some A coins, he'll ban me, but that's fine. Like, no. I'll ban you either way. I might give it to you if I'm feeling generous, but probably not. And there's true, like, some people, I think some people don't understand this, but like, I can't just be like, oh yeah, here's some A coins from my account. Like, it doesn't work like that. The only way to give somebody A coins is by spending money. The only way is by buying those A coins on the Plarium store. So it's like, you know, $10, $20, whatever, of my own money. That's the only way to do it. So it's not just that, like, oh, I'm just going to give you, you know, 2,000 of my own A coins. It doesn't work like that. If it did, then I would be more willing to give people free stuff. But I, like, as it is, I kind of can't do that. Can you enter the giveaway through the live stream? No. You have to do it under the giveaway video for, like, specifically. Do you feel generous? Somebody's like, oh, I'm willing to get banned for this. Maybe. Please be generous. What do you need it for? What do you need it for? I'm legit confused why so many people think you can give someone your own A coins or credits. Like, if you try it, you'll quickly find out that's just not a thing. Yeah. Well, it's also, I think, a fact that A coins. Yeah, I know, but what do you want the A coins for? Obviously, you want A coins. I think a lot of it is just, like, people just don't know because they've never visited the Plarium store. They don't want... Do you want Eclipse? How many A coins do you need for that? Like, how many do you have? How many do you need? Like, are you just being excessively greedy, or do you just want it? You just want a little bit. He's capping. You have 7231. Did you get Deathwalker? Because you probably should, if you have that amount. You'd like if they buffed Onyx. I think that'd be cool. Silverthorn is useless. Can you tell the devs that Silverthorn's not there? Yeah, I have. If you did you watch that one? This was I guess it was kind of a while ago. It's like maybe 2 or 3 months ago. So it's your favorite mech. How do you know it's your favorite mech if you don't have it? Your ult is 5k. Nice. But if you saw that one interview that I did with Pasha, I think I cut a lot of it out. There was like a little segment where I was like talking about Silverthorn and how I didn't think it was that good. I cut out like maybe 10, 15 minutes of that. Like, there was a whole tangent on that. It was fresh on my mind. I was very disappointed with Silverthorn. How do you get Lacewing? Well, if you didn't get it from the Crit Rush event, then you just have to buy it with real money. For now, until they make it available in Tier 8. Surge is really everyone's favorite. Yeah, I mean, most people, yeah, I feel like. Surge and Eclipse, or maybe Deathwalker. Like, it's usually people's favorite. It's just the one that's the best. He was close to crying when you said Silverthorn was bad. He was he wanted to like it, but like, come on. I wanted to like it too. It looked good, but it was kind of pointless. It's okay. Like, when there's less mods involved, I actually do find it significantly more effective than I originally thought. But even still, like, it's kind of not that good, bro. When Gemini will be free to play? I'm not sure. So, like, Strike Rocket was first. I think the next one's Blast RPG. And then maybe Gemini after that. I don't remember. You think Silverthorn is the best looking mech? You might be right. I mean, best looking is obviously subjective, but it does look pretty nice. You're gonna head out, but you come back? Alright. Take care. Hold on, what does he have? Oh. Oh. League Dropper Omen guy. That's not good. I need high ground for this. Oh, you transferred. Nice. No. Oh, I knew you were gonna do that, Belle. Come on. Sentinel. Sentinel does look really good. I really like Sentinel. He's probably gonna go with Surge now. Hold on. Yo, what? This is his dropper mech. This is the one that's really weak. It's essentially he's giving me a free round. Now, if I had to guess, he's giving me a free round just to kind of essentially burn one of my mechs. He's like hoping that I spawn one of my... He's hoping that I like waste a really good mech on his garbage mech. Which it did kind of happen, yeah. It did kind of happen. But now he needs to win these next 3. Otherwise he loses. Surge, I think, is my best bet, because if he does Eclipse... nah, yeah. It's not good. He's just gonna radius me. I'll just do that. Alright, so he's gonna... You know... Again... No, please... I need to... No, I'm dead, yeah. I was pretty sure that was gonna happen. I don't think I have anything that could have dealt with that. Maybe this? But I don't know. See, now he might have a Surge or Eclipse. Yeah, I kind of need to EMP versus EMP. This would beat an Eclipse, but I don't think it's going to beat a Surge. We'll see. We'll see. I mean, maybe, right? Technically possible. He put himself on the bottom here. That's pretty bad for him. If I just get him with the ability one time, I think he's cooked. Yeah. Nice. That was fortunate. I'm not sure what his plan was with spawning the Puma, but I don't think it worked out very well. He probably should have saved it for last. Nice. Well, I got the 3 fortune keys, so that's good. Favorite non-meta combo? Bro, my favorites are the non-meta combos. Like, I don't... The meta stuff, I'll use it mostly just because it's like it's the most effective that I have, but like I don't like it, bro. Like, it's really cringe. Like, oh, I got Revoker Surge. Like, yes, you and literally everyone else has Revoker Surge. Good for you. Like, come on. You hate that R2-D2 guy? That's crazy. Nah, it's fine. It's fine. Like, I didn't lose, so I'm happy. All right. Well, let's spin this fortune ball one time. Let's see if I can get acorns. If I get 375, I'll spin it once. Nope. I did get credits, though. I do need credits. Wait, one guy's begging. Hold on. You wonder if Gemini 8 and 10 will be credits? They might be, yeah. A coin cost to rank up Surge from 5 to 6. I think it's like 28, 25 or something like that. Someone can correct me. I think it's something around those lines. Or is it just straight up 2500? I don't remember. No, 2500 I think is for a 16 energy weapon. Rank up Outlaw, it's pretty good, yeah. That's not the best, though. Only if you like it, I guess. Give you a coin? No thanks. Are you not generous today? No. And you're timed out for the rest of the day. I don't want, like, look, don't come in here being like, oh, let's see how many 8 coins, let's see how much money I can literally squeeze out of RuFFles today. Because I can't do anything except for beg for free stuff. Come on, bro. Like, really? Are we going to be like that? No. Tips are very useful. Glad you think so. See, I can help in other ways. I can help by giving advice for certain things. If you watch my videos, then I have a lot of advice in those videos. If you ask a random question, then I might not get to it, because I do get a lot of questions, and it's like, it's not personal, right? If I don't answer your questions, it probably has nothing to do with your question. It's probably just a matter of, like, I don't want to spend the entire stream answering questions, right? So don't take that personally. But if you're just going to ask for free stuff, like, no, get out of here, dude. You got legendary ability cooldown implant today? Nice. That's pretty good. Non-meta mech for Revoker? I mean, probably Zephyr, right? I guess. Vortex is also decent. I use Revoker Vortex, I use Revoker Vortex in my Hanger Showdown lineup. That's like a permanent fixture for now. It's pretty good. It's pretty good. You spent 750 coins on Charge Rocket, and you got it? Nice. That's very lucky. Most people are not going to get it that cheap. Ow. Yeah. Unfortunate. It's kind of a waste. I think the statistical average is like 10,000 A coins or something like that, is how much you'd have to spend in order to get Charge Rocket. Bye. I am thinking of probably spending my A coins on the Charge Rocket spins, though. I really want it. I really want it, and I know it's a bad idea, and I know people are gonna tell me it's a bad idea. They'd be right. They'd be right. You probably shouldn't do this yourself, but I just really want it, because I think it's a hilarious weapon. And it'd be great if I got it. I don't think I'm likely to get it, though. Hi, please, pick a direction. Go pick one, and be happy with it. Jeez. That's not even a bot! Oh, well, man. This guy, I'm thinking like, oh, it's just a bot. It's just a bot doing bot things. It's not even a bot. It's not even a bot. Come on, man. Come on, man. What you gonna do me like that for? Oh, no. Oh, I got him. Nice. Nice. He forgot he was a player. I guess so, dude. It's like pretend to be a bot challenge. He's doing pretty good. Who's he linked to? Oh, it's a kill shot that he's linked to. That's kind of worth it, though. No. The one thing. The one thing. Are you kidding? Okay, I can mess up this guy, though. I can mess up this guy. Link me. Link me. Honestly, do it. Do it. Implosion bypasses your resistance. You won't. Bzz. There's one more. There's a guy coming up. He's like 12 HP, fellas. Come on. I have to put that there. Otherwise he's gonna kill me. I don't know what he has. Probably ranged something. No. Ah! This Guardian, dude. This Guardian's been kind of smacking me. And not in a good way. Not in the way that... Not in the way that you like. Come on, dude. Nice. Hold on. Get him. Nice. We do have 3. Actually, now we have 4. That is the Paragon. Or no, Paragon. Guardian. Stupid. Oh, he's so freaking close to dead. Yes. We have a beacon advantage. Hold on. There's still a... Yeah, there's still a Lancer wing. Yeah. Get out of here, bub. Get here, bub. Come on. Come on. You won't. You won't. Wait. That was my last one. I probably shouldn't have pushed that. Well, this surge should win. Yeah. What kind of build is that, by the way? Bro's got a disc launcher, and the other thing doesn't change, but he's got a disc launcher and another thing. Overdriver. I hope this is not his last one. You don't need to be going for this beacon. If this is your last one and you die, I'm gonna be very upset. No, we're fine. We're fine. I think so. I knew it the entire time. In the way that you... Hey, look! Am I wrong, though? You want Charge Rocket on Onyx? That'd be pretty funny. Man, people... You guys, please stop sending me DMs in-game. Please. I don't want to read them during stream. I don't want to read them during stream, and when you send me a DM while I'm in a battle, it crashes my game, and I have to close and reopen it in order for it to work again. Like, in order to collect any... Like, I could play battles or whatever, but I can't collect any rewards or anything. Any legendary reprice this year? I have no idea. I have no idea what the plan is for that. I have no early information, and probably if I did, then I wouldn't be able to tell you anyway, so... Can I give you 1,000 Acorns? I cannot. What I can do is I can time you out, though. I hope that's just as good. Stuff. $30 for a pilot, by the way, is just ridiculous. I don't know where they get these prices from. Metamechs come back in event crates? I mean, eventually, right? Like, it's not like they're never going to do it ever again. Like, all of these mechs that they've done have been in event crates before. The question, I guess, is mostly whether or not it would be a good event crate. Like, one that you can afford and one that's worth spinning. That's where I'm not so sure. What's that send gift card thingy? So you can just like send somebody like essentially a gift card thing through Plarium Play, which is the PC platform. So like you can give them like $10 and they can spend that $10, right? And they could spend they could do it on like whatever they wanted, as opposed to just like only sending people A-coins. The Plarium store is like, you know, you can send people A-coins or credits or whatever. But that is just like you could send someone just like straight up, just essentially cash that they can spend on whatever in-game thing. Nice wallpaper, thank you. How long did it take for you to save for $1 million? Oh, like, I don't know, like maybe a month or so? I feel like I got a lot, and I don't remember really where I got a lot from, but I think it was about a month. Because my last major credit purchase was Dreadshot, I think, which was the last weapon that became free to play. Right? I think so. I think it was Dreadshot. Yeah, and I bought the 8. How to enter the giveaway. You just got to go to the giveaway video, which is like, I don't remember what the title of that one was. What was the giveaway video about, guys? Do you remember? I don't remember. Oh wait, hold on. I can refresh my battle points. Let's go. Chain Gun 6 blueprint. So excited. I do want to get and duplicate Chain Gun 10 though at some point. It's another one that I want to do, but it's so expensive. It's so expensive. Oh, he had a 211 in his SP. Nice. You got Deathwalker with the free token. Nice. What's the time here? 10:46 a.m. Revokron Redeemer good? Nah, I don't really like it myself, but I mean, if it works, then it works, I guess. Is it worth it to spend Deathwalker Cray Rush? I mean, if you have enough, then sure. Like, it's not complicated. It's not complicated. People are like, oh, I have this amount of A coins, should I spin it? Like, if you have enough for all of it, then yes. If you don't have enough for all of it, then you could, but it's very risky. I'm not going to recommend that you do it. I would say that you could spin it like 3 or 4 times so that you have a decent chance while also not, like spending literally every penny that you have, right? If you don't have enough to get every single one of these things, then that means you can't guarantee that you get the main thing, right? Because you might just get really unlucky. If you can't guarantee that you get the main thing, then my general advice is just to spend as little as possible, if anything, just to minimize your losses. Because if you're probably not going to get it, then you're probably not going to get it. Obviously, you can still do it if you really want to, but that's up to you, and I'm not going to personally endorse that. Any promos? Nah. RuFFles versus BMP 1v1. Maybe. I don't think either of us are really into 1v1s, though. And if it was on the main accounts, then mine's way stronger than his. If it's on the free-to-play accounts, then his is way stronger than mine. So it's like, it wouldn't really be fair. Strike Rocket versus Gemini. Strike Rocket's generally better. Also, we got a lot of boys here. A 4v4, I think, yeah. Let's go, fellas. Let's go. Oh, it's a Helicrack. Helicrack Surge. Except it's not a Surge, but it is Surge. I'm gonna get him. I'm gonna get him. What kind of danglers you have? Bro, this... Okay. Man. Some of these fellas... Ooh. Ooh, that's dangerous. Kill shot. Mouse him up. Mouse him up. No chance. Yeah, you're gonna have to get that guy. He in for some... Oh! No. Don't worry, I'll go this way, I'll go this way. I'll lead him away. Yes! I had to lead him away from that freaking lace swing, bro. He was gonna mess up that MD. No, not on my watch. Not on my watch. I'm not wearing a watch, so it's just not gonna happen. Get me in on that action. Get me in on that sweet Succulent healing. Please! No! I am in need of medical assistance. Thank you. I appreciate it. We should go right around here. This is safer. This spot right here is safer. Yeet. Oh. No. He is in need of medical assistance. This MD guy is like an absolute trooper. I'm surprised he's still alive, though. Bro, on it, command, come back. What's going on? She's just running away. Hey. Whoa. Oh, no. No, 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 no. Yo, that guy? Come. Get him. Yes, he got body blocked by the Paragon. Let's go. Let's go. Yeah, let's go. Appreciate you. We should kind of take the corner here. Wait, what is that? Yeah, you got it. But that Onyx is still alive. And that one... Get him. Go away. Get this guy. He's a big bad man. Very bad, very... Oh, dang it. He tried his best to follow me in. I appreciate it, but that was not gonna happen. Pew, 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 pew. Oh no. I was trying to use the Bastion to body block. There was an attempt. No. Don't do the... Oh. Where's the last guy? I don't think I'm gonna get there in time. Yeah. That's kind of what I was thinking. Cool. Okay, now I can get there. Now I have time to get there. Zzz. What? Okay. I guess he had it charged up. I didn't kind of really think that he did, but... Whatever. Pew, 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 pew. Trying their best to hold the last beacon. No, we got it. Hey, let's go. He's got a minigun, Ares. I like it. It's very gamer of you. If those are rank 3, then I doubt that that does just, like, pretty much anything, but it's pretty gamer anyway. Can I thread the needle here? Not really. MD at this SP is legit? I mean, like, I guess so. It, like, kind of didn't seem that good when I was looking at it before, but might be right. It's gonna cost a lot of A-coins, though, if I wanted to do it. What would it take to get it? I think to get it duplicated would be, like, 2,000 A-coins or something like that, right? Search for an item. MD. I'm on the upgrade calculator right now. So from rank 2 level 7, which is I believe what I have it at, to max level, 1,600 A-coins. I don't have that much. I do not have that much. And 500,000 credits. I definitely don't have that much. Though, in all fairness, it's just rank 6 probably costs most of that, yeah. It's like 400,000 credits just for... just to get it from rank 6 to max. That's kind of expensive, but not as expensive as it could be, right? It's not the worst. Blitz has played Mech Arena, and you have his ID number? Yeah, well, he played it for a sponsorship, right? Like, probably like 4 years ago. His ID is probably really old. A lot of people played it. Even, like, Moist Critical, I think, had a Mech Arena sponsorship. So, like, he technically has an account, but it's like, he's never really used it. But this was a long time ago. Is Overdriver 10 good? Yeah, I think so. What happened to their 4-to-1 buff nerf ratio? So when they said that, they did not mean that every single cycle, every single wave would be a 4-to-1. What they meant was the entirety of their planned buffs and nerfs was about 4-to-1 ratio, which means that since it's been 2-to-1 this entire time, we could expect the next 2 waves to be like purely buffs. So like 4 buffs and no nerfs, probably for both waves or something like that. 8 Juggalo, much appreciated, sir. 211. Thank you. So we can expect that to happen, and even more than that, they even said in the wave 2 notes, the notes for the last rebalance, they said like, we're gonna focus more on buffs from here on out, right? They're gonna be like, okay, this like the next few waves is gonna be primarily focused on buffs. So there might be like 1 more nerf that's incoming, maybe 2, but what it sounds like, and I'm just going by what I know, what I've been told. I'm essentially trying to say like, here's how it would make sense while still, you know, because maybe they just were wrong about it. I don't know, but I'm trying to explain like how they could be right and how both of you could be right at the same time, right? How many legendary weapons do I have? I actually don't know. Let's see. Are we counting like different types of weapons, or does like Stormrack 6 and Stormrack 10 count as 2 different weapons? 3, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24. 24. Almost half of my weapons are legendary, but to be fair, there's a lot of epic weapons that I could have bought, I just didn't bother. And the reason's because I know that I won't use them. The legendary ones are just way better, so like, why would I bother? Do I watch anime? No, not really. If they were to rework Tournament, what do you think they should do? The tournament mode, in concept, I think it should be more competitive. But, like, hear me out. I think the tournament mode should be more competitive. And it should be a big deal if you actually win a tournament. I think making it more team-oriented would also be a good idea. I think that could be cool. But at the same time, I think that the A coins that your average player should be able to get from tournament, they should be able to get elsewhere, right? That while at the same time making tournament harder, you should just make A coins generally easier to get. Because what I don't like about tournament is that tournament is essentially like, okay, here's essentially, you know, you want more A coins, you have to grind tournament. And that just means that, you know, it's not possible for everyone to get more A coins that way. Like definitionally, it's not possible because you're competing with everyone else. So in order for you to win, everyone else in your bracket has to lose. It's not possible for everyone to get the same amount of A coins in tournament. And I don't like that. I think that A coins should be a bit easier to get. And I think everyone should be able to get it. You only have the 3 legendary weapons? That's ridiculous. Hemlock or Lacewing better for CPC? It depends on the map. There's some maps that Lacewing's really good on, and the maps that Lacewing isn't really good on, I'd probably go with Hemlock. There's a Revoker 8 credit rush? Oh, I know, but like I already have the 6 and 10, so why would I need the 8? The only thing that would potentially benefit me is I could use a 10 and an 8 on Surge, but that's like 2 extra energy. Like what? It's a lot of credits potentially, because I can't even guarantee it. It's going to cost 600,000 credits to guarantee it. So, like, I'm potentially wasting all of my credits, or at very least spending a lot of credits to get 2 extra energy on my side. I don't really care that much. It's like a... What is 2 extra? Hold on. It's like a 12% damage buff, I think. It's not a big deal. You could also use a 6 and 8 on Tengu. Again, it's like it's a 2 energy buff. Like, it doesn't matter. You have to think about it in terms of cost benefit. Like, everyone... Here's what I think everyone does. And I use everyone loosely. Obviously, not everybody does it, but I think a good majority of people think about it this way. They think about it in terms of, what if I get lucky and I get it really cheap? How cool would that be? And then they fantasize about how cool and how useful it would be, and all the different ways that they could use it if they got lucky. So the entire thing, the entire idea is based off the premise that first you have to get lucky, but there's no guarantee that you get lucky. It's a very real chance you don't get lucky. So for me, I have to premise my decision with, instead of what if I get lucky, I premise it with what if I don't get lucky. Because then I waste all of my credits and I don't get anything good in return. And then I'm just like, that's a massive waste. So I'm risking wasting everything. Actually, I have enough for like maybe what? 2? Yeah. So like 12. 12 out of the 20. That's not that good. Those are not great odds, to be honest. Those are not great odds. It's like 60%. So there's a 60% chance that I get it. You know, it's fairly likely. But there's also a 40% chance that I get literally nothing and I waste all my credits. So it's like, am I willing to make that risk for the sake of 2 extra energy on a couple of my builds? No, I don't think I am. And this is why I'm not broke. Yeah. Spend 8,000 Acorns or just get your credits and get it? No. Well, again, here's the... You're prefacing this with the idea that I'm going to get it anyway. No. The alternative to not getting it here is that I just don't get it, period, because I don't need it. And I wouldn't get it. Why would I need it? You're again, like, it's the wrong... You're starting off with the wrong conclusion. Your conclusion is either like, oh, well, if I get lucky, then this would be worth it because X, Y, and Z reasons. Like, well, the conclusion is that you're going to get lucky, but you don't know that. Or the conclusion is like, you know, it's the presupposition, the argument that you start with. You're starting off with an argument and then use that argument to then decide, to then, you know, come to logical conclusions based on that, right? If I was guaranteed to get lucky, then sure, I'd do it. But I'm not, right? So the presupposition that I'll get lucky is a bad, like, it's a bad presupposition because I'm not guaranteed to get lucky. I'm actually very likely to not. And then the presupposition that I'd spend A-coins to get it otherwise is also incorrect. I wouldn't spend A-coins to get it. I'd just not get it at all. So, like, it's just logic. It's not even things. It's not even like this, like, crazy thing that I know and you don't. Like, I'm literally just thinking about it logically. How do I get 150 Acorns without the weekend day tasks? Without the weekly tasks, you mean? I mean, you could try to finish some achievements, but that's about it. Opinion on mortar campers? They're not very effective most of the time, so I don't really care. Mech Arena should give A-coins as rewards in Hangar Showdown. I think if they did, then people would be more likely to play that, yeah. But it would also be more competitive in the sense that people would be more likely to league drop and whatever. Because then there's A-coins on the line. I think that the A-coin sources that exist, or the A-coin sources that should exist, somebody keeps sending invites and then decline, and then stopping it, and then resending it, and then stopping it. I'm not going to accept any invites. Like, you can stop. What was I gonna say? Yeah, so like Hangar Showdown's kind of the same as tournament, right? Where it's like it's then a matter of you're competing with other people, and there's a very good chance that you just don't get it at all. I think certain things, I think they're at least the bulk majority of people's Acoins should be something where it's just if you play enough battles, then you get it. It has nothing to do with luck. It has nothing to do with competing against other people. It has nothing to do with the bracket that you happen to get in tournament or whatever. It has nothing to do with your opponent. It's just a matter of just general progress. General progress. Like the season divisions, right? Like you get points for winning. You get less points for losing. You lose some points if you lose too much. But generally speaking, everyone moves up divisions the more that they play, right? And I think it should be like that, where everyone has the chance to do it. It's not just the people who do the best. No, you could add like additional Acoin sources that are more competitive. And I think that's fine, but I don't think that should be the bulk. Like, I don't think that should be your main Acoin source. I don't think so. Double Graviton tents, are they good? I mean, I think so, yeah. But, you know, Overdriver's better on some things. Probably most things. Overdriver's better on most things, but Graviton is very, very nice in some ways. Let's start with this again. It's like the third time that I got this map in a row. Is there something that you think will cheer me up? What do you mean? What? What's that supposed to mean? Will there be legendary Reaper? I have no idea what their plans for that is. They still haven't confirmed if that's even going to happen. I think it probably will, but I don't know. Right from the start, though, I told everyone, I was like, hey, they're not going to do it before the holidays. They're going to do it after the holidays, if they do it at all. Because people are going to spend a lot of money during the holidays, so why would they make everything cheaper before when they spend money? No, they'd wait. So I think there's still a good chance that they do it, but I mean, like, I'm just guessing, right? Oh, dang, I got him. I thought he'd take cover. Nice. Luckily, he didn't have mods. If he had mods, it would have been a lot tougher for me to kill him. Uh-oh, what's that? That's a Sorsh. Sorsh. Try it. Try it, I want you to. Never mind, he's cooked. Absolutely cooked. Pew, 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 pew. People are gonna need to invest in some legendary canopies now. I've only ever gone for, like, epic canopies, to be honest, because I never really figured the legendary was completely necessary. They might be a bit more necessary now, I don't know. Your head out? Alright, bye-bye. Any free-to-play Gear Hub guide update? Yeah, so I've been working on one. The problem is, like, I have to decide when to do it, because basically a new weapon becomes free-to-play every single month. And so I have to decide, okay. And if, like, let's say, for example, I did it before Strike Rocket came out. If I made it, then everyone would be like, oh, well, what about Strike Rocket now? And then everybody essentially treats the video like it's completely outdated because one thing came out that happened to be pretty good. So I have to be careful about what weapon I release it around, or what mech I release it around, to make sure that like it's going to be relevant for the longest amount of time, and people aren't just going to immediately discard it because it doesn't include one thing. After the nerf, what's better for getting first, Surge or Eclipse? I think Surge still. Fizz, you're gonna need to speak English, I'm sorry. Podgun versus Overdriver for Aegis, I think it's pretty similar. Like, if they're similar in performance, you don't necessarily use them the exact same way or for in the exact same situations, but I think they're pretty similar in performance. So I change it back and forth depending on just like what I feel like. I think currently I have Podgun only because I got this legendary pilot and I'm just trying to level him up, right? Like, that's the main reason I'm using Podgun right now. But if you like, if you don't have that situation, or if you have an opposite situation, then go ahead. Make for end of 2025. I mean, end of 2025 already happened. Berserker on Deathwalker good? It might be. I don't know. I haven't really tried it. Strike Rocket is the worst, as in the most annoying to deal with. Yeah, probably. Surge decides the game while Eclipse just tries to prevent it from happening. That's kind of true. Trading implants? What if trading implants was a feature? There's not going to be any trading. There's not going... So they will never implement, and I'm not going to tell you exactly why. I'll tell you what they're not going to do. There will never be a system in the game that allows you to transfer credits or A-coins, any currency from one account to another. There will never be any system in the game that allows you to transfer any item from one account to another, because otherwise it would just result in everyone creating 400 different alt accounts and then siphoning all of that stuff into one account. And it's just a waste of time. Like, if they wanted to do that, they could just make, give more random implant crates, right? Like, if they wanted people to get more implants, they could do it way easier without the need for 1,000 alt accounts. So they're not going to do that. It's just never going to happen. Because we all know that would happen, right? Like, we all know everyone would do that. Please play Vortex minigun build. I have played it a couple times. It's just that map is not exactly ideal for it. That map is good for AoE, for like people who are trying to come around like down the hallways or whatever. It's good for the AoE, so I usually start with this. It's really good for this as well, but I don't usually like to start with it just in case, because there's like sometimes people start with something like some kind of stealth thing, or if they, happen to be super aggressive right from the jump, then this is going to be a pretty ineffective build. So I tend to save it just in case. G-Dragon, what? What's up, bro? I saw your other message, but it's like, this isn't really the place for that. I don't know what you're doing. Jover Orion. Didn't I get Deathwalker? I did not, no. But I don't have the A-coins for it. Like, I could spin it, but like, I'm most likely not going to get it, so that's a waste of A-coins. Do 2 more spins in Revoker, so even if you don't get it, it won't matter. Well, why would I do 2 spins when I could do 0 spins? Like, is there a reason for that? Because I could be 600,000 credits richer and just not spend it. Stormrack 10 be your next target weapon? I would say so, yeah. Battle Royale game mode? Honestly, it'd be a completely different game. Like, it sounds like the sort of thing where it's like they just make a completely different game based off of, how like War Robots Frontiers essentially made like the PC version of War Robots. It's like a, you know, it's a very different game. It's a much better game, to be honest. It's a much better game. But it's like it's based off, it's one game, but it's based off of another game, right? So maybe if they did that, that would make more sense here. Next free-to-play weapon and mech. I think the next mech is Solus. I think the next weapon is Blast RPG, but I could be wrong about that. Hold on. Is it just one guy? Yeah, it's just one guy. What's this dude doing? Nope. Now, my guess is, wherever this player is, he's probably got a... He probably has a guided something. Because that's most of the time what happens. It's probably the guided thing that's locked onto me right now. Oh, yeah. Ow. Dramatron. Interesting. I got some drama for you, Mr. Tron. No. Where is he? He's up there somewhere. God dang it, I'm freaking revealed. I have been revealed. Here we go. Yeah, it's gonna mess him up a bit. No, don't do that. Oh, I didn't even kill him with that. Oh, hold on. I think Dramatron died. Oh, never mind. Looks like he still has some strike rockets on. I just thought I saw only 2 people alive. Well, I did, but I thought I saw them both at the same time. Pew, 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 pew. You get out of here, bro. You're so annoying. You're using the exact same thing that I'm using, but it's annoying. It's not cool when you use it. It's only cool when I use it. That's how it works. Problem is he's got guided and he knows where I am at all times. And I do not know where he is at most times. Oh. He's gonna... Yo, it's double 16. That's ridiculous. Alright, we use the void. Oh, well. The match is over. I did spawn it, though. What's my favorite mech and weapon combo? Okay, so I feel like when people ask that, what they really mean is, what do I think is the most OP mech and weapon combo? Because most people's favorite is the thing that's the most OP. And people don't really like they get like all confused when I tell them that I don't really like the meta stuff. The most OP build is Revoker Search. Overdriver Sentinel or Podgun Sentinel? I'd probably go with Podgun personally. I think Sentinel's more of a backline thing. What's your now or current opinion on the mod issue, and what do you think is the best way to fix it? So, I think my current opinion is still kind of the opinion that I've always held. Which is that it's super unfair that some people can use them but other people can't at certain ranks. And that absolutely needs to be addressed. I think that mods themselves are too strong. So if they were going to rework it and make it so that people, like, so that everyone could use them at rank 3 or higher, I think at the same time they should also, like, nerf specifically the multi-layered ones a little bit to make them, like, to make all of the mod shields a bit more equally valuable, as opposed to it just being perimeter multi-layer being the only thing that everyone uses, right? So I think they should probably do that at the same time. But I also think that they should have done that before they even bothered touching any of the mechs or the weapons, right? Like, because if they, at this point, and we all know this, at this point, if they were to rework the mods, they'd have to then rework the weapons and the mechs all over again, because the mech and weapon meta would change. So it's completely stupid and backwards that they're doing it in the order that they're doing it. I mean, like I told this to Pasha, and he was like, you know, I generally agree with you, but there's like, I don't know, some kind of like system or whatever roadmap that we follow, and we just decided, and it just happens to be that the mechs and the weapons rebalances are just going to be first. I don't know, freaking change it. Like, if it doesn't make sense, then don't do it. That's kind of what I'm thinking, but like, whatever. So they're just creating more problems for themselves. At very least, people need to have access to mods. Like, I don't think that should be, it's not really a debated issue, right? Like, if one person can use it at rank 3, then everyone should be able to use it at rank 3. It's ridiculous if that's not the case. So, yeah. You got Charge Rocket 8, and it does so good with Orion because I can make up for the damage loss? Yeah, fair enough. Which Gemini variants can come with for credits? I have no idea. It just depends. The only thing that's for sure is that more than likely the 12 is not going to be credits. Because, like, if you look at any of these random weapons, like, sometimes the 10 is A coins like Viper. Sometimes the 10 is credits like Overdriver. Sometimes the 6 is A coins like Overdriver. Sometimes the 6 is credits like Viper. The 8s are usually credits, but then sometimes they're not, like Stormrack, right? In that case, it's like the 10 and the 6. So it's usually like, yeah, or like Revoker again, the 6 and the 10. So if the 8 is A coins, then the 6 and 10 at very least should be credits. I think that's always been the case, but I'm not sure. Yeah, because this is A coins, both of those are credits. I'm trying to find one those. I mean, these are all A coins, so I don't count that. These are all 3 of those are credits. I'm trying to find one that like breaks that. Yeah. So these are both A coins. The Savants, the 8 and the 10 are both, and the 12 are all A coins. The 6 and the 16 are for credits. So like it's kind of random, right? The only guarantee is that there's going to, first off, there's going to be at least 2 energy variants that are credits. And second off, the energy variant that's credits is almost guaranteed to not be the 12. Because if you look at all the 12s, like I'm just going based on data, right? I'm just going by what I see. Every single one of these is A coins. I've not bought a single one of these. Every single one of these is A coins. Every single one of these is A coins. There's only one exception, and it's Disruptor. Like, it's literally the only one. The only one. Every single other one is A coins. So most likely not the 12. But the other 4 energy variants, at least 2 of them should be credits. That's the pattern they've been going with for the last, like, I don't know, year or something like that. You have Pod 10, second copy. Should you get Strike Rocket 10 or 8? I mean, like, I prefer Strike Rocket 10 because as you've probably kind of seen in my videos, like even in the streams, like the double 10s is enough to kill almost everything in one magazine, but if the double 8s probably wouldn't, right? And these are rank 6, right? This is not even rank 5. So you're comparing 39,000 damage per magazine versus 23. So it's like, it's over 50% stronger. It's over 50% stronger. So like double 8s at rank 5 wouldn't really be that good. You could get them because you already have the double pod gun 10. So it's like not, you could just use this if you want to use 16 energy, and then use the pod guns if you want to use 20 energy, and basically just do it that way. But in terms of, like, if you want to actually make the most use out of your Strike Rocket, you need to get at least the 10. That's what I think. Like, the 8s are not sufficient. I don't think the 8s are sufficient. Should you gamble on Deathwalker if you can't guarantee it? You can if you want to, but I'm never going to personally endorse it. like you're not gonna get me, because what I think is happening sometimes, at least sometimes, is that people are trying to pass off the blame, where it's just like, well, RuFFles told me to, so it's not my fault if I don't get it. Like, no, it's your decision. I'm never gonna personally endorse it if you don't have enough to guarantee it. If you want to, like, I would say if you want to spin a couple times, you can get a small chance while also minimizing your losses. I think that's fine. I will encourage people to do that if it's a good item. If it's an item worth getting, I'll encourage people to do that. But I'm never gonna endorse a full send. Like, you should. I'm never gonna endorse people full sending it. Like, maybe they get lucky, maybe it'll be worth it. I don't know, but that's gonna be up to you. It's not gonna be on me. Good weapons for Deathwalker other than Stormrank. Anything that's like Brawler. Podgun is also a good one. Actually, I think Podgun's one of the most common ones outside of Stormrank late game. So Podgun 10's probably not a bad idea. It won't be my fault. Yeah, well, I'm just never going to do it, right? Like, I don't care if you'd blame me or not. I'm not in the business of personally endorsing people's gambling. Like, I don't know. What do you want? What do you want from me? Like, I can't guarantee that it's going to be worth it. So, like, how would I know if it's a good idea or not? G-Dragon, what are you doing now? You were bored and had 8 coins and spun the event crate and got in your third. Nice. Yeah, some people are gonna do it. Spinning it 3 times is not a big deal because it's like you can get those 8 coins back, right? It's like what, a little over 1,000 8 coins. You can get that back without that much trouble. So 3 times is not a big deal. But if you can afford, like, I don't know, 10 times, like, then it just like becomes kind of really expensive, but you still can't guarantee it. So the more expensive it is, it's risky, right? You're potentially losing all your 8 coins. With Revokers, good. I mean, it can be. What should you put on death? I mean, like, I've just been talking about that. Hot take: mods are completely removed and are replaced with redundant shielding, which takes damage, but on a certain percent, with 20k max HP on legendary. This way, snipers are actually decent. I'm not really sure what you mean, but it sounds like you said that they're removed, but then you said that they'd still be there, so I don't know what you mean, really. It sounds like you're just saying that they should be weaker, and I agree with you, generally speaking. Like, I think there should be 2, like, essentially the point is, like, there's 2 types of shields, right? Outside of, like, the perimeter and the blockade, right? Those are like the shapes. Those are the shapes, but there's 2 types. The types are like the solid ones and the multi-layered ones. The point of the solid ones is to absorb as much bullet spray damage as possible, to just have generally a lot of HP, but they would get taken down in like 1 hit from a sniper, right? And then the point of the multi-layered ones is exactly the opposite, where they'd take a lot of individual shots from a sniper, and they'd stall out a sniper for the longer amount of time, but they get chewed up by bullet spray weapons very easily, right? So that was basically the concept behind both types. Now, they went a little bit too far with both, I think. The solid ones are a little bit too strong, even for snipers, and the multi-layered ones are way too strong against even bullet spray stuff. So I think all that really needs to happen is just to make the HP percentages a little bit lower. But also I disagree with this as well, right? Where it's like the tanks, they get 43% on their hardened hull. The tanks get that amount, whereas the scouts get 57%. So I don't like this, like, I don't like this backward scaling HP percent boosting as well, which essentially makes the scouts tankier by comparison and the tanks weaker by comparison. Essentially, like, flattens everything together, as opposed to there being like a broader spectrum of HP variation. It like flattens it together a bit more, and I think that's dumb. I think it's kind of like, it kind of defeats the purpose, right? And that's what make, you know, the scouts are obviously way too tanky, and that's what makes Revoker so freaking good on like Eclipse, is because with mods it's just stupidly tanky. So I think that's essentially all that needs to happen. I think that's essentially all that needs to happen. But I don't know. Like, I don't know exactly what would happen with that. Like, maybe it would result in a different meta that's even worse. I kind of doubt it. But, you know, technically, we never really know what's going to happen until it actually happens. If you nerf mods, you'll need to nerf weapons too? No. The whole point of nerfing the mods would be to make certain weapons easier to deal with them. Like, the whole point would be to make certain weapons able to take care of them easier. Juggalo, you're heading out? All right, take care. Thank you for being here. Yeah. And I think Canopy is honestly fine the way that it is. I think Canopy should probably stay the way it is. But I think it's the other ones, right? The other ones which are like 80%, like Canopy is 50%, like just for context, right? Canopy is 50% of your HP is put into an overhead shield. It's an overhead shield that is equal to 50% of your mech HP. That I think is fine. A perimeter shield is like 80-90% of your mech HP. That's a little bit high. A perimeter multi-layered shield is still 63% of your mech HP, but also guarantees that every single layer absorbs at least one shot. And that's just way too much. That's just way too much. So making it a bit less, like maybe 30-40%, because obviously you don't want another, like if they were going to nerf mods, I wouldn't want them to nerf it to the extent where it's like, oh, now, you know, now everyone's getting one shot from across the map every time they spawn in. Like, that was the whole point of mods, was to solve that issue, because that was a massive problem, was that engagements, firefights were lasting literally a quarter of a second because everyone died immediately. Essentially like that. Even the things that were supposed to be tanky just didn't last. So I don't want that. I am so dead, bro. There was a good chance I got freaking EMP by the Zephyr, though. Just sad. Oh, I want to do this. I might go here. Yeah. I'm actually surprised I didn't kill him with that. Hold on. I mean, I could just do like this, right? Ow! Bro, what? Oh, God. I thought I died to the stasis beam for a second. I was gonna be kind of upset. This one guy's mortars in the back, like, he's annoying. He's not dying, but he's also really not doing that much. Like, they're losing. They're actively losing right now. You know? They're kind of just screwed. This mortar salver guy is he's kind of losing the match for his team. Even though he's getting a lot of kills, he's not getting the kills that matter. Maybe that surge can... No, I think at this point we don't even need both beacons. We could just hold one beacon and we'd be fine. Yeah. Seeker or Dreadnought to rank 4? I don't know, whichever one you feel like needs it more. Do you want me to do hanger reviews? If I did, I'd just do it as like a full stream. It would just be one stream of hanger reviews. I'm trying to think of like a way. I don't necessarily dislike it, but there's like two things. It's like, first off, I want to be able to answer some questions, but I don't want it to be boring. Because when I start answering questions, I'm not, it's hard for me to play the game and answer questions or like, really look at the chat. And it's really not possible for me to review people's hangers and play battles at the same time. But then if I'm not playing battles, then everybody like gets bored and they leave because it's not that interesting to watch. So it's like it's literally only interesting for the one person that I'm covering at the time. And that's not great, right? That's not ideal. So I'm trying to think of some way to keep it interesting for people while still being able to do it. Rocket mortar camping for the win, yeah, for sure. Why'd you come back after quitting for the mod issue? It was mostly it was a bad week for me. Yeah, it was a bit of a crash out. Max Tengu or Shadow? I mean, I don't know. I don't know. I don't have either of them maxed, so I'm not sure which one would do better. Maxed mechs count for 7 stars in Hanger Showdown. I'm not really sure that that's even true, because I definitely had a maxed Lancer in there at one point, and I don't think it counted as 7, but I don't know. I think they said that it did count as 7, but like, whatever. Yeah. I think theoretically you're correct, but I don't know. You're working on a Google Doc with proposed changes, so you do the favor of reviewing it once it's done. Well, what are these changes based on? Are these changes based on just like, here's what the community's saying, and here's just kind of generally what we want? It's just a general petition to change XYZ? Or like, is this based on information that you found from changing things in the game, or what's up with it? You can DM me on Discord. We can talk about that. Howler 8 combo perfect with Tengu. I mean, Revoker's kind of still better for Tengu, right? Howler's not that good, to be honest. After every match, review a hanger based on just what they have in there. Yeah, I definitely would keep it simpler and focus mostly on like hanger composition and not so much on like, specific implants that they have or specific weapons, like not getting too much into that. I could do that. I'd have to think about it. I have to think about what the best way to do it is. I had some other ideas as well. We'll see. Hanger review is not boring. Well, it's not boring so long as your hanger is being reviewed. I mean, some people find it interesting. Some people find it interesting, but it's just generally speaking, like, I see my viewers drop a lot. My viewers are dropping right now because I'm not in a match, right? Like, it's, and I'm not necessarily saying like, oh no, I want to try to get as many viewers as possible, but it is generally like, if people aren't watching it, then that means that they don't care that much, right? It's just a general gauge of interest, right? And my goal here is just to be, to give you guys something that's interesting. So if you find hanger reviews less interesting than just general gameplay, then I'm obviously going to prioritize general gameplay over hanger reviews. You get what I'm saying? Did Disc Launcher get a damage buff? Might be a modifier. Yeah, the 16 did. And the 8 did, yeah. 50% damage modifier. That should be the first thing you look at. I didn't even like question it. I didn't even look at the weapon. I didn't even ask a follow-up question. I immediately knew that it was like 90% chance it's just a modifier, and that's what you should think too. Well, it should just be your first assumption, is if something seems weird, if something seems weirdly strong, weirdly stronger than usual, go check the modifiers. It's like almost guaranteed that that's going to be the case. Do I like Seeker more or Dreadnought? Seeker's probably better competitively, but like that's about it. Blockhorn Strike Rocket. Have you used Blockhorn Tetra Rifle? Because that's actually a really gamer build. Anyway, I'm gonna take a quick break. I'm gonna take a quick break. I'm gonna be right back. Okay. So I'll be right back. All right. Yeah, no, I'm just it's not my stream anymore, guys. I'm just gone, giving it to somebody else. I got the same chair as you. I like it, but I hate it catches so much dust on the back. Yeah, that's fair. That's fair. It's not the best. I have like the cushion on it is like also not great. So I have like a sort of thick blanket, like kind of on top of the cushion as well, just to kind of add some add a little bit to it. What would you get as a free to play, and should you get mods from 2v2? I'm not sure what you mean by that. Like, what is that in relation to? Based on your own personal gameplay experience, community response, and balance and diversity. All right, sure. I mean, I'll take a look and I'll tell you what if I, specifically disagree with any of the things, or if I have any like like where are you getting this from type of thing. But yeah, changes are difficult though. Like I'm hesitant to necessarily put my stamp of approval onto any proposed change because it's like, oh well, you know, how can you change X, Y, or Z? There's probably like 7 different ways, 7 different good ways of doing it, but they all result in secondary effects. They all result in different secondary effects, right? So it might have one result that you like, but it also might have a loophole, or there might be several other results that you don't like, or it could be exploited easily, or X, Y, or Z, right? So like, I'll look over it, sure. You know, it sounds like you put a lot of effort into it, so I'm definitely willing to look over it. But yeah, just keep in mind, like I'm hesitant generally to put my personal stamp of approval onto anything because I don't think there's necessarily. I think in most cases there's no such thing as a best way to solve any one problem, and and you never really know what exactly the extent of the effects of one thing can be until it's actually done. Why'd they remove the remastered version of the Mech Arena map? Thank you, bro. I feel like nobody remembers that. I brought this up at one point in a separate stream, and I feel like basically everyone thought I was talking about the Neymar map. No, I'm talking about the remastered one. I don't know what happened to it. I don't remember what they said about it. I feel like maybe they said something around the lines of like, oh, we're taking it down to like fix a couple issues with it or something. And then it just never came back. I guess the issue that they were fixing was the fact that it existed. I don't know, man. Yo, I'm almost dead already. CPC more than 5v5 deathmatch, and why? Oh yeah, I like CPC more because it's objective-based. Kill-based game modes are just kind of brain dead. And I prefer more players on the field rather than less, kind of for the same reason, because otherwise it becomes kind of brain dead, where it's like you're just hyper-focused tunnel visioning on one guy the entire time. This is what happened in the old 2v2. Well, also Hangar Showdown, but that's just generally what happened. Like, you could tell who was a 2v2 player based on how completely oblivious they were to most things. Now, I'm not saying that, like, one's better than the other, but, you know, those are my preferences, and those are the reasons why. I think a lot of people prefer objective-based game modes, though. I think having... Because it's like you can still win by kills, but that's not the only way to win, right? It's like giving people a secondary option where if they're generally overpowered... Like, if generally there's one team that's overpowering the other team, then the other team still has a good chance if they just play smart. I think that's kind of the ideal, right? What weapon would you be happy to see buffed? Chain gun maybe. Repeater definitely. Carbine. I think carbine. I think it's been long enough that carbine's been a completely garbage weapon. A lot of people have it because back in the old days it used to be OP. And this was like 3 years ago that it was OP, by the way. So that would make a lot of people happy because they just already have it. But they should also make at least one of them cost credits, because it's bruh. It's just bad. It is just bad. Maybe particle beam as well. I don't know. Because it's like, there are some weapons that I like that are just generally bad, but then there's other weapons that are just like so bad that I forget they exist, right? And those are the ones that definitely need a buff. Is Hellfire hell for you or for the anime? Mostly for you, yeah. Quasher bots love shooting through walls. Oh my gosh, bro. Yeah, I Honestly, I believe that. Any bot with any type of guided weapon is really obnoxious. EM rifle? True. True, but that's mostly like how you can't buff that to the extent that it would be better against EM rifle is specifically bad against multi-layered shields. There's nothing they could do to it to make it better unless they give it shield piercing, which maybe they do, and I wouldn't be opposed to that. But it doesn't need a damage buff. It does fine damage. It doesn't really need a reload buff. The reloads are pretty short. It's literally it's mechanically just never gonna work against multi-layered shields the way that they currently are. So that's why I think the mods need more of a change than EM rifle does. But that's just my opinion. Reaver maybe, sort of disappointing, but not nearly as much as Carbine. Let me look. Hold on, let me look. Disruptor perhaps. Blast RPG. Particle beam. Graviton's also fine. It's not meta, but it's pretty darn good. Repeater definitely needs it. Continuum sort of needs it too, to be honest. Disc launcher definitely needs it. Chain gun. Hellfire and Dreadshot needed another one. They already buffed both of these, but they need to be buffed again, dude. They need to be buffed again. They're so bad. Chain gun, yeah, it needs a reload buff mostly, I think. Yeah. I'd say primarily Repeater, Disc Launcher, and Carbine are my top 3. The rest are can be usable. The rest can be usable in the right circumstances, or in the case of Railgun and EM Rifle, if you use them on Orion or against minimal mods, then those are very, very deadly. Graviton Beam is more of an early mid-game weapon as well, but it's still good, right? Disruptor maybe as well, but yeah, my top 3 would probably be Carbine, Repeater, and Disc Launcher. My opinion on Howler. Hypho put it in meta. When was this? Yo, does he have a tier list? Should we look at that? I'm interested now, bro. That sounds like a wild take. Was there justification for that, or was it just yeah, this goes in here, don't ask questions? Is the Eclipse Surgeon Deathwalker Crate Rush event going to come back? Do you want me to read the future? What? I don't know. How would I know that? Probably at some point. But it could be 6 months from now. Probably not going to happen for another 6 months at least. They're not going to do the same thing back to back, right? Almost definitely. Quasher without modifiers? Does it still have a modifier? It does still have a modifier. I haven't used it without modifier. Well, I guess technically that's not true, because I used the 12s. What did I do? I used Quasher 12s on my main account when I was testing out the Eclipse nerf, and it did pretty good, actually. It did pretty good. There was no Quasher 12 modifier. I think it's way better than I thought it was. It's way better than I gave it credit for. But that's not to say that I think it's meta or particularly strong. I still think it's generally a sort of weak weapon. And primarily I think that because of the massive damage delay, essentially. You effectively have a 4-second damage delay. There's no chance that you're going to there's no chance you're going to kill anything that decides that they want to get close to you. There's I'd say 90% of the meta mechs could easily kill any type of quasher build, which is probably my main problem with it. Howler doesn't work against multi-layered shields? Yeah. I mean, that's kind of why I was thinking, like... we could watch Hypho's tier list video, because it's like, that sounds kind of crazy. I would not agree with that at all. I would not agree with that at all. Putting Howler in meta. Let's see. Let me just look it up. Hypho Mech Arena tier list. Wait, this is a thing that I searched before. Every support mech in Mech Arena from Bestor. He made a tier list of just the support mechs. That's interesting. My tier lists do really well. And I take that as a sign, not just that it's like, oh, I want more views, but I also take that as a sign of like that you guys actually enjoy watching them. And so I'm thinking of trying to make more of those, like making them more often, essentially. Making more tier lists for different things. Bro, I can't find it. I searched up Mech Arena tier list 2024 a year ago. That definitely, Howler definitely was not meta. He definitely did not put Howler in meta back then. Hold on. And that's just for the mechs, I think. Yeah, that's just for the mechs. Best tier 7 mech and weapon, that's a different thing. Support mechs, no, that's a different thing. When was this? Hold on. The newer one? Oh my god, bro, okay. I'll be honest with you guys. It cannot just be me who thinks it's really annoying when you go to some channel's homepage and they have that channel trailer that just automatically plays. It's really annoying. I don't want to watch that. I have specifically and consciously not made a trailer thing that automatically plays on my homepage because I just find it personally really annoying. And I wouldn't want anyone else to have to deal with that. So you're welcome, bro. Waffen tier list. Yo. Let's check. Yeah, the Waffens, bro. Let's check the Waffens. I like waffles. Yeah. Alright. Okay, but his voice is very nice, but I can't understand a word he's saying. Because I don't speak waffle. I don't know, that's a problem. You also hate it? It feels obnoxious, bro. Like, I don't know. I've never liked it, but it will. The charge rocket implants are out? Yeah, they've been out for a little while. Sneak peek on a weapon from the Google Doc. So So this is a suggested weapon. This is a thing where it's like, this is a weapon that we're suggesting that they add to the game. Interesting. It ignores all increase or decrease buffs and debuffs. I like that. I think there should be more things that are like, you know, that just has interesting extra little perks. I'm really tired of this. Guys, we have a new weapon. There's a new weapon. You know what it has? 15% double damage chance. Let's go. Let's so back. No, like, it's freaking cringe, dude. Like, come up with a decent perk for once in your damn life. Like, honestly though. Honestly though. Are you streaming when the giveaway's ending? No, I don't think so. It's gonna end tomorrow, which for me is in like 12 hours. Like it's noon for me right now. Ability cooldown modifiers, mech speed test. That could be interesting, actually. That would be really funny. Hold on. Is it going on right now? No. When is it going to happen? This weekend? Is there going to be another cooldown modifier weekend? That actually does sound really funny. But what I want... 24 hours stream. I want something that's longer than Agora, but I don't know if it exists. Because, like, yeah, I could do Elon Station, just go from one side of the map to the other. But the problem is that, like, not every path is equal, right? So I might accidentally take a slightly longer path with one mech than I would do with another mech, and that's not fair. I'm not doing customs today, no. We'll do it some other day. I'll try to have, like, a regular schedule where I do that, like, maybe once or twice a month. But I don't want that to be every stream now. Will I stream or make a video of the Google Doc? Most likely not, unless there's some type of reason to do that. Like, it sounds like a petition, right? Like, if it's the sort of thing where it's like, you know, the more people we have on board, then the more likely they're gonna take it. You know, if I have some reason to believe that, then maybe, yeah, I'll probably bring attention to it. But otherwise, if it's just, you know, it's just kind of like a work in progress that's sort of in the background, I don't see much reason to you know, make public news about it, because it might change, right? You never really know what's going to happen. Do you watch Mr. Beast games? No, I have not. I have not. The skin on Dreadnought. Oh, yeah, that's a good one. It is a good one. I have a couple others. I really like these Seraphim ones. These are probably my favorites, but this one's nice too. If you watch Stranger Things, oh, the newest season, I think I watched most of the first season. That was about it. I don't watch a whole lot of shows, especially the ones that require me to pay them money for stupid subscription. It's garbage. I could just watch YouTube for free, you know. Can you stream the new Mech test server the day before it comes out? No, and well, I technically could, but the problem with that is that there's other stuff that's also new that I'm not allowed to show that's on the test server. So, like, at any given time, like, maybe there's you know, another weapon that's there that isn't supposed to be, you know, it's not supposed to be shown or something like that. So, like, maybe there's another weapon that's in there. And if I was streaming, then I might accidentally, if I'm just, like, going through the weapons and I'm choosing a weapon, I might accidentally show it at one point. And so that's, yeah, that's not good, right? I can't do that. There was, like, one time I was able to stream the test server. Like, technically, if everything in the test server was public and was out, then yes, I would be able to do that. But that's not usually the case. It's very rarely the case. Charge Rocket needs a range or damage buff. I don't agree with you. I actually think Charge Rocket might be a little too OP. You can watch it from pirated ones. He put some other weird ones in meta? Okay, hold on. Guys, should we watch this Waffen tier list? Problem is I need subtitles. I need Waffen subtitles. It will be interesting. Okay. Charge Rocket right now is kind of buns. So you don't think it has anything to do with the fact that it's rank 3? No? Like, been playing my for a while and recently made a YouTube channel. Would you be able to play a game or two with me? I've watched a lot of videos. Are you on my friends list right now? If you are, then I'll just invite you to play a couple right now, and then we'll get into the waffle tier list. But otherwise, my friends list is usually full, so you'd have to figure out something else. Stream or make a video and then go. I'm not sure. You DM me on Discord. That's the better way of doing that. Cause I'm not sure. The easier way of doing that would just be to like for me to just DM the person that I have contact with. Just be like, hey, here's a thing that somebody made, and here's what they, here's kind of their goal and whatever, and you should look. You can take a look at it and see and tell me what you think. I think that would be, the easier way of going about it. You are the fake BMP. Oh. It's only rank 3? I mean, yeah, what do you mean? Have you been using it this entire time thinking it's like, oh, my rank 3 Charge Rocket 8 isn't doing as good as rank 5 Stormrax. It needs a buff. I don't know if you have it or not. I'm just saying. I'm just assuming. You can give your ID. I don't have space, right? Rank up Surge or gamble on the Walker. I mean, you could do a couple times, but I don't know, right? Like, you might just waste everything. You already have Surge, so it's like, being able to rank it up isn't necessarily going to be a big deal. Waffle tier list. Yeah. Okay, hold on. You're not currently. That's fine. So if you want to DM me on Discord, that would be good. We can talk it over and communicate there. I think generally, so like here's the thing. I'll just make this clear, right? So like if you want to squat up for a couple battles for a video for yourself, just to just tag me in it or something, just to be like whatever, to make a video for yourself, that's fine. I don't really care. If it's just a couple random battles, I'm not making a video, right? So just to kind of get it out of the way, I'm not gonna go out of my way to promote your channel if it's just random videos that I wouldn't upload otherwise, right? So, but I'm open to collaborating so long as there's a decent idea behind it. Is essentially what I'm trying to say, right? Like I'm not just gonna upload random battles for the sake of random battles. I pretty much never do that. Remove players who are offline. I've already done that. I do that a lot. And even if I did that, like, why would you get priority over someone else, right? Hangnail, sorry. Damn. That's a good pull on that, though. There's nothing left. Caladozia, hello. How's it going? Yeah, I don't have a problem. Like, I don't have a problem, like, helping people out with their channels or whatever. If they want to make a random video, then that's fine. But I just want them to understand that, like, I'm not gonna upload just a random out of context video for the sake of promoting theirs. Fortune keys are goated. Yeah. Okay, hold on, guys. Hold on. Waffen tier list. This is a very Waffen tier list. Very Waffen, much tier list. All right. Let's see what he has to say. Now, I'm going to have the subtitles on, which I do. I'm also going to need to make sure that you guys can actually hear this. One moment. Waffen tier list.
Salut, Pilot!
Are we waffing right now? How loud is that? I can't tell. Do I know Sololog? Yes. I mean, I know of him. I don't know him personally. Revoker 8 spins worth it. I made a post on that. Best weapon for Nomad, Revoker. Easy. Let me know how the volume is, guys.
Salut, Pilot! Willkommen zurück und willkommen zu einem weiteren Video hier.
I don't know. I can't tell.
Auf diesem Kanal.
Do you think they'll make a Fuse Mortar 16? I doubt it. The fact that they didn't make one before, I kind of doubt it. They might make a Legendary Artillery, but that's probably the most likely scenario. It's so bright outside. Your internet sucks? What? It's alright, maybe 10% lower. Okay, I got you. Is there an auto dub? Actually, there might be. I don't know. No, I don't think so. The auto dub, just so you know, the auto dub is a thing that the YouTuber themselves can set up as an option. And I find them kind of annoying, so I turned mine off. Now maybe you guys would want me to turn them on. I don't know, but I turned mine off because I think there's a lot of people. Because what happens also is there's a lot of people who understand English, but they generally watch they generally watch videos in other languages, right? So if I have auto dubbing on, it just automatically translates it from mine to whatever their YouTube language is, whatever language they have set on their YouTube settings. So so then in order if they want to hear my normal voice, then they have to go to the settings and turn that off. That's just kind of annoying. Let you know if I need any translations. No. He's making a tier list out of waffles. What's there to know? Honestly, should be easy.
Ja, meine Freunde, nachdem es letzte Woche eine Mech-Tierlist für das Jahr 2026 gab, ist es nur logisch, dass heute eine Waffentierlist für das Jahr 2026 an
Weapon tier list for 2026. Let's take a look at which weapons are top notch and which are flops. Stay tuned. It's gonna be exciting. So exciting. Absolutely so. You messaged on Discord, that's fine. Yeah, I'm not gonna look at it until after the stream is over. From the last 30-minute stream.
Freunde, schön, dass ihr eingeschaltet habt. Wie immer werden wir die Waffen
we will divide the weapons, or as we did last time, into different categories. First tier are top meters. The top meters? What? Oh, the top meta. Right. Never mind. I understand. Shut up. Top meta, mittel, and mull. I'm gonna guess. Okay, so this is super good. And this is stuff that's just pretty good. And this is stuff that's eh. And this is stuff that's actively bad. That's my guess. It's a tier list, it's pretty self-explanatory.
Für die Creme de la Creme, die stärksten Waffen, die man wirklich haben sollte oder muss, um ordentlich im kompetitiven Endgame-Bereich zu spielen, die kommen da rein. Dann haben wir die Meta-Waffen, das sind die Waffen, die sehr stark sind, die man in der Meta gut spielen kann, die aber nicht unbedingt sein müssen. Dann haben wir das Mittelfeld, das ist alles, was vom frühen bis zum Midgame sehr stark ist, im Endgame
Everything good from early to midgame.
Und unten haben wir dann noch den Müll, das ist, glaube ich, relativ selbsterklärend, das ist halt nur das Zeug, das überhaupt nichts taugt. Oder
and the bottom's
halt
garbage. Yeah, I was pretty much correct.
Mit dem Borrowbeam, und da setze ich doch gleich mal ein Statement. Das Ding kommt in die Top-Meta.
Yeah,
warum? Ganz einfach. Weil der Borrowbeam
like all the way at the top, you guys, it's kind of blocked by the
Wahnsinns-Damage. Er schmilzt sich durch Mods.
Yeah,
er hat eine extrem kurze Nachladezeit. Natürlich hat er auch ein paar Schwächen.
Anyone German here? Obviously, I'm German. Because I understand exactly what's happening. And everything that he's saying. Mul means garbage? No. No, it means that his waffles were overdone. He's left it in the waffle iron too long. That's what happened. Why is good red and bad green? That's the default coloring of tier lists. I'm actually not sure why that's the case, but that's just the case. So like if you wanted to change it, you could change the color of each one, but I always leave it the same. It's just the default coloring for tier lists. I'm not sure why. It mean bottom meters, yeah. It means he didn't meter his temperature very well. Kilometers or centimeters? I'm not going to say kilometer. See, why is it pronounced kilometer if the other ones are pronounced meter? I think the waffles are to blame.
Irgendwelchen Kanten hängen, oder wenn die Schulterbreite vom Mech zu groß ist, dann kannst du schlecht irgendwie durch einen Durchgang schießen. Zum Beispiel bei Deathwalker ist mir das gerne aufgefallen. Dass
Deathwalker, I've noticed that he simply gets stuck on the walls instead of crossing in front and hitting the opponent.
Er hat also seine Schwächen, man kann ihn ausspielen, ja, aber er ist wahnsinnig stark für mich, eine Top-Meta-Waffe. Dann haben wir den Disc-Launcher. Den Disc-Launcher setzen wir ins Mittelfeld. Der war früher mal die beste Waffe im Spiel, vor 2,5 Jahren ungefähr. Dann hat er seinen Nerf bekommen, zusammen mit Dark Torrent, zu der wir auch gleich kommen werden.
Dark Torrent, oh, Dark Torrent. Bro. It's like Arc Torrent's alter ego, bro. I like it a lot. This thing that's on the side, I should move this, but I kind of don't want to. Because then I have to get it perfectly in line again. I'll just hide this for now. Don't worry about that. And then you guys can move over here with me. You're over here with me. You're gonna like it. I don't care what you have to do. You're gonna like it. I'm gonna make you like it. Goth Arc Torrent. Yeah, well, it's kind of fair enough though. It had a pretty big falling out. Bro turned emo.
Und ist dementsprechend jetzt aufs Mittelfeld abgerutscht. Den kann man im Early Game sehr gut zocken, im Mid Game auch noch, aber
playable in Early Game and also mid game. But as soon as it comes to end game, there's no chance anymore. I guess it depends on his Dark Torrent. So I guess it depends on his definition of like early and mid game and late game. But Disc Launcher compared to most things, even at like 5,000 SP, 4,000 or 5,000 SP, which is essentially where my free-to-play account's at, it's kind of still not that good.
Warum? Ich habe, nachdem die Waffen genervt
worden
why
sind,
get
also
it? Arctorrent
like, sure, can be okay, but it's like, why get it? If it's just objectively worse than a lot of other things, and it costs the same amount.
Performt. Und da hat die Arctorrent doch noch ein bisschen besser abgeschnitten. Die kann man immer noch zocken auf Search und so weiter und so fort, aber sie hat halt den Ketteneffekt nicht mehr.
Saying the Dark Torrent, Emo Torrent worked better before, but then it got nerfed. But the thing is, like, I still think the main reason Emo Torrent is not that good is because of mods. And because of the grade update. It stopped being great once the grade update happened, because it was able to kill things slower, it wasn't able to kill things as fast, and then mods came around and that made it even slower, and so it needs like a full magazine to kill almost anything. And it's just kind of not enough. Like, it kind of just doesn't have enough ammo in the magazine to kill stuff, and it takes too long. It did get a nerf. I don't even know why. But it got a nerf after that, but I think it was already bad before the nerf happened, to be honest. I still think that. Some people disagree with me, but whatever. Disc 8 is good, 16 is not. I mean single 16. I mean doubles, I mean even the double 8s, they're like not that good, right? Like no, I mean like I said, you can make it work. You can make it work. Like I have, what do I have, bro? I have like freaking Dreadshot. I can probably make it so that I can get like 8 to 10 kills with a Dreadshot build if I tried real hard. And I could do that maybe somewhat consistently. One of the best performing builds that I have in mid-game right now is my rank 6 Juggernaut with double Graviton 10s. That doesn't mean it's good necessarily, it just means that I make it work.
Die wir ganz nach vorne aufs Mittelfeld.
And in the case of Disc Launcher, I feel like it's like there's just way better options. Like why bother?
Waffe, die ebenfalls im Early Midgame relativ gut funktioniert. Aber es ist halt nicht mehr und nicht weniger. Es ist eine Waffe, die halt am Endgame oder im Endgame an ihre Grenzen stößt und also Ansturmwaffen generell sind im Endgame nicht besonders gut und da zählt die Berserker halt einfach dazu.
See, also Berserker is a good one.
Ne? Aber
Berserker is really good in like the lower SP. People are absolutely just bodying me with it. There was like a Berserker 8 crate rush event or something, and I legitimately wish that I went for it because it's so strong. It's so strong. But what a lot of people don't realize is that it becomes completely garbage when there's more mods involved, because then like you just don't have the magazine to take somebody out with, like you don't have the capacity to take somebody out in one magazine, and at that point it's like you're wasting so much time, and there's just way better weapons in that case. Did we get an update today? I mean, there was a server maintenance. Yeah, I had to update before I started the stream. Yeah, I'm pretty sure. Disc Launcher is actually better on mobile than Stormrack. I very much doubt that. I very much doubt that. Like if you're bad at aiming, maybe. If you have the aiming mode with a lot of aim assist, then maybe. I don't know about that, man. I don't know about that. Let's see. I don't know about that one, Chief. Okay, look, you can assert it as much as you want, but just because you say it doesn't mean it's true. I don't know. I really don't agree. You might be right, but as of right now, I don't have any reason to think that you're right, so I don't agree with you. Stormrack is better no matter the platform. That's what I'm thinking, bro. Like, Platinum plays on mobile a lot. He never uses Disc Launcher. He still uses Stormrack. Hey, I mean, look, it might be better for you. It might be better the way that you play or the way that you want to use it, or even just the mechs that you use it on. Like, I'm not saying, you know, if it's effective for you, then it's effective for you, man. What am I going to do? Am I going to tell you that you're, you know, don't believe your lying eyes? Like, if you're getting more kills with Disc Launcher, by all means, keep using it. But I don't think, I don't agree with you personally. That's all I'm saying. There's a bias for Disc Launcher for mobile. I mean, I don't know. Like, it's easier to use, but I don't think it's like I think the performance of Stormrack is so much higher that it's just worth making it. It's worth being slightly less convenient. I think it's worth being slightly less convenient for the sake of higher performance. That's what I think. Many people who say they're good have them bought a long time ago. Yeah, and they're also like really high level with high level guided implants or something, and then their storm racks are kind of garbage with no implants. I think that's generally the case. Yeah, I think most people disagree with you. Anyway, let's go back to RuFFles tier list.
Besser als ArcTorrent, besser als der Disk Launcher. Dann haben
better than ArcTorrent, better than Emo Launcher. Wait.
Die setzen wir nochmal vor den Rest. Warum? Erstens eine sehr hohe
Blast RPG, very high magazine.
Ist auch die Art, wie sie
the way it shoots when the whole thing hits you is incredibly annoying.
Das setzt
causes a huge explosion.
So eine Art psychischen Druck auf.
Adds a kind of psychological pressure to the whole situation.
Also man fühlt sich doch sehr stark unter Druck gesetzt häufig.
Definitely feel under a lot of pressure often playing against the weapon. It causes a huge splash radius.
Also der Radius
so the radius splash is absolutely gigantic, and the reload time is also relatively moderate. Not official, but relatively moderate. Definitely a weapon that
ganz vorne dabei
is right at the top of the midfield, but unfortunately, due to the mods as there currently are, no longer playable in the end game. So that's his take on it, right? I don't know if you guys can hear me over him talking. If I need to turn him down a bit, just let me know. But I would say Blast RPG is an interesting case. I feel like if you were to get really good at it, it actually could be pretty decent. If you were to practice it a bit. The problem is that it has a bit of homing to it, and that homing is actively really, really bad for you. Turn him down a bit. All right, got you, bro. So that the homing on it is really bad. You don't want that. You don't want the homing because it keeps you from being able to deal back damage. If you have like it's almost like a dual purpose. So it's like if you have like a Lancer or a Lacewing that's jumping, then it's good to have the homing, right? Then you use the homing, whatever. But if you're not, then you have to like actively angle it as far away as possible so that it tries to home in, but then it homes in but then it doesn't home in enough, and it's like just shallow enough to the point where it still ends up hitting behind them. Because ideally, and this is the case with all missile weapons, ideally you want to use the radius to hit them from the back because that just deals twice the damage. But for Blast RPG, it's just like almost impossible to do that. And it's really annoying to use in terms of how effective it is. I wouldn't really say it's effective. How many of you guys have gotten bodied by Blast RPG? Like at lower SP, I mean. How many of you guys have gotten bodied by Blast RPG? I kind of don't think I ever have. Is there a better weapon than Stormrack on Deathwalker? No. Give it higher double damage chance to make up for that. You could do that. That's not a bad idea. Wait, it doesn't have double damage chance, does it? Blast RPG doesn't have double damage chance. Right? Unless you're talking to someone else about something completely different. Never seen Blast RPG used by a player ever. Yeah, that's fair. That's fair. See, if it was good, you'd see some people buying it. That's the thing. Is that this is what I think. Now, Blast RPG isn't like free to play accessible, right? But neither was Overdriver for the longest time, and everyone had Overdriver. All of the pay-to-win players, they would all buy low-rank Overdrivers because they were so freaking strong, right? They were really, it's just a general aggro weapon, super aggro weapon. So they were buying a lot of those. So just because it's not free to play doesn't mean that you wouldn't know it. You wouldn't notice. If it was strong, I think people would know. That's what I'm saying. I see people using Berserker more than I see people using Blast RPG. It doesn't have one. Give it like a 40% chance. Yeah, that's not a bad idea, I guess.
Ich weiß nicht, Sie haben ja gesagt, Sie wollen die Mods überarbeiten, je nachdem, was dabei rauskommt.
You want to rework the mods depending on the outcome? Might move up a bit further later, but at the moment, it's still in the middle of the pack.
Ich glaube, über die Autocannon braucht man nicht sprechen, oder? Absolut am Anfang gut, wenn man mit Paragon seine ersten Spiele macht. Später dann absolut gar nicht mehr nutzbar. Also
absolut garbage.
Bessere Waffen. Dann haben wir die Carbine. Und die Carbine ist ebenfalls eine Müllwaffe.
Better than Autocannon, still really garbage.
Woran liegt das? Es liegt bei der Carbine tatsächlich nicht mal so sehr daran, dass es selber so schlecht ist, so vom
so much
oder so her,
that it's bad in terms of damage or anything like that, but the sheer competition within the assault weapon category.
Es gibt ja die Orakel.
There are the Oracles, there are Berserkers,
die Overdriver und so weiter. Das sind alles Waffen, die ja um Lichtjahre besser sind als die Carbine. Die ist einfach mittlerweile outdated.
Simply outdated by now.
Outdated, dass ich sie nur noch runter in den Müllsektor stellen kann.
What would you guys say is the problem with Carbine? I think its effective range is pretty garbage. It's like maybe 60 meters tops. But that's the kind of the case with a lot of assault weapons, to be honest. Like, it's not very... They don't have great effective range. Carbine reload time is pretty quick. So I feel like it kind of is the damage that's the problem, right? Is that just me? Like, I feel like it kind of is just the fact that the damage isn't that good. Now, if they made the projectile speed a lot faster, because, like, the perk, bro, by the way, the perk of Carbine, it, like, listed on the weapon, its listed perk is its projectiles are really fast. No, they're not. They have the same travel speed as Voltaic RPG. I'm pretty sure. They're not fast. So if they were faster, then it'd be a significantly better weapon, because then it'd be more accurate at range. But I think apart from that, even then, I think it's just kind of pretty lackluster. So I think it kind of just needs a damage buff. Carbine's effective range is 30 meters. I guess so. Fusion cannons need to go to rare. No, I want fusion cannon to be good, dude. Like, why would you make fusion cannon rare when you could just make fusion cannons OP? They look kind of cool too. What weapon do I suggest for Blockhorn? I mean, any type of like decent brawler weapon, like Overdriver, Graviton Beam, Minigun, Viper. Tetra Rifle is also pretty good. You could also use like more campy thing. It's more of like, I mean, Blockhorn you could use in a variety of different ways. So like the weapon that you choose kind of depends on how you want to play it. Hey, Sanji. Need Carbine 16? That's true. Carbine 16 needs to exist. That would also be fun. Carbine's reload implant, same stats as Stormrack. Yeah, it's 50%. It's a really good reload implant. Oracles are, I think, worse than Carbine, aren't they? I don't think so, no. You might be right, but I don't think so.
Aber da immerhin bisher ganz vorne. Weiter geht's mit der
Chain Gun.
Ja, die Chain Gun.
Chain Gun is gonna go
die kann man natürlich
in half decent.
Relativ gut nutzen. Die kann man auch im Midgame relativ gut nutzen, aber im Endgame stößt sie
It's kind of fair, I guess.
Die fängt langsam an zu schießen und wird immer schneller.
It's not the worst.
Hinter die Berserker setzen. Ja,
also, you gonna put it above Arc Torrent? Yeah,
that's
valid. That's valid.
Relativ großes Magazin, aber
relatively large magazine, but I think Berserker and also Blast RPG could be used a bit more effectively.
Ich finde einfach, es ist ein großer
I simply think it's a big disadvantage that the shooting starts slowly and then just gets faster and faster, or do you simply already have weapons in the game that can take you out much faster? So here's my thought on Chain Gun. My thoughts on Chain Gun are essentially in regards to like mag size. So like he's kind of correct. The slow starting is annoying. Especially because if, generally speaking, you'd want to pre-fire. You'd want to kind of spin up the barrels like you would with minigun. But by spinning up the chain gun, you have to waste ammo to do it. So what I've found this is strictly from my own personal experience with the weapon, at mostly on my main account, right? Strictly from my own experience with the weapon, I've generally found that chain gun magazine is... like, the damage is half decent and the magazine is okay, enough to kill one thing relatively consistently, but you really can't kill any more than one thing. So then But you have you have like a little bit of mag left, but not enough, right? So then you have to reload, but the reload's 10 seconds. So I think the reload's kind of just way longer than it needs to be. If they cut the reload down to like 5 seconds, I think it would be an okay weapon. Because I think it's fine for the weapon itself to be generally lower damage. It is generally lower damage than minigun. It's okay for it to be generally lower damage, generally higher effective range, which it does. It has like 110 meters effective range almost. It's really good effective range. And the magazine is not that high. I think it's also okay for the magazine to not be that high. But I think if you're going to have all those things in place, then the reload shouldn't be freaking 10 seconds, bro. It takes 10 seconds to unload the magazine, let alone reload it. Like, so, yeah. Yeah, that's kind of my thought on it. Berserker has dispersion that's very bad in comparison to chain gun. Yeah, like Berserker, you can't hold down the trigger, but the damage of Berserker is way higher. The damage of Berserker is higher than minigun. And the damage of minigun is, like, significantly higher than chain gun, I think. I don't have double overdrivers, but trust me, Voltaic RPG is better than it's given credit for. You don't have double overdriver, but Voltaic RPG is better than its... How are those two related? What's going on? I mean, you might be right. I just never bothered investing in it, but like, why are those two in the same sentence? Chain gun needs a massive buff, yeah. It could also use a damage buff, to be honest. Continuum. I actually see Continuum as being relatively far ahead in the game. There's some who also use them in endgame, often on things like Blockhorn, for example, but I don't see them there. Spanish that is virtually unlimited ammunition is unlimited. Never needs to reload. Fairly slow fire rate, moderate damage. I would say we'll put them in...
aber tatsächlich einfach hinter die,
Put him in front of Berserker.
Blast-RPG. Ne? Also vor die Berserker einfach aufgrund der fehlenden Nachladezeit. Klar, sie hat eine langsamere Kadenz als der Berserker, aber sie ist halt dafür ein bisschen konstanter in ihrer Einsetzbarkeit. Bei beiden Waffen musst du den Gegner direkt vorm Auge haben. Das ist auch der Grund, warum sie hinter der Blast-RPG ist, denn die Blast-RPG hat halt, abgesehen davon, dass sie natürlich auch einen verhältnismäßig starken Damage macht, im Vergleich zu den anderen...
so he's gonna put Blast-RPG above Continuum because it has essentially guarding, guided homing. Jeez. Frick. It has guarded ammunition and an RPG radius. Obviously. Anyway, Continuum is like... I think it's okay. It's kind of not that good. It's kind of not that good. I don't necessarily think that it's better than Berserker, but I also don't necessarily think that it's worse than Berserker. I don't really know. It very much, I would say it's one of those things where it's like it completely depends on the mech that you're using it on, right? Like there are some mechs that I'd choose Continuum, and then there's some mechs that I'd choose Berserker. And I think it's fairly, like, if I only had those two weapons, and I think it's fairly split 50-50 as to which one I would choose for which mech, so I don't really know what my opinion on that is. All I know is that Continuum isn't nearly as good as I originally thought it was.
Javelin, die kommt auch hier unten ins Müllregal, hinter die Carbine, vor die Autocannon. Cryo Javelin ist quasi
Salver with the Continuum,
die halt noch einen Stasis-Effekt verursacht.
Well, it's like range versus brawler, right? It's just like Continuum has like what, 130 or is it 110? I can never remember. It's like a little over 100 meters range, and it can deal full damage at that range. Whereas Berserker is like the complete opposite. It has like absolute garbage range, but it deals way more damage, right? So it's like it kind of just depends on which mech that you put it on. Blast RPG is Podgun with no delay, yet not as good as Podgun. Well, yeah, it's because it doesn't stick. The homing isn't good enough to where you can curve it around corners, but it's bad enough to where you can't really hit people effectively in the back. That's the problem with it. That's what I think. I think they went full balls to the wall with Hornets homing, and I think that they should have done the opposite with Blast RPG. they should have given it no homing at all. I don't think they should have given it homing at all. Now, I'm sure the point behind it was probably just to make it easier for mobile players to use it, but I think now that mobile players have the manual aiming mode, I don't think Blast RPG needs the homing anymore. But yeah, I don't know.
Was insbesondere im Early Game sehr OP ist. Also wie gesagt, Early Gamer, Javelins, sehr, sehr gut, aber halt nur Early.
Javelins very, very good early game.
Dann haben wir die...
but only for early game, is what he's saying. I don't think so. I think cryo javelins are better than regular javelins, and regular, like, you get the 12, right? And the 12s can be really strong. If we're talking just the 6, then sure, that's not going to be good. But I'm assuming we're talking about the 6 and the 12. Like all of the cryo javelin variants. In which case, I'd put it probably above Blast RPG. Yeah, probably above that even. Oh, well, by the way, hold on. I am sorry, I forgot to post this, bro. Forgot to... Let me just pin this real quick. Yeah. You can use Pod's radius pretty well. Not so with Blast RPG. Yeah, that's also true. Like, but that's only really if someone's in stealth, right? You can use the pod gun radius pretty decently. Blast RPG's radius is larger. Like, Blast RPG has the second largest radius, I think, outside of, what's it called? Disc Launcher. It's like 7 meters or something like that base, right? With no radius implant, though, so I guess technically I think Stormrack can get higher with an implant, but you get what I'm saying. So Blast RPG's radius is really good, but it's just hard to use it. Like, it's super inconvenient because it has the stupid homing. And also, I feel like, hold on. I feel like also at the same time, Blast RPG, like, curves upward slightly when you're firing it. As someone who's used Blast RPG, I'm trying to, like, describe this feeling that I'm getting when I'm just, like, I'm trying to just hit something, just generally. Like, maybe it's something in stealth or something like that, or just, like, a target on the map. Like, there's no homing involved at all, but it's just, like, the rockets do not go where I want them to. You spun the Revoker 8 crate, like, 11 times and still didn't get it? Well, that sounds like you just made a bad decision. Like, why did you spin it? Favorite weapon in-game? Minigun. And if he doesn't put minigun in S tier, I'm unsubscribing from him. Actually, I don't think I'm subscribed.
Beim Cryo Launcher ist es so,
but I'll subscribe just to unsubscribe.
Tatsächlich in die Meta packe. Warum packt der Hypo den Cryo Launcher in die Meta? Der spielt die doch selber nie.
Why is Hypo including it in the meta? He never plays them himself, so saying his weapon is quite challenging to play because it has an extreme change in its ballistics. Sometimes shoots very low. Suddenly, if you're one step too far back, it shoots very high and towards the ceiling, so it's a bit difficult to play. The cryo effect is very good, and the higher level variants naturally do. So he doesn't know how they work. Cryo launcher and nid launcher, they work incredibly simply. So there's an auto, like, there's a rangefinder essentially on the weapons, and it depends on what your cursor's pointing at. If your cursor is pointed at a mech, like if your cursor's pointed at, and this is why it's really difficult to shoot nade launchers and stuff over things. If your cursor's pointed at, let's try to think of, like, the perfect scenario to kind of explain all of the different ways that this works. And I kind of have it, but I kind of have it. Let me grab my phone. So, essentially, right? There's like a barrier. It's like a barrier, right? And then there's somebody behind the barrier, essentially, right? So you're in front. I'll do it this way. So you're like here, right? You're here. You're trying to fire past this, right? And there's somebody behind this barrier. So if your cursor is pointed directly at their hitbox from behind it, so like they have the hitbox if your cursor is pointed at their hitbox, then it's going to auto range find to the mech, right? To the mech, it's going to fire over and hit the mech. If it's not, ignore any obstacle data that it sees, and it's going to try to prioritize the mech. If it's not within range, then it's just going to prioritize whatever it sees. It's not that difficult, to be honest. 11 out of 20 is about a 50-50. You flipped a coin and lost. Yeah, exactly. And this is why I'm not going to spin the Revoker 8 Crate Rush, because I don't have enough to guarantee it. Like, I have like a 40% chance of getting it or something like that. Or maybe 60% chance, I think, at this point. Like, I'm gonna take, basically, I'm gonna take a coin flip to get a weapon that's not even that good compared to the stuff I already have. Like, I already have the 10 and 6. Why do I need the 8? Fires at a spot at a fixed distance, locked on mech at a particular distance or at max distance. I don't know. If you're aiming at a wall, like if your cursor's pointed at an obstacle that's right in front of you, then it's going to purposely aim them downward and onto the thing that's right in front of you. If your cursor is over some enemy's hitbox, even if they're behind a wall, if your cursor is pointed, if you're targeting someone, right? If they have like the red box, the red target box, whatever. If you're targeting someone and your cursor is over their hitbox, then it's going to auto range find to their, like it's going to automatically, calculate the range and then arc it so that it hits exactly at that range. But if it's not over that, then it's just whatever the cursor's pointed at. If it's pointed way in the distance and it's like way outside of your max range, then it's just going to fire at max range, yeah.
Game auch entsprechend Damage. Natürlich keine Chance gegen einen Borrow Beam oder Stormwreck oder so, ne? Wie gesagt, sie ist auch nicht Top-Meta. Sie ist nur in der Meta, man kann sie als Backup zocken auf dem richtigen Mech. Wenn man lustig ist, muss man aber nicht. Aber sie kann halt in der einen oder anderen Situation auch
can cause considerable damage in certain situations, even in endgame. So he's essentially a cryo launcher glazer, is what he's saying. That's valid. That's valid. I think it's better than people give it credit for, but it is very tricky to use.
Vor den Cryo-Launcher, der kann schon ganz schön wehtun. Zum einen geht ein gewisser prozentualer Anteil des
Disruptor in front of Cryo-Launcher.
Und
that's, I don't know.
Außerdem hat sie
I guess so.
riesen Schadensradius. Und es ist
huge damage radius. Very well suited, so to speak, shooting campers out of their corner. Yeah, it's good for getting people who are hiding behind a corner, because you could just, fire it and it just passes by and deals like path damage to them. And it's pretty decent. It's pretty, I don't dislike it, yeah. I think it's better than, I think like not a lot of people use it for kind of good reason, but it's also maybe slightly better than people give it credit for. This game sucks. I used to play in 2019. Well, I mean, like, that's fine, but I saw it the first time. What do you want, Cookie? The parabola of nades feels nicer than Cryos. Well, it's just range. Has 100% Sentry Piercing too? Yeah, that's true.
Falls ihr euch mal so ein bisschen ältere Gameplays von mir anguckt, also nicht so alt, dass es schon keine Mods mehr gab, sondern wirklich mal, keine Ahnung, halbes Jahr, Dreivierteljahr, Jahr vielleicht, da werdet ihr sehen, dass ich zum Beispiel auf Artifact X häufig auf Mimica die 16er-Variante gespielt habe und das sehr erfolgreich. Also die kann man auf jeden Fall nutzen, muss man aber nicht. Dreadshot.
He played... wait, hold on. If I understand... I don't know. The waffles are very complicated, fellas. If I'm not mistaken, it sounds like he's saying that he played Disruptor 16 Mimicker in 5v5. And he did really well with it, and that's essentially him saying that he had good experiences with Disruptor. That's kind of valid, because I've gotten owned more than once by Disruptor Mimicker specifically. Disruptor is good. Yeah, it's not bad. Also, I like the little thing that he's got going on here.
Kleiner Disclaimer an der Stelle noch, habe ich am Anfang vergessen. Die Waffen, die jetzt von der zweiten Rebalancing-Welle betroffen werden, die bewerte ich auch schon im Vorfeld.
Hold on. Let me go back.
Dreadshot. Schwierig.
That's difficult. Smaller. So a small disclaimer at this point. I forgot at the beginning I'm already evaluating the weapons that are now affected by the second rebalancing wave.
So, dass ich sage, ich berücksichtige
so I'm taking into account the buffs or nerfs that are of the respective items received. You did the same thing with Max. As already mentioned, it gets a 63% damage buff. No, it does not. It gets a 10.5% damage. Bro! It should have, though. It should have. They could have given this thing 100% damage buff and 100% sentry piercing, and it still would not have been good. Except against sentry. It's wild, bro. Disruptor being a hallway weapon makes it map dependent. I agree with you, but it's also the only weapon that can do what it does very effectively. So like it is very, very effective in certain situations. So if you can specifically keep yourself into those situations, then it is, I think, pretty darn good. 10.54% was a joke. Why 5.4? Is that actually what it got? I don't know. Yeah, 10.5% is, yeah, it's way, bro, what? How does that even happen? It's literally 6 times less. Like exactly 6 times less than what they said it was gonna get. What? Oh no, man. It almost feels worse. I'm be honest with you guys. Dreadshot almost feels worse after the buff, simply because my expectations of it were slightly higher, and then it ended up being kind of still garbage, and so now it feels worse.
Ich würde sagen,
optimal range increase 70 to 100. Yeah, sure.
Meta sehe ich sie noch nicht.
I don't see it in the meta. I don't see it there yet. It takes far too long to get through the mods, but I actually see them as being on the same level as Continuum, although I must say I actually see them further ahead because of the damage. The damage obviously be bad once they receive their buff, and especially in mid-game, where mods don't play a very big role yet, or if they are, they're usually not very well leveled. That will certainly take out a few enemies, but still falls short of Blast RPG. Because already mentioned Blast RPG can simply score incredibly low with the splash damage. So I probably would have thought the same, but yeah, instead it's garbage because the devs don't know how to do basic math. Give Dreadshot 900% damage buff and it still sucks. You know, it might. There's a non-zero chance that it would still suck after that, which is kind of a problem. It's quasher math? Yeah, you're right, actually. Whoever was in charge of... Whoever doing their math these days is wild, bro. Like, they're on all the shrooms. You name it, he's on it. The Eclipse Glazer and Plarium escaped the prison. He canceled the Dreadshot buff in protest to Eclipse nerf? I guess so. They fired him and hired a new guy who can't do math. He's like 8 years old. He doesn't know what's going on. 100k per shot won't suck. I mean, it's a joke, bro. Come on. Devs need a Chef Flow's math lesson? I guess so. They need something, that's for sure. And it ain't shrooms. They don't need the Pablo powder is strong with this one. EM rifle meta weapon, sure if the opponent is using multi-layer, then EM rifle has nothing. As soon as the opponent uses blockade, and I have to say, you see that more and more, even though it's total nonsense, then you can still play it relatively effectively. It's very dependent on mods, and perhaps I'll put them at the very end. It's also behind a cryo launcher, but we'll leave it on the meta list for now. Okay, so he says meta, but like clearly it's not actually meta because he has a completely different tier for like the actual meta. So the stuff that I would call meta is his top meta, and the stuff that's in his like, secondary meta tier, I would not call that meta at all. But I think we both kind of think of it the same way, right? So like he's essentially just taking the same thing and calling it something else. EM rifle. I mean, on Orion, sure. Anything else, I'd kind of say probably not. You get about 1,500 A coins from event tomorrow. Should you spin for Deathwalker? I don't know. If you can't guarantee it, then it's it's a risk. It's a gamble. I don't know. It might be good. It might be really bad. So I mean, it's just like you can't. If you Pablo, speak of the men. Yeah. So you've been sharing your powder with some guys in Plarium, and I think you should stop. Yeah. It's become a problem. You swear Ember Gun is underrated? It's probably true, but I think the simple fact of the matter is that Ember Gun is just strictly worse than Revoker, and there's no reason to use it. Like, if you have Revoker, why bother using Ember Gun? It's kind of just worse, objectively. Like, it's probably not as bad as people make it out to be, but it like, at the end of the day, if most people have something better that serves the exact same purpose, so I don't think anyone really bothers to use it. Dreadshot should ignore mods. I think that might be a little too strong. Yeah, I don't know.
Ember Gun würde ich auch fast sagen, kommt hier ganz vorne hin. Ist nach wie vor eine solide Waffe.
Still a solid weapon. I personally quite like playing this 16 energy Ember Gun on Dreadnought. Works perfectly. You can still play the Bergen Gun without it. What? Borobam. Yo, what are these words? I'm learning a lot of new words.
Super.
Hamper Gun, yeah, great choice. Against Borobam. Oh, no, Borobam is probably Burrow Beam. Hold on. I don't know what I'm looking at, guys. Well, we're getting there. We're getting there. You run 5 close quarters builds. I ran out of Revokers, so I use Ember Gun. Yeah, I mean, fair enough. It's like, yeah, I mean, like I said, like it's pretty good, but like it's worse than Revoker, and everyone has Revoker, so like why would you bother? I think that's the reason pretty much nobody uses it. Fragment guns are awesome too. I actually agree with you. Fragment gun is better than Howler because it has more ammo. Well, I guess now maybe not because it doesn't have the reload time is way longer. But it has more damage per shot, more ammo, and the reload time I think is somewhat similar. And obviously basically the same range.
Feld, würde ich auch hier vorsetzen. Ja, wobei.
And it's way cheaper.
Fragment Gun auch hinter der
Fragment Gun is like low-key not a bad investment, but it has kind of a similar situation as Howler, right?
Oder auf anderen Mechs, die halt für Nahkampf geeignet sind, wie halt auch eben Eclipse oder Surge und so weiter.
You use double Overdriver 16 on Panther, that's pretty good.
Die war ja auch eine ganze Weile im Endgame spielbar, da habe ich sie auch auf
Reaver or Overdriver? I'd go with Overdriver, to be honest. Better range.
Für eine seltene Waffe wirklich sehr, sehr stark und da Nahkampfwaffen
Reaver doesn't have the damage output to compare with to like compete with Revoker, to be honest. It has a little bit of range on Revoker, but that's about it, right?
Kommt ihr auf jeden Fall vorne hin, aber im Endgame kannst du halt leider nicht mehr spielen.
It's kind of niche.
Gut, dann haben wir die Fuse Mortar.
Fuse Mortar.
Artilleriewaffen sind so eine Sache.
Really garbage?
Ich würde sie aufs Mittelfeld packen, allerdings
he thinks it's really bad.
Relativ weit hinten, relativ.
I don't think it's great.
Ich setze sie. Boah.
Above Arc Torrent? Dark Torrent, sorry. Emo Torrent? Above Chain Gun?
Ich setze sie vor die Chain Gun und hinter
Below Berserker?
Die ganzen Artilleriewaffen,
sure.
Egal ob jetzt der Mortar, der später auch noch kommt, oder
Artillery weapons, whether it's Mortar, Accumulator, or Fused Mortar. simply have advantage that uses supporter in the background can knock the enemy out of their cover. So his beak has to be moved, otherwise he'll die. And that simply gives your teammates the opportunity to take the opponent out. It's not with Hemlock or anything. The weapon actually has a high team component, at least in mid-game, and can score quite a few points as a result. Furthermore, projectiles get stuck on the ground and explode later. If you're not careful, you'll get killed. And if they hit, it hurts a bit. So I've been already working, already there in the mid-game. They're OP in the early game, but still, you definitely put them there. I kind of agree. Yeah, they're okay, but they're not great. Dark Torrents fell off. Yeah, I agree. Dark Torrent. Well, it was Arc Torrent, but then it became Dark Torrent when it started being not that useful and became emo. Dreadshot over Berserker is crazy. Yeah, but to be fair, though, he thought it was getting a 63% damage buff. In his defense, he thought it was getting a 63% damage buff. And if it was getting a 63% damage buff, then it probably would have been better. Fusion Cannon. Oh yeah, let's go. Oh, it's garbage.
Fusion Cannon bin ich kein großer Freund von.
It's garbage, what?
Vor die Javelin, aber weiter vor geht nicht. Also ich
yeah, it's kind of objectively worse than Carbine, huh?
Carbine tatsächlich. Weder vom Handling noch von irgendetwas anderem her.
It has like zero optimal range. It has a range implant, but it's like it's so bad. The projectile speed is so slow that it's like almost impossible to hit anything above 30 meters. $211. What do you mean? Where? The OG. Yeah, I mean, I agree. But I don't see 211 anywhere. Where'd you see 211?
Dann haben wir die Gauss Rifle. Gauss Rifle auch totaler Crap. Kommt halt hier hinter die...
Gauss Rifle is also total crap. Yeah, that's basically what he said. I agree with you. Gauss Rifle's pretty garbage. The Cryo Javelin slander. Yeah, I kind of agree with you. The Cryo Javelin should be better. It should be probably under Berserker, maybe. But that's about it.
Auf Killshot oder auf Slingshot und man kann hin und her dashen, ist nicht erreichbar. Sie hat zwar eine entsprechende Reichweite hier, die Gauss Rifle, aber man muss
decent range, sehen, ne? But you still have to see the opponent, and if it comes down to a battle, for example,
die Waffe nutzt, und dann möchte die Waffe nutzt, dann wird vermutlich
the weapon uses weapon, presumably the one with Javelin will win. Okay, well that's kind of a bad way of thinking about it, right? So he's essentially saying it's like, well, I'm putting it next to this other thing, and if we had a 1v1 with somebody using Cryo Javelin versus somebody using Gauss Rifle, then the Cryo Javelin would probably win. It's like, well, yeah, but like if we had a 1v1 versus Fuse Mortar and literally anything would win. Like that doesn't make sense. It doesn't make sense to think about it like that. If it was a 1v1, then the most brawler heavy one would be the one that wins, pretty much always. So, like, I agree with him that it's bad, but it's just weird that he's using that justification. Like, I think that's some weird logic. We need cryo rockets. I mean, we already have cryo rockets. We have cryo javelin. I think what you really want is, like, a stasis assault weapon or something like that. Or a stasis close quarters weapon. That would actually be really toxic. A stasis close quarters weapon would actually be low-key pretty darn good. Gauss Rifle should be uncommon and the long arms be rare. He would rate Berserker over Podgun with that logic. Yeah, exactly. Well, that's what I'm saying. Is like, I don't think he actually believes that that's a good way of... I think he's just kind of, I don't know. he's just kind of spitting out something for the sake of justifying why he personally feels like Gauss Rifle's worse than Cryo Javelin. Like, there really isn't like a specific justification. Like, I get it. I've made tier lists before as well, right? So I don't think he's necessarily taking all of these. I don't think he's taking all of these weapons and comparing them in that way specifically. But I do think it's weird to. I think it's weird to even mention that type of like that type of logic.
Ja, kommen wir zur Gemini. Die Gemini war letztes Jahr noch hier. Ganz
right
vorne.
At the top here, last year, super, yes, police car siren on, driving by, interfering with my recording.
Die Gemini war letztes Jahr relativ vorne.
Gemini's relatively far ahead last year. In the second tier, I think it's the meter. 3 World Plus riders? I'm reconsidered that a bit. Hold on, what am I reading? What? This has gotten progressively more unhinged. What is he saying? 3 world riders in the meter of middle level. Shit, bro.
War letztes Jahr noch relativ vorne.
Okay.
In der zweiten Ebene, ich glaube in der Meta-Ebene. Ich glaube, ich habe das letztes Jahr anders
gemacht. He still thinks it's meta.
Das habe ich ein bisschen überdacht, muss ich sagen. Also ich würde mittlerweile
reconsidered it a bit, I must say, probably put it higher up now and put it in the top meters. The Gemini is extremely powerful homing. Already mentioned, it's a bit tricky to handle once you get the hang of it. You're really only vulnerable to things like eclipse, things that can't target. Otherwise, it's quite
starkes Ding. Sehr kurze Nachladezeit.
Very short reload time.
Mit der Schwächung der ersten Rakete und dem
the weekend from the first rocket makes the second one deal more damage.
Ist das schon ein relativ böses Ding. Ich sehe sie.
Pretty nasty.
Das ist eigentlich eine gute Frage. Ich sehe sie noch hinter dem Borrowbeam.
The system behind Borrowbeam, I'll tell you honestly, because Borrowbeam can do relatively more damage if played correctly, but they don't do much to each other. Gemini's a little further back, but it's not as if there's a huge gap. So he's basically saying Gemini is essentially top 2 weapon. W Trans Scarbler, thank you. I'm doing my best. Waffle translation is difficult. It takes a lot of practice to speak waffle. But on top of that, he's essentially saying that Gemini is like just as good as Burrow Beam, and it's essentially just like a top meta weapon. I disagree with that because it's kind of pretty easy to just take a corner and hide and block because the projectiles are sort of slow. And it's good. Obviously, stealth is a good way of countering it. It's kind of like one of the only ways of like fully countering it. Gemini does a lot of damage, but it's mostly only really good against bots, to be honest. Like, if you're fighting competent players, Gemini is not necessarily going to get a stupid amount of kills. Especially in top meta when there's a lot of mods involved. I will say that as well. It's because it would take like 4 magazines or something to kill anything with Gemini that has like maxed perimeter multilayer or something like that. It can take a lot. The bots can be easy to kill because the bots don't usually use perimeter multilayer and they're really dumb. So they'll just like they'll just spin around and do nothing while you shoot them. But I don't know. I think putting it in essentially what's essentially S tier, I think putting it in essentially S tier is not the worst decision. I might do that myself as well, right? But I wouldn't put it right next to Burrowbeam.
Moderat, also beide auf einem ähnlichen Level. Dann haben wir den Gravity
Such a passive build will lose you the match, yeah, sometimes.
Zweitstärksten Beam im Spiel.
But it's also kind of like stupid amounts of damage. So if you can target people, like if you can like let your bots or whatever take down the layers, or like your teammates, right? Like assuming you're not fighting just bots. It's really good against bots, obviously. It's really good against solid mods, right? Like the solid shields, blockade, and perimeter. Because it'll like one-shot those mods. But also just generally speaking, if you let the perimeter multilayer get stripped by like your teammates, and then you shoot them with Gemini, it's really good. Then it's really good. It is still very good. It is kind of usable even in like meta competitive gameplay from my experience. Like I'm not the most experienced at this, so You know, someone like Platinum could he can make his own stream talking about my stream, who's talking about Hypho's Waffenberger tier list, whatever the frick it's called. So, yeah, but I would say it's like, it's good, but it's not Burrowbeam good.
Blast RPG. Der Graviton Beam hat halt eine ziemlich starke Ability mit diesem Explosions.
Revoker, Minigunner, Overdriver on Eclipse.
Hat eine wahnsinnige Reichweite, also wirklich fast
probably Minigunner, Overdriver, whichever one's stronger.
Hast du halt die Sache, dass dir das Magazin kaum leer geht. Also Magazinkapazität. An Mods beißt er sich leider ein bisschen die Zähne aus. Da kommt es schon öfter vor, dass mal das Magazin leer ist. Aber im Early Mid-Game ist das Ding absolut feierbar. Und natürlich relativ weit vorne.
Absolutely worth celebrating and naturally quite far ahead.
Ist ja nichts weiter als eine extrem geboostete
You heard it here first, folks. Gemini is worth celebrating.
Und die ist im Midgame auch noch spielbar, definitiv.
Helix Rack.
Sagen,
Oh, I thought he was going to put it below Autocannon. I was about to freaking uninstall YouTube.
Hierher, würde ich sagen. Die kommen fürs Midgame hierher. Weil du halt mit der Javelin agieren kannst. Du musst den Gegner auch nicht unbedingt sehen. Du kannst beim Schießen eine Bewegung machen, dass die Projektile...
You know, I still think... I'm not sure. Because, like, Helix... Like, all the epic stuff is cheaper to upgrade now. So, like, if you wanted to heavily invest in that sort of thing, then I guess Helix Rack is better. But I think, generally speaking, Javelin Rack might even be better. Because, like... And the reason that I'm going to say that is because, like, they're very, very similar in terms of all of their stats. The damage of Javelin Rack is slightly worse, but the upgrade cost is a bit lower. So my thought process is that probably if you were to get a maxed out Javelin Rack versus a not maxed Helix Rack, and if you were to use the same amount of resources on both weapons, I think the Javelin Rack would end up being stronger. But if you were going to max out the Helix Rack anyway, then obviously max performance Helix Rack is better than max performance Javelin Rack. But if you were to use the same amount of resources... If you were to use the same amount of resources on both weapons, I'm pretty sure Javelin Rack's just generally more cost-effective. I think so. Javelins have much worse arcing, though. That's kind of true. But they also have more projectiles, so it, like, sort of makes up for it. And don't they have, like, better, Don't they have, like, better curving? Don't they curve better? Javelin implants are cheaper, too. That's true, I suppose. You feel like Continuum is underrated. Like, you think that he put Continuum too far down? Oh, no, I don't think Continuum's that good. Berserker Goated, not gonna lie. It's very good at lower SP when there's not a lot of mods. But I think what a lot of people don't understand is that when there's more mods involved, then you can't kill somebody in a single mag. Because the thing with it is, like, you know, when there's less mods or whatever, it'll just, like, absolutely chew through somebody's multi-layered shield and then just, you know, completely obliterate them because they don't have a whole ton of HP. And you can kill somebody really quickly with that, with, like, a single burst or whatever. But that's not really the case at max level. At max level, you need, like, honestly, multiple magazines. So you're firing at them for a little while, and then your weapons start to spread out a lot. And then you have to either chill or get really close to them. If you get really close to them, then you can keep firing. But otherwise, you just have to chill. But, I mean, like, you keep firing at them, and it's like you dump your full mag. All of your damage boost gets absorbed by Galvanic Hull, right? So you have a big damage build-up, right? Like, essentially where your double damage chance builds up to 100%. All of that extra damage gets absorbed by Galvanic Hull. A lot of your projectiles get absorbed by just generally mod shields and whatever. The perimeter multi-layer and whatever. And so you just don't really have the brawler capacity to take somebody out that quickly. And it's kind of unfortunate. It's kind of unfortunate because it's an okay weapon. It's an okay weapon, but it's surprisingly bad at high level. Also 20 meters less range, yeah. Low SP with Sentinel Berserker is really nice. Oh, yeah, no, for sure. I 100% agree with you. It's really good low SP. I'm just telling you why I don't think it's good at high SP. Yeah, I'm not arguing with you. It's very good low SP. I wish I got it.
Eine andere Flugbahn oder eine wesentlich
anyway, extremere
Flugbahn einnehmen, um den Gegner doch noch irgendwie zu erwischen, auch wenn er hinterm Eck steht. Also du hast mit der Waffe definitiv die Möglichkeit, noch gezielt einzugreifen.
You still definitely have the option to intervene in a targeted manner.
Du musst den Gegner
you don't necessarily have that.
Ne? Deswegen würde ich sagen, die Helix, die ist schon noch gut machbar.
Always have to see your opponent. See, he keeps mentioning that, bro. Like, he keeps... I mean, like, yeah, it's sort of an aspect, right? But he keeps mentioning that as like some major downside where it's like, oh no, you actually have to have line of sight on your enemy in order to use this weapon. It's like, well, so do most weapons, so do most abilities. Like, what do you mean? So I don't know, man. I feel like having line of sight with a weapon is not a big deal. But it really seems like he's making it out to be kind of a big deal. And the kind of the other side of this as well, right? Because he's saying like, oh, you don't really have to be line of sight to use something like Helix Track. The other side of that coin is that you literally can't use it indoors, and that the weapon is completely off. It's completely just like off the table when it comes to anything that has a ceiling. And so most weapons that would be effective, like where most weapons would be effective, that one weapon or that type of weapon just isn't. So like radius, sure, radius can be helpful because you don't need line of sight, but you can still hit people and it's still effective regardless of ceilings. But a weapon like Helix Track is just completely garbage if there's like any type of ceiling involved. So yeah, I don't know. I just don't really take the line of sight argument to necessarily be super. I'm trying to block the light, bro. To necessarily be like the best argument. You think the translation is garbage? No, I bet you this is 100% accurate, bro. Dark Torrent Waffen tier list. Are you guys ready? Because you should have been like 20 minutes ago. Orion Shield Piercing Implant deal full extra damage to mech HP, even if someone has a Galvanic Hole, or does it absorb the extra damage? It does not get absorbed by Galvanic Hole, no, I don't think so. I think if the weapon has double damage chance, then maybe some of that extra damage might get absorbed by it, but I'm not sure. I don't think so. Hellfire and Hornet effects should stack like Suppressor. Yeah. Well, Hellfire especially. Hornet actually, I think, is kind of okay now. I think the buff that they gave Hornet was kind of okay. But Hellfire, 100% agree with you. 100% agree. And in fact, I actually don't think that there's any way that Hellfire would ever be good unless they did that.
Hellfire, auch die sehe ich relativ weit vorne hier im mittleren Bereich.
Hellfire.
Die Frage ist halt nur,
the only question is where. I would almost say that it's definitely ahead of Fragment Gun. Definitely ahead of everything else back here, but I'm a little conflicted about it right now. Still see the Blast RPG in the lead. I said Blast RPG ahead of the Hellfire. The question now is Graviton Beam or Hellfire, because as already mentioned, Graviton Beam has an incredibly high energy magazine and capacity, and an incredibly long range which can fire. I don't remember him covering Graviton Beam at all, I'm not gonna lie. Was I just like completely absent during that? Did I zone out? What happened? When did Graviton Beam get there? I don't remember that. But also... What? Confirmed Hellfire Glazer, bro. Hellfire and Dreadshot need to damage fast, slow damage. Or need to damage fast, slow damage equals garbage. Okay, well, look, if that's the case, then there's no such thing as slow damage. I don't think I think you're maybe not thinking about it right. I think that there is a case for slow damage. Something like minigun has slow damage, but the way that they offset that is the fact that it has just an absolutely massive magazine. So there's basically no avoiding it, and it does good damage, right? So the damage is good, but it's also fairly slow. I think it's okay to have slow damage, but I think you need some way to make it work. You need some way to make it worth it, especially. I think what really makes Hellfire garbage is the fact that it has basically 0 range. And so you need to put yourself essentially within, like, you know, all of these dangerous things. Like, all of the most dangerous weapons and the most dangerous mechs all have abilities that can affect you close range. Or like, all of those can affect you close range, right? They might not necessarily be exclusively close range, but all of them can operate at close range. So you're in the most amount of danger when you're up close, and the payoff needs to be good. If the payoff is not good, then it's garbage. Now, I think a high amount of DOT is okay, because then it's basically a hit-and-run weapon, where you apply the burn, and then you basically, you go in, you apply the burn, and then you come out, and then you let them take DOT damage. I think that's okay, but the damage needs to be pretty high. Like, the DOT damage needs to be pretty high for that to happen. You were busy translating? That sounds about right, though. You zoned out. Oh, that's fair. That's fair. I must have not paid attention, bro. You think you might know why they made Dreadnought from 63% to 10.5%? So why do you think that? I already know the reason, but why do you think that? It's a grand conspiracy. Why not Revoker on Eclipse? Because Revoker doesn't have... Like, it has really, really bad range, so it's just hard to chase people down with it. You can definitely use it. It's good for, like, free-for-all and 5v5. But otherwise, it's risky, because anyone who has over, like, 40 meters range on their weapons can potentially just chip away at you as you're trying to close the distance. As opposed to Surge, Surge can just dash in and cover 40 meters in, like, literally half a second. Eclipse cannot do that. It has to just sprint at you and hope that things work out. I'm waiting for Deadly Drum, but he's not saying anything. Zachary, hello, how are you? Anyway, so, oh, hold on. I think if we were to do the math right, it would be, like, better, maybe other heavy-duty weapons, or they were fearing people complaining of both there being 2 meta weapons, which are in the beams and heavy-duty. No, I think they're just incompetent and they can't do math. I think that's essentially it. So here's what I think. Here's what I'm assuming. This is what I'm assuming based on what I've been, based on, like, you know, the things that I've heard and things that I've been told, and the things that I've observed, right? So what I think that most people think of, I think most people just assume that they're talking about buffs. They're like, oh, okay. So they're going to buff it by this percent. That means that they just go to the code and they just multiply it by whatever percentage, by whatever multiplier percentage thing. And then that's the way that they buff it. No, I don't think so. I think they take the original damage value, let's say, in this case, the damage. They take the original damage value, and then they take the target damage value, right? And so they just move it from one damage value to the next damage value to whatever it is that they think is good. And then whatever that happens to be in terms of, like, mathematically, when they make the announcements about, like, oh, this is going to be buffed by X percent, that's just them telling us something, like, basically them telling us what's changing in a way that we can understand it, right? So that we get a baseline of how much they changed it by. I don't think that they I don't think that they specifically be like, okay, this needs 10.5% damage buff, we need to go there and make sure that it has 10.5% damage buff. I don't think so. And 10.5 is a really random number anyway. 63% is a really random number. So I don't think they're necessarily going by the percentages. I think they're just going by target values. And then they're calculating what percentage that ends up being afterward. And they were just really bad at math, so they got it wrong. That's what I think. Dual Tetra Rifle 10 good on Eclipse? Yeah, probably. Anyway, he's saying Hellfire is better than Fragment Gun and Helix Rack. I don't even think Hellfire is better than Jover, bro. I think Hellfire is probably worse than... Do I think it's worse than Chain Gun? Yeah, probably. It's probably better than Dark Torrent, though. Emo Torrent. It's probably better than Dark Torrent.
So vom Spielen her, wenn es zum Beispiel der Spieler mit der Hellfire schafft, zu dem Graviton.
Player with Hellfire manages to reach Graviton Beam and then shoot at each other. Oh, he's doing that again, where it's like he puts one thing next to another thing, and then he tries to use 1v1 logic to determine which one's better. It's like, well, that just determines which one would win in a 1v1. That doesn't mean that that one's better, right? Because like if we're using 1v1 logic, then Berserker would be better than all of those things, right? Like, it just doesn't make sense to me. I don't know why he's using that logic. Helix Rack and Fuse Mortar would be at the bottom because obviously they can't 1v1 at all. Continuum would be a lot lower. Like, Fragment Gun would be way better than Graviton Beam if he's using 1v1 logic. I just don't really get it. It's worse than Carbine? You know, I'm not sure if that's true, but it might be. It's 21st in India, so when am I announcing the giveaway winners? Oh, well, you know, I don't go by India time, because I don't live in India. It's crazy how that works, right?
Den Graviton Beam. Dann kommen wir zur Hornet, die ja jetzt auch einen Buff bekommt.
Very cool.
Allerdings
so this one also had a buff.
Game sehr spürbar, fürs Mid-Game auch definitiv spürbar.
Gonna make a new weapon tier list soon? Yeah, yeah.
Weiter vorne an, als ich sie noch letztes Jahr angesetzt hätte. Sie hat auch eine leicht zielsuchende Eigenschaft. Ich würde sagen, Hornet mit dem
I would say Hornet with the poisoning damage and also the annoyingness actually takes precedence over
Fragment Gun. Doch,
Fragment Gun.
Doch.
Yes.
Dann haben wir den Howler, der ja auch
so he thinks Hornet's better than... hold on.
Buff bekommen hat, tatsächlich.
Howler. Let's just think about Hornet, though. I think Hornet's kind of okay. I'm taking, like, a general... Like, I'm kind of looking at this from a general perspective, right? Like, some of these I think should be moved, obviously. I'd move some of these. But I'd say Hornet generally, like, sort of toward the top of essentially early game strongness is probably good. I actually might put it further up here, to be honest, because this is essentially like strong stuff for like sort of late game, but not super late game. I think. So like, yeah, honestly, I would say, I mean, Hornet's pretty good now. It's pretty good now. And it's about as good as Podgun, maybe. I would probably put it above Ember Gun. And I would definitely put it above Disruptor. I think everyone can probably agree that it's probably better than Disruptor at this point. Yeah, I'd probably put it about there. I'd probably put it at the top of this one. It's better than Blast RPG? Yeah, no, man, I agree with that. He's kind of a low-key Blast RPG glazer, though. You're just waiting for this list from several months? What do you mean? Which weapon's the best for Deathwalker? Stormrack. It's easy. You use Howler over Podgun on your main hanger on Aegis. That's fair. But, like, they don't serve the same purpose, right? It's kind of like Howler versus Overdriver. It's like, yeah, like, Howler's obviously, or not Howler, but Podgun versus Overdriver, right? Like, yeah, Howler's going to be better in certain situations. Like, depending on the weapon that you have, would kind of determine when you spawn it and what types of situations you'd spawn it in, right? Like where and when you'd spawn it is dependent on essentially what type of weapon you have. If you're in a close quarter situation, yeah, probably Howler's going to do better. But if you're in basically any other situation, Pod Gun's probably going to do better, right? I think Overdriver is sort of a split between the two, personally. I think it's decent enough brawler and also decent enough range that is probably one of the better options, but I don't know.
Kürzeste Nachladezeit und so weiter. Also das ist auch relativ gut
mittlerweile. Howler is gonna put
nur Meta-Waffe erklären. Die Frage ist nur, wo setzen wir sie hin? Hier auf jeden Fall.
Cryo Launcher below
die bessere
Disruptor
Option als
below Ember Gun?
Die beiden hier. Ich bin fast der Überzeugung.
I would still put Howler above Ember Gun, to be honest.
Die setzen wir auf jeden Fall vor.
Above Disruptor, sure. Yeah, above Disruptor.
Vor ihn hier auf jeden Fall. Weil der ja einfach einen höheren Damage output
simply has higher damage output in a shorter time. I mean, yeah, but it has a lower range.
Der kann halt doch noch ausweichen ab einer gewissen Entfernung. Aber Ember Gun, ich würde sagen, die
Ember Gun, I would say we'll leave Ember Gun in the lead. It's even better than the Howler. Okay, guys, do we agree with that? Is Ember Gun better than Howler? There's 2 more rebalances, meaning at least 2 more weapon nerfs. No, I don't think there's any more. I don't think there's any more nerfs. Well, there might be like 1 or 2, but I like there might not be any, right? Like a rebalance doesn't necessarily mean there has to be a nerf. It could just be buffs. In fact, the last one, what did they say in the last one? The last one, they said they're going to focus primarily on buffs. They said that this was going to be the last major nerf. Like the last major session of nerfs, and they're gonna focus on buffs, which means like maybe they might do like 1 extra nerf, but I think the rest of them are basically just gonna be buffs. Potentially, right? This is just based on what they said, right? They could be wrong because they are very often wrong. Ember is better. Almost equal. Okay, I guess people think Ember's better than Howler. I kind of don't agree with that.
Halt hinter die Cryo Javelin, an sich das gleiche, nur ihr fehlt halt einfach der Stasis-Effekt, dementsprechend ist sie halt besser. Longarm, ebenfalls eine Waffe, die so eher Richtung Schrott gehört. Extrem lange Nachladezeit, es bedarf einiges an Praxis, um die Waffe ordentlich spielen zu können.
Hold on, what was the last one?
An sich das gleiche, nur ihr wir die normale Javelin.
Oh, Javelin Rack.
Dementsprechend ist sie
Javelin Rack he put below Cryo Javelin, which I guess is fair, but like they're both pretty similar to Helix Rack. Like, Helix Rack is all the way up here versus these, which are all the way down. What? Why? I don't get it, bro. They're definitely better than Fuse Mortar. Better than Disc Launcher and Dark Torrent. Probably Chain Gun as well. Yeah, I don't know. It's very low. He's put them very low.
Halt besser.
They also said the whole 63% thing. Yeah, I mean that was just a math thing, right? So I'm just like, but I'm thinking about it, right? Like they said that like there was essentially a 4-to-1 buff to nerf ratio. Now they might have been wrong about that, right? Because their math might be garbage. Well, it's definitely garbage, but it might have been wrong in that case as well. So they might be wrong about that. And so I don't necessarily base my statement purely off of that. I also base it off of the fact that the last rebalance notes that they came out with, they also specifically said, this is basically it for the nerfs. We're going to be focusing on buffs now. That's basically essentially exactly what they said. So my statement's based off of both of those things together, which both kind of say the same thing, which is that there probably won't be many. There'll be like maybe 1 extra nerf throughout the next 2 cycles. Dark Torrent, yeah. Well, it's also known as Emo Torrent, but will they nerf Deathwalker? I mean, they might, but I don't know. If it's just going to be buffs, then no, but I don't know. If I used a Howler, then I could tell you. But I've only ever used Ember. Fair enough.
Ebenfalls eine Waffe, die so eher Richtung Schrott gehört. Extrem lange Nachladezeit, es bedarf einiges an Praxis, um die Waffe ordentlich spielen zu können. Der Damage ist halt schon hoch, aber es gibt halt einfach bessere Alternativen, wie zum Beispiel die M-Rifle, die ist tausendmal besser. Jede Railgun ist besser als eine Longarm. Also die sind so von diesen Sniper-Waffen, wo halt wirklich auch so mit einem Schuss gemacht wird.
Better snipers.
So Railgun und so weiter. Da ist die halt einfach die schlechteste. Aber ich setze sie auf jeden Fall, etwas weiter vorne an. Und zwar würde ich fast sagen... nee, sie ist eigentlich nicht so gut wie die Javelin. Weil, wie gesagt, die Longarm, die hast du halt im Early Game effektiv. Und ja, wenn du von der erwischt wirst, bist du auch meistens Matsch im Early Game. Aber ich sehe hier doch die Javelins der Möglichkeit, aus dem Hintergrund, aus der Base raus, eine Menge Damage anzurichten. Na, und du musst dich ja nicht mal zeigen, sodass dich die halt auch gar nicht...
Longarm just kind of doesn't have the magazine to guarantee kills. So I'm assuming that he's thinking about this in terms of, like, if they were both the same level, right? Because, I mean, like, everyone knows that, like, Longarm can just be, like, spam upgraded really cheaply. And in that case, like, a maxed Longarm is actually pretty darn good. But, like, he can't necessarily, like, are we comparing maxed Longarms to rank 5 legendaries? Like, that kind of doesn't make a lot of sense. So, generally speaking, I guess I have to, like, you have to draw a line somewhere. And I'm assuming that he's comparing them at essentially the same rank. And in that case, yeah, I'd say better than Gauss Rifle, worse than these two. But all of these should probably be in this tier and not in this tier. That's what I think. Below Fusion Cannon. Yeah, I mean, like, I don't agree necessarily with the Fusion Cannon statement either, right?
Mal zeigen, sodass ich die halt auch gar nicht erwischen kann. Deshalb dahinter auf jeden Fall.
There's a thing BMP said in his video. That Deathwalker isn't getting nerfed. He said oh yeah, I think I saw that. He said that it seemed like they didn't have plans to nerf Deathwalker, yeah. In that case, probably not, but at the same time, like, I'm not gonna say definitely, because I don't know. You're driving a theory test. There's a test for driving theory? I'm confused, bro. Was it a theoretical test, or was it... If Plarium isn't actually nerfing Deathwalker, then there's going to be a huge problem. Yeah, that problem's going to be called Deathwalker, because it's kind of just like, what are you going to do about it, bro? Outlaw's about to spike in usage. Yeah, the Outlaw Stonk's about to go wild.
Dann haben wir die Minigun.
Minigun, he has to put it in top meta. If he doesn't put it...
Fan von der Minigun.
Name drop.
Ich glaube, RuFFles war ein großer Fan von der...
I think RuFFles is a big fan of Minigun. Yes, indeed. You are correct. Best weapon in the game. Loads of questions that if you get wrong, you don't pass. Well, I guess you didn't get any of those questions wrong. Nice. Theoretical questions, maybe.
Bin ich mittlerweile eigentlich nicht mehr
klar. I'm actually not clear-headed anymore. You can put the miniguns in the minigun, you can put in the meta. Yes, it's not necessarily tied to mid-game. You can also play them in end-game. In Eclipse, sure. Block 1 as well. Very good. Bastion and Anger Showdown. Oh man, Anger Showdown is such a better name for it, bro. It's so much more accurate. Anger Showdown. Who's more angry? Most fun weapon in the game. Yeah, dude. It's just like you can't beat classic bullet spray.
Aber
if you feel like losing.
Es ist keine wirkliche Top-Meta-Waffe.
But it's not a real top-of-the-line weapon. It's not very far ahead here either. So I would say I'll put them here. But behind Cryo Launcher, are we for real, dude? My man says that he does, like, self-admittedly, he doesn't even know how to use these well, and he's gonna put them above Minigun, the GOAT? Oh my I want my money back, dude. Come on. You could at least put it above Howler. At least put it above Howler. Like, oh, come on. I think it deserves top meta because if you're good with it, it's really, really nice. No, Pablo, don't agree with him. Don't agree with that. Come on. Don't do me like that, bro. Anger showdown. Where you be so angry you throw your computer, yeah. Or your phone or whatever, or you just talk really bad. You just say really mean things about your teammates. Crazy minigun slander. Bro, I know this guy. What in the world? I didn't realize it was like that hype. Oh, jeez.
Warum? Ganz einfach, vor einer Minigun kannst du dich halt mega gut verstecken. Ja, die hat zwar wahnsinnig viel Schuss und auch wahnsinnig
crazy amount of ammo, crazy amount of damage per magazine, and so on.
Nachladezeit.
It has a reload time. Well, yeah, I mean, that's true. So the effective weapon doesn't really have built-in action. You just stay behind the object and can shoot at the object.
Hier mit der Waffe hast du das Problem mit der Ballistik so ein bisschen, dass du da ein bisschen Übung brauchst.
You need a lot of practice, but you have a cone of effect.
Erwischt wirst und dich nicht mehr ordentlich bewegen
You
kannst,
caught no longer move properly. Cannon fodder unless your name is Eclipse and you have your stealth mode on. No, I think you just gotta use minigun as more of like sort of a more ranged. It's more of a ranged weapon than I think you realize. I think that it's a lot more of a ranged weapon than you realize, and it can be used really well as just general suppression. Because I mean, let's just say the center beacon or something. If you have a line on any beacon, really, if you're playing CPC, especially if you have a line on any beacon, really, then you just you can cover it. Nobody's able to anyone who's starting to get shot with minigun, they know after they might be like, haha, you're not dealing a whole lot of damage to me. But after a second, they're like, oh, well, I'm 100% dead to this if I don't move. Like, I cannot be here. So, especially on certain 3 beacon maps, minigun is just freaking brutal. Deathwalker and minigun OP. I think people don't like to do that together because in the event that someone has an outlaw, they can kind of mess up Deathwalker, and they'd prefer to have some type of faster reloading weapon, so that they can maybe kill the outlaw and then go back to what they were doing. But I mean, theoretically, yeah, not bad. I just like minigun. I'm a minigun glazer. I'm also a suppressor glazer.
Vorne, würde ich sagen. Ja, dann haben wir die Missile Rack. Missile Rack
Missile Rack's not bad.
Die ich
sure, yeah, no, I can actually get behind that placement.
Relativ weit hinten.
Not above minigun, though. Don't you dare put it above minigun.
Weil sie halt besser mit den Mods klarkommt.
I'll sue you.
Und ja, gut. Ja, prinzipiell würde ich aber sagen, dass die Minigun besser ist, weil du hast halt das Problem,
Minigun's better, yes. There you go. Finally. That's all I wanted to hear. Minigun's better. You heard it here first, guys. The main takeaway of this entire video is that minigun is better. That's if you were going to learn nothing else,
den Splash um 30% zu erhöhen und trotzdem spürst du ihn kaum. Das weiß ich noch aus den Zeiten, wo ich sie selber gespielt habe. Und dementsprechend der Splash Damage ist hier kaum spürbar, und wenn du dann halt mal ausgeschossen hast, dann
if you're really careful with it, you can get the back damage. It's just very difficult. People are spoiled now because of Storm Rack, but people used to use Missile Rack the same way that they're using Storm Rack now, which is just purely firing at the ground using the radius and whatnot. But Storm Rack has very much spoiled people because it has much larger radius. But they used to use Missile Rack in that way, so it's if you're good with it, then it's fine.
Einfach kurz zu dir rübergelaufen, schießt dich halt über den Haufen, während du nachlädst. Also
what is this tier list that's happening? It's a Waffen tier list. He's ranking all of the waffles, and there are various kinds. Some are better than others, and that's about it.
Aber da eben die Missile Rack besser mit Mods klarkommt, dass jetzt zum Beispiel die M-Rivals, steht sie halt einfach hier noch davor. Dann haben wir den Nade Launcher.
Nade Launcher.
Den setze ich hier direkt hinter den
Basically right next to Cryo Launcher.
Ähnlich wie der Cryo Nade Launcher.
I see them as relatively interchangeable as well. But above Minigun is a crime.
Der Stasis-Effekt und dementsprechend sehe ich den Cryo Nade Launcher weiter vorne. Dann haben wir die Orakel.
It shouldn't be legal.
Würde ich persönlich
They should be below Minigun, bro. What the heck?
Vorne. Ich würde sie hier vorne ansetzen.
Oracle, better than Hellfire, sure. Just about all of those things in the middle list should be better than Hellfire. He is, man, okay, there's two things that I'm learning about this guy. There's two things that I'm learning about this guy. One, he really likes waffles. Two, he is a hardcore Blast RPG Glazer. Absolutely wild.
Nee, wobei... Orakel
his waffles are burnt? Well, some of them are burnt.
Definitiv.
Others are very, very good, and he put those two in the top.
Du hast zum einen die Ability, dass du halt den Gegner hinter den Wänden siehst. Du hast das Drohnenmagazin. Du hast einen soliden Schaden. Aber es gibt halt auch wieder Optionen. Ne, wie zum Beispiel den Overdriver und die Reaver.
Overdriver and stuff, dude, better. Also, yeah, so like Oracle's damage output is kind of garbage compared to Overdriver and Viper and Minigun and Berserker. But the perk that Oracle has is that when it's firing the drone, it can apply like a status effect thing that'll make you visible behind walls and stuff. But it's really obnoxious and kind of inconvenient, and I don't really like the status effect that it does. And if I'm being honest, there's like, if you think about it though, there's kind of like only two things that can really make good use out of that, being Volti and Seeker. Everything else is just like, you can see them, but you probably still can't shoot them. It's like, what's the big deal? It doesn't really matter that much. I think it would be much better if the reveal status was a lot more like Mimicker, where you could see where they're, like, you could literally, like, see them. You could see their outline and everything. So you can see what weapon they're using. You can see what mech they're using. You can see which direction they're facing. You can see everything. And that's really handy. That is actually very handy. Because you can then give that information to your teammates, right? Like, just having people know where they are is not really enough. I swear if he puts Railgun under Minigun, I'm gonna crash. No, Minigun's better than Railgun. What do you mean? This is like top, like top. I'm not being so serious. Like top meta in terms of like max level with a bunch of mods and everything. Railgun doesn't stand a chance, bro. Like it's okay on Orion, but Minigun's better on way more stuff. Railgun's not that good. It's really good in lower SP, which is this tier. This is essentially his good in low SP tier, in which he has hard glazed Blast RPG. Reveal effect just turns everything into Guardian. Yeah, it's that weird freaking. It's that weird, like, bro. It looks so bad. It looks kind of like a Zephyr. It's just like this freaking flat image that's just like staring at you constantly. It's almost worse to have that. It's almost worse to have that. Because it's actually kind of difficult to tell where they are. Like, it's difficult to tell how close they are to you.
Ist schwierig, muss ich sagen. So ab einem gewissen Level wird es manchmal ein bisschen schwierig, wirklich die Nuancen rauszuarbeiten, was hier jetzt wirklich effektiver ist. Es ist auch stellenweise dann situationsabhängig, aber
yeah, Oracle is good. I just feel like there's not enough things that can take advantage of it. It's like Volti and Seeker, that's about it.
Als die Orakel.
And it also doesn't give enough information in my mind.
Dann haben wir den Overdriver. Der Overdriver ist Meta.
Sure.
Warum ist er Meta? Eigentlich ist er jetzt nichts, was ich großartig im 5.5 spielen würde oder im CPC auf gar keinen Fall. Das ist für mich eine Waffe, die funktioniert im Endgame, aber nur in der 16er Ausführung und nur im FFA.
Only the 16 energy and only in free for all. Ja, does he consider Overdriver usable? Man, this guy really does not like any type of range, does he? Like, he's clearly not a bullet spray weapon enthusiast, which I guess is fair enough. But I would use that. It's pretty much the same as minigun. Like, I would consider overdriver and minigun to be basically interchangeable. You can use them basically the same way. They have different pros and cons, but yeah, I would put them both. They're both very solid. I think they're both very solid. What would Oracle be like on Mimicker? Probably still not good. I don't know. It's an interesting idea, though, I guess. Even at low SP, minigun is better than railgun. Can kill the entire enemy team in one magazine. Yeah, for sure, bro. Damage boost from Blockor. Oh, yeah, so he's saying only the damage boost from Blockor is enough to make Overdriver worth it. I don't agree with that, bro. He has beef with Assault and Heavy Duty, I guess so. Wait, except for Hellfire, which for whatever reason he's glazed to the actual moon. What is this, bro? What? The one, like, he had one opportunity to just be like, no, this sustained fire weapon is just absolutely garbage. It was the one time that was perfectly acceptable. And, well, I mean, like, Carbine as well, but you get what I'm saying. And he puts it freaking next to freaking above Graviton Beam and Hornet and Hewitt. Bruh. Disruptor is better than Overdriver? I don't think so. Well, he's also putting Cryo Nade Launcher better than Overdriver. I don't think that's true either. Or Howler, right? Like, even if you literally put these at the exact same range, like the benefit of Howler supposedly is that it should be better at closer range. And then Overdriver should be a little bit more variable in its range. But even if you put them at the exact same range, if you put them both like point blank or whatever, Overdriver would probably still outperform Howler most of the time. So, like, no, I definitely don't think that's better than Howler. Or I don't think the Howler is better than it is what I'm saying, right? Both of these should be in top meta.
Wirklich besonders gut spielen soll, weil es noch bessere Optionen auch für Deathwalker gibt. Aber das halt eher so eine Backup-Waffe. Das ist keine Meta-Waffe, wo du sagst,
more of a backup weapon, not a meta weapon where you say I'm going forward and then no, I'm going to destroy everything.
Im FFA, ich habe jetzt meine 4 Mechs
in
verloren.
In free-for-all, I now lost my 4 Mechs. I have now 30 seconds left. What? Yeah, give it another 30 seconds with he's basically saying that it takes too long to kill stuff with Overdriver, which is like, sure, in free-for-all, yeah, you probably don't want Overdriver. Like, free-for-all is probably like the worst scenario to have Overdriver. And I would use, I use these less as like pure damage and more of a suppressive damage. It's the type of thing where it has enough range to really like be able to hold down a beacon or something like that. You can hold down an area, you have enough sustained damage to where people know as soon as they start getting hit, it's like, oh, well, I can't stay here, I'm just gonna die. So, like, you use it as a decent ranged suppressive damage. But it's also high enough damage to where you can actually, you know, you can sort of brawl with things, as opposed to, like, I don't know, Graviton Beam or Hellfire, where it's just, like, it's constant damage, but it's kind of sad. My Overdrivers cook all the players? Yeah, I mean, like, they're better at lower SP as well, but yeah, I don't know. I don't think he's giving him enough credit. And I definitely think he's giving these 3 way too much credit.
Deswegen setze ich sie auf jeden Fall. Ich setze sie relativ weit vorne an.
Oh, okay. So he was gonna move it. It still should be better than Howler, but I guess that's more respectable placement.
Ist ja, wie gesagt, auch so ein bisschen basierend auf meiner Erfahrung. Spiele ich selten. Ne?
Somewhat based on his experience. I mean, sure, yeah, I mean, everything is, right? I mean, my tier list is based on my experience.
Und die Overdriver spiele ich im FFA regelmäßig. Ne? Ganz regelmäßig. Und
he plays Overdriver in free-for-all regularly.
Setzen sie noch vor die Holer. weil bei der Holer, da kann es
He is gonna put it above Hola. Hola.
Nachladezeit, aber das kann halt entscheidend sein. Außerdem musst du damit auch erstmal entsprechend an den Gegner rankommen. Gut, aber besser als die Amber Gun ist sie halt leider Gottes nicht. Ja, dann haben wir den, oh Gott, wie hieß denn das Ding nochmal? Ach, das war der Partikelbeam, richtig. Ja, der Partikelbeam war auch eine nette Idee. Man lädt halt auf und dann hat man so eine
nice idea, you load it up and then you have this grenade that gets fired. It's not really a grenade, but yeah, fair enough.
Setze ich noch
It's not good at all. Yeah, I mean, I agree with that.
Also,
worse than chain gun?
Partikelbeam ist eine Waffe, auf die kann man
probably not, but it's probably closer than it should be.
Hier die Puls, war das jetzt die Puls oder die Plasma Cannon?
Plasma.
Ich glaube, das war die Plasma, oder? Oder? Ist doch die Plasma, oder? Wir tun einfach mal so, als wäre sie das, auch wenn es falsch ist. Und die ist
so bad you forgot its name.
Die kommt hier vor die
down there, better than Auto Cannon, fair enough.
Und hinter die Gauss Cannon. Da sehe ich sie ungefähr.
Aegis with Overdriver's top meta. It should be, but it's not. It is in my heart, right?
Also im Early Mid Game ist sie auch für den Damage ganz gut. Da ist sie richtig OP, was das angeht. Da haust du alles.
Podgun should be top meta, my opinion.
Sie dann halt zu einer Supportwaffe,
die man
selber gut spielen kann. Ich würde sie deshalb, und sie wird auch oft gespielt, tatsächlich eine sehr, sehr starke Meta, oder im Endgame zumindest vertretene Waffe. Ich würde sie noch vor den Disruptor setzen, aufgrund ihrer Fähigkeit, gut fürs Team zu sein. Also eigentlich tut sich das nicht viel. Die beiden sind sehr, 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 sehr nah dran, oder nah beieinander.
He thinks Disruptor and Podgun are close? What?
Halt zum Beispiel in CPC
I don't agree with this at all. Man, okay, look, so he's probably more experienced in late game than I am. I mean, he definitely is. He plays a lot. He plays a lot on his maxed account. I don't really play on my maxed account that much, especially lately. But I will say I really, really get the impression that he has played little to no large team-based battles. Like, Podgun is like one of the best supportive weapons, especially when you have like a team of 5 people in like 5v5 or CPC. So like it really seems like he's coming at this from the angle of like primarily free-for-all and just like full brawler setups. How are carbines bad? 'Cause they're way worse than literally everything. Carbine is easily the worst legendary assault weapon. If you can name me one that's worse, and if you can like, if you have any other assault weapon, like any other legendary assault weapon, then you would know that. He's definitely going to put rocket mortars in meta tier? No, I don't think so. I think he's primarily, like, again, I think, and this kind of explains why he's going so hard on Embergon and Howler as well, is I think he's primarily going for, like, super brawler setups. So stuff that, or in Gemini's case, is just really good against bots. It's a really good bot farming weapon. I think he's going for like super brawler setups, primarily for like free-for-all, I think. I think that's mostly his preference. Like, that's the lens that he's looking at it from. Obviously, I have my own lens that I look at things from, which is slightly different, may or may not be more accurate, but I don't, like, you know, who's to say? Autocannon is worse than Carbine. I mean, yes, that's why I corrected myself and I said legendary assault weapon. Watch him put Savant over Minigun. You know, I bet that he will, because it's actually sort of decent brawly thing.
Wenn du halt mal doch einen Supporter dabei hast,
he better put Suppressor in top meta above Bro-Beam.
Also das funktioniert schon. Die ist auch gut, um Lacewings vom Dach zu holen. Das ist, glaube ich, der beste Lacewing-Konter überhaupt. Wenn der
good on Lacewing, good counter to Lacewing, good on solos.
So gut wie mit der, eben wegen ihrer
good on like any type of like passive thing. It's a very common pick for Deathwalker if you don't have Stormrack. Podgun is probably like the second most used weapon. He just immediately dumps it. Yeah, fair enough, bro.
Momentan, ich habe tatsächlich mal ein Video gemacht, wo ich diese ganzen, wo ich die Waffen, glaube ich, verglichen habe miteinander. Ich glaube, nee, das war Mech Mastery, glaube ich, in der entsprechenden Gear-Hub Edition. Genau, wobei ich eigentlich sagen muss, ich kann mich erinnern, dass es vom Damage her, ich glaube, wir setzen sie mal lieber dahinter. Ja,
Plasma Cannon is better than Pulse Cannon?
Die hier den besseren Damage hatte, aber das
ist
so eine
Sache, I mean, that might be true, I don't know.
Das sind jetzt Nuancen, die sind natürlich beide nicht
I kind of want to upgrade my Pulse Cannon at some point, it'd be funny. It would cost too much, though. I'm not going to.
Welche jetzt den größeren Damage hatte. Ich weiß nur, die hat hier auf jeden Fall mehr Schuss.
Clearly, Plasma Cannon's more OP anyway.
Ich glaube, die hier ist generell, also im Prinzip vom ganzen Handling her.
You maxed both pulses better?
Ja,
wow, that's what I would expect.
Dann haben
I would have expected pulse cannon to be better. I mean, obviously, regular is higher grade.
Die hat auch eine stasis-erzeugende Wirkung und gehört definitiv ins Mittelfeld.
It should go above Arc Torrent. I think it has basically the same DPS, but way higher range.
Relativ solide von ihrer Fähigkeit her, kann schön den Gegner slowen, während man ihn halt weiter beschießt. Ich sehe sie allerdings noch
above Arc Torrent, below
ich würde sagen,
Particle.
Die Quantum Gun, die kommt relativ weit hinten hin.
Above Fuse Murder?
Ich würde sie hier hinsetzen.
Above Particle Beam?
Ich würde sie hier hinsetzen, die Quantum
I mean, that's
Gun
close to where I would have put it.
Gute Waffe. Sie hat eine
It's just between that and Particle Beam, right?
Das ist jetzt wirklich keine Waffe, die
That's basically what I said.
Brauchen würde, sage ich mal. Also da gibt es tausend.
I can get behind that.
Ja, dann haben wir die Quasha. Die Quasha ist relativ gut tatsächlich.
He looks bored out of his mind now. I'm just
da sie halt leider Gottes nicht, ja, wie soll ich sagen, sie kann halt diese Mechs nicht attackieren mit den zielsuchenden Kugeln, die eigentlich den Main Damage machen, sondern nur mit den normalen Gewehrschüssen. Sie braucht dann auch sehr lange Stellenweise, um zu killen. Sie ist aber metafähig.
Oh my goodness. Squasher Meta.
Auf jeden Fall.
Bro, where's Mr. Perfect? Mr. Perfect, some guy, he's been watching the channel for a long time. He shows up to stream sometimes. He comments on my videos. He is a hard squasher glazer. And you know, I was kind of wrong about Squasher. It's better than I gave it credit for. But this man is going to be so excited to see Squasher being put so high up.
Würde ich sagen, hier
Where would I put it?
Die Quasha, die ist schon gut. Die ist schon gut. Also, aber halt
definitely
so gut,
under Overdriver. We're just going to ignore the minigun placement, okay? We're just, like, in our hearts, minigun is top meta, right? We all know this. We're just going to ignore the minigun placement. But I do think it's worse than Overdriver. I don't think it's better than Podgun. Definitely not. Do I think it's better than Holer, though? In some ways it is, in some ways it's not. Probably not. I would say probably not. Squasher above minigun? No, minigun's better. Minigun's better. Would any of you recommend Burrow Beam A? Burrow Beam is, like, arguably the best weapon in the game right now, so yeah, probably. Above Podgun is crazy? Yeah, that's what I'm saying, bro. Like, there's no way that it's better than Podgun.
Halt am Anfang, ich glaube, 8 Schuss.
I don't think
ganz
so.
Normale Gewehrkugeln raus und anschließend, je nachdem wie viele von den 8 Schuss getroffen haben, kriegt ihr so zielsuchende Projektile, die halt immensen Damage verursachen. Wenn ihr Clips kommt, seid ihr...
The homing projectiles are good. It's really good, like, if you charge up...
Railgun.
See, here's the thing, is, like, if you charge up all of the shots, all of the rockets, and then you're stuck with the 8 rockets, then the weapon just becomes really good. But that requires you to first spend the first, like, 4 seconds charging up those rockets. And that's assuming you even hit all of your shots to get all 8 rockets. So it's like, yeah, theoretically, it's really good, but I think it's also just kind of impractical. So, yeah, I generally wouldn't put it as high as Podgun, no. Max Stasis Beam 16 sounds OP, but also probably not.
Gott ist nicht mehr Meta. Die ist,
Railgun no longer has any meters. No meters.
Die
Not even any centimeters. What makes the difference here is that EM rifle is at least a relatively short reload time. That means you can shoot nicely taking turns, but the railgun only has 3 shots in its magazine, and you have an extremely long reload time. So until the magazine's completely full, it takes almost a minute. I believe this is one of the longest reload times in all of Mech Arena. This weapon. I don't think that's true. You fire like 3 times and then you have to wait like... What is it? I don't think it's that long. Is it that long? I don't know. Maybe it is. But, no, I mean, like, you can shoot like 3 times in succession, whereas this one can only shoot once. And I mean, you kind of have to just assume that you're using both of these on Orion, because it's like, why would you be using it otherwise? You know what I'm saying? Like, why would you bother? Max Stasis Beam 16 is mid, as I have maxed it. That's fair. I also have it maxed on my main account, my Mac. But I mean, technically, you could max it out at low SP, and it would be a lot better. How to get more legendary blueprints? I mean, just open as many crates and stuff as you can, and just hope you get lucky. That's about it. Like that's what I'm doing. If Quasher didn't turn into guided but had homing, it would be better. I don't get what the difference is. What do you mean? Like if the normal projectiles had homing? Because to me it sounds like it's the same thing. Anyway.
Auch, ja, ich sehe sie nicht ganz hinten, aber ich sehe sie verhältnismäßig weit hinten im Midgame.
Railgun's pretty bad. I mean, like, when there's a lot of mods involved, sure, but like, so is...
halbwegs vernünftig.
So is a lot of other stuff.
Es ist halt sehr stark davon ab.
Okay, I guess that's kind of fair. That's kind of fair. If you're not using it on Orion, then that's kind of fair. The EM rifle being up there, I don't know why it's there, but I'll just ignore that, right? We're already ignoring it.
Fürs Midgame sehe ich sie...
Better than Berserker?
Hier würde ich sagen. Im Endgame wäre jetzt die Berserker vorne, weil im Endgame würde sie besser funktionieren als die Railgun. Außer ihr habt sie jetzt natürlich auf Orion, aber Orion zählt nicht, bei dem ist immer alles eine Ausnahme. Aber so im Allgemeinen muss ich sagen...
Okay, so he's assuming that you're not using it on Orion.
Ja, dann haben wir die Reaver.
If you're not using it on Orion, then Berserker is definitely better, right? You'll check Railgun shortly. It's not a minute. See, I didn't think so either, but he said it's almost a minute. Does it list like 50 seconds or something like that? It's significantly shorter if you have a reload implant, I think.
Die Reaver ist so eine Sache.
Reaver.
Die kommt hier vorne
Pretty good.
Die ist einfach wie die Overdriver. Wir haben ja das Vergleichsvideo gemacht.
Better than Overdriver?
Und es ist ein Unentschieden
I actually kind of don't think so.
Es ist literally ein Unentschieden.
I had really high hopes for Reaver.
Die Reaver stellenweise effektiver.
I thought they were going to be really good, but they ended up being kind of lackluster, to be honest.
Auch de facto schneller down als mit dem Overdriver.
De facto schneller down.
Deswegen, ich setze sie...
Yeah, that's what I'm thinking.
Es ist eigentlich ein Unentschieden gewesen, aber es kommt halt so auf meinen persönlichen Geschmack an, sag ich mal. Und da würde ich sie dann doch noch ein Stückchen vor...
A little bit in front of Overdriver.
Vor den Overdriver setzen. Allerdings nicht im FFA.
Not in free-for-all. You still put free-for-all better in free-for-all. Now, I wonder why that is. You'd think it would be the opposite, right? I don't know. Yeah, I don't know. Reaver's okay, but, like, it's kind of not all that. Seems like he's giving advice so he can have more win. Yeah, the main takeaway from this video is that minigun is better. Okay, look. He doesn't follow the same logic when placing weapons. Yeah. I mean, like, I'm sure that I've made some, like, kinds of inconsistencies like that. Because sometimes, and I'll defend him here. I'll try to defend him here because I have the same kind of situations that I run into, right? Like, as someone who also makes tier lists. So, like, I'll sort of defend him here. And say, like, when you're placing something, it's kind of just like a gut feeling where it's like, I kind of feel like this is better than this other thing, but I don't really have any specific, like, way to convey that. So I'm just going to make this, you know, arbitrary comparison under these specific terms. And then, you know, like, those terms, you know, comparing it under those terms is maybe not the best idea, because then you use those terms on a separate set of weapons and you get completely different results than what you placed. So it's like, yeah, I sort of get it, but at the same time, yeah, it definitely, like, when he's talking about especially when he was talking about, like, in several cases, where was it? Which one was it? Was it, like, freaking, it was, I believe, Hellfire versus Graviton Beam before he placed Oracle. Hellfire versus Graviton Beam. He had Graviton above Hellfire. And then he was basically theorizing a 1v1 scenario between the two weapons, and he was like, well, if it was a 1v1, then the Hellfire would win. But it's like, well, that's not really how it works, though, right? That's not really how it works, Because in under those cases, Fragment Gun would probably beat out Hornet. Like everything would beat out Fuse Mortar. Like Fuse Mortar would just be like the most garbage weapon under that logic. So yeah, I don't know. That logic specifically I disagreed with, but the rest has been kind of fun. No need to I mean, like I'm basically like throwing out a counter argument, right? I'm not necessarily I don't know what he's thinking, right? Like I don't know what his thoughts are necessarily. I don't know what his reasons for everything is. But yeah, I mean, like if I see a potential counter argument, I think it's worth mentioning that counter argument. Do I speak Germany? Yeah. Look, bro. General, I put the River before the Overdriver. I just spoke Germany. So this entire thing, just to summarize, he's comparing waffles, and this is a Waffen tier list. He's been waffing waffles, and some of these have been really good. Some of them have been not very good. Most of them are kind of in the bottom, to be honest. There's only been 2 that he thought tasted really nice. And also Minigun is better.
Dann haben wir die Repeater, die setze ich eher ins Mittelfeld. Und ich würde die Repeater tatsächlich hier irgendwo haben.
Chat, do you think Repeater's better than Hellfire? And I'm saying this like completely as a question. I'm not just like trying to be like, hey, I think this is true. Do you guys think it's... No, it's like actually a question. I have no idea. They're both kind of completely garbage. Do you really need A-coins to spin for Deathwalker? I mean, you don't need them. I'm kind of broke. I didn't bother spinning for it. Well, I spun it one time, but that was it. Hellfire on Deathwalker. Haven't tried either, don't plan to. It's kind of valid, though. He's waffling waffles. Waffling waffles. But he's a bit waffled, so his waffles are not waffling. Well... Yeah, sure, yeah. Spin for Charge Rocket? Me? Yeah, I mean, maybe. Yeah, probably. Now you're craving... Well, look, it's not my fault. Alright.
Also sie hat natürlich, du hast am Anfang hast du 20 Schuss mit einem sehr, sehr breiten Streuradius, dir kann kein Mensch entkommen, aber danach musst du erstmal nachladen. Du kannst auch zwischendrin immer wieder schießen, aber das sind immer bloß ein paar Schuss. Kann man eigentlich doch relativ leicht ausspielen. Ich setze sie hinter die Orakel. Ja, dann haben wir die Revoker, keine Frage, beste Waffe im Spiel nach wie vor, trotz ihrem Nerf. Immer noch absolut geil.
Revoker.
Immer noch gut auf Eclipse, immer noch gut auf Search.
At the top, okay.
Weiß jeder Mensch.
So he thinks Revoker's better than Burrow Beam. I kind of don't agree with that. I definitely think it's better in some cases. I think Burrow Beam's generally more useful, though. I don't know. Charge Rocket and Deathwalker for you. You got them both first try? Well, you want to share with the rest of the class? Jesus. What is it? Are you hoarding all the good luck for yourself? Give everybody else some of that. How is Repeater good? It's not good. It's just a matter of whether or not it's less garbage than Hellfire, which I think most people think that it is. Hellfire is really garbage, so it's like kind of an extremely low bar to be better than Hellfire, like almost everything is. You got some too? Okay. Okay, well, he shared with you at least. It's not usable on non-dash mechs? I mean, that's like kind of like competitive, like any type of like, if you're trying to make any type of meta hanger, you would never use it on a non-dash mech anyway, like, realistically. Like, you'd maybe use it on Deathwalker, or you'd maybe use it on... What's it called? Parasite. But that's kind of it. But generally, like, you need those Revokers for other stuff anyway. But also, okay, well, I kind of agree with you to the extent that, like, Eclipse can't really use them very well anyway, or now, which I kind of agree with. But also disagree with you to the extent that Seeker can still use them, so. You spun for Deathwalker 12 times and you didn't get it, and now you have no Aquines. Well, that's why you shouldn't just full send it for no reason. You know, I didn't even attempt either one. There was the free token for Deathwalker I did that. And then I spun it one time. Because there was just a spend Aquines task, so I was just like, yeah, why not? So I spun it one time. And then the Revoker one, I don't need it. Because I already have the 10 and 6, so I don't really care. I spun it one time yesterday for the spend credits task. And that's it. That's all I've done. I can spin them more, but just because I can doesn't mean I'm going to. Because that's how you end up broke all the time. Like, look, you shouldn't just full send it every time you can afford a couple spins. You should not do that. You have to be careful, bro. Like, come on. You got to think ahead. You were forced to spin every single one for Blockhorn? Yeah. See, that's true. I went to his house and I held... I held a thing that shall not be mentioned up to his head. I said, hey, you spin that Blockhorn event or I'll mess you up. Isn't Deathwalker meta? Yeah, but it's not worth going broke over. Do you think I want to be in the same situation as you? Like, bro, look, okay, just because it's meta doesn't mean all common sense goes out the window. You know what I'm saying? Like, if you're not going to get it, then you're not going to get it. Like, don't... It's a matter of you probably don't get it and you spend and you don't bother spinning, or you probably don't get it and you waste all your Aquines. Like, which one do you think is better? I'm going to not bother spinning because that way I have more Aquines for other stuff. You know what I'm saying? And it's like, I feel bad for you. I do. I feel bad for you. But at the same time, I think, like, there's no way I'm giving you free Aquines. Nobody's sending you free Aquines. Because if we do that, then that basically just tells you, hey, you can put yourself in a really stupid predicament of your own making, and somebody else is going to dig you out of it because you made a bad decision. Like, no, I'm not going to dig you out of your bad decisions. So, like, it sucks. It does suck. I'm sorry. I am sorry for you, but you probably should have known better. You got every other mech from the event crate? Okay. So, you know what the odds are. You knew you had like a 60% chance of getting it. That's not that good chance, bro. What do you... I got it one time in the first spin. That must mean every single time I get it in the first. Like, come on. You're not that dumb. Like, I know that you're not actually that dumb. You're just saying that because you're trying to justify why you did it. We could both like, you know, we can both come to the agreement that it was not really a good decision, right? So, I you know, what are you going to do about it now? Nothing, right? There's no point in worrying about it now. You know, just use this as a, you know, as a lesson and just don't do that again. That's what I would say. Yeah, I've definitely wasted Aquines on some events as well. So it's like, it happens, but just, you know, just don't do it, right? Just don't do it again.
Die wir haben, das ist der Mortar, der normale, den setzen wir.
You're one of the only Stalker mains to bring him to 7k lobbies as guided. 7k is not that bad for Stalker.
Den Fuse Mortar, weil der hat
if you brought it to 12k, then I'd be impressed.
Die Projektile nicht am Boden stecken, allerdings fliegen sie alle auf einmal raus, deswegen erwischt man meistens auch den Gegner besser als mit ihr, aber trotzdem ist einfach
Rocket Mortar versus Fuse Mortar. They're kind of similar.
Dann haben wir noch die RPGs, die
Rocket Mortar, I think, has better damage, better immediate killing power. Because Fuse Mortar, the things, I think they spread out further. And the radius of each one isn't necessarily going to hit you. Like, if you stand still, you'll only get hit by, like, maybe one rocket from Fuse Mortar. Whereas if you stand still for Rocket Mortar, you get hit with, like, 5 or 6. I'm pretty sure. You're tempted to bring it into 15. Bro, do it, bro. I'm not going to stop you. What, are you gonna lose your family over it? Like, you give it a gander. The gambler inside you just tells you to do it. Yeah, I mean, that exactly, bro. See, we both understand each other. We both understand each other. I know, and I want to spin these other things, but it's just a matter of restraint. You just don't do it. You know why? Because if you don't do it, then that means you'll have enough to actually guarantee one later down the road, and then you can gamble that one. So it's just like, it's not a big deal. It's not a big deal. Just a game. Yeah, I mean, as long as you're not spending real money on this, like, who cares if you don't get some meta thing? Like, oh no, I don't have the best mechanism. Okay, like, and was it like, is that your one and only goal in life? $3,800 A coins and 1.3 million credits worth Hemlock. I assume you mean to get it to rank 6. Yeah, probably. Buy it and get it to rank 6. Or you mean like getting like doing that because you're spending that in order to unlock tier 8 so that you can then buy Hemlock. Either way, it's probably worth it. Hemlock is really, really good, especially in Anger Showdown. Sorry, Anger Showdown. Sorry, we know the proper term. Anger Showdown. I am spending real money on this. I'm doing it wrong. Yeah. Yeah, that's true. I found, yeah, I mean, I've found, honestly, I have more fun when I'm on my free-to-play account. Not even just the fact that it's lower SP, but just, honestly, the fact that it's free-to-play. It's like, I don't care. The entire account could go to crap, but there's no money invested in that, bro. I lose nothing. Except for a lot of my time, but all that time went into making videos, and I made money off of those videos. I'm making profit off this account, bro. I don't care. So I kind of feel better on that account. You spent 6,000 A coins to not get Deathwalker. I mean, it's the same thing, bro. Like, you know there's a chance that you don't get it. So, like, why would you full send it? Like, full sending it, it's a risk. You knew the risk, and you didn't get it.
RPG
anyway, RPG, yeah, better than Autocannon, worse than Pulse Cannon, sure.
Als die Minigun, würde ich sagen, als die Autocannon.
Minigun, he thinks Minigun, bro, he hates Minigun that badly. He thinks it's comparable to freaking Autocannon.
Übel ist, also für so eine schwache Waffe in Anführungszeichen. Dann haben wir dieser Wand. Dieser Wand ist Meta. Dieser Wand ist gut Meta. Dieser Wand
Savant ist gut Meta.
Sie, also auf Platz
Bro,
1
better than
als die
Amber
Gun, beziehungsweise relativ gleich auf. Einfach aus dem Grund, dass sie durch ihren...
Who was it that said he put Savant really high up? You were right. But they also might have watched this video earlier and they're just giving spoilers. Platinum's free-to-play account looks like it's pay to win. Well, yeah, it's because he's been like super hyper meta progressing. I mean, he was able to do it, but he grinds tournament a lot, and I don't know. I have more fun just messing around with other stuff, bro. Like, anyone can make a meta hanger, right? Like, anyone can work toward meta stuff. Everyone knows what the meta stuff is. But I think, I don't know, I find it more interesting to mess with the other stuff that's, like, not really meta, to see how good it is. You blew all your credits on Hemlock right before the Revoker 8 crate rush. It was probably worth it. If you already have Revoker 10 and 6, then you don't need the 8. I'm not spending for the 8 either, because I already have the 10 and 6. Doesn't matter. More strategy and grind is required for free-to-play. I don't even necessarily think about it that way. It's just like... in terms of gameplay, yeah, it's like it's slightly harder. You have to make do with the things that you have, and the things that you have aren't necessarily the best. If you're going to spend, like, you kind of may as well just spend on the best stuff, and if you're spending on all the best stuff, then it's like, cool, I have the best hanger. What do I do now? Does he have a beef with you? He might, bro. I don't know. You have more fun playing pretty much with any of the friends who invite. I mean, that's fair too. That's fair too. Meta is cool, but stupid stuff is cooler. I think it's more entertaining. I'm not going to say that it's cooler or that anyone else should find it better or that anyone else should invest in it. I personally find it more entertaining, that's all. Is it worth doing Mech Arena videos if you're a small channel? I mean, what's the alternative, right? So there's a couple things I'll say. It's like, first off, it's kind of easy to get into the YouTube space for Mech Arena as long as you put, half decent effort into your videos. Like, if it's just gameplay with music, don't even waste your time, bro. It's not gonna happen, okay? If it's just gameplay with music, don't even waste your time. But if you actually put, if it's more than that, you're putting a little bit more effort into it, then yeah, it's pretty easy. It's pretty easy to grow because there's honestly not a whole lot of channels that are related to the game. There's not a whole lot of videos. There's a lot of topics that haven't really been covered. I'm considered a large content creator, even though, for most other games, I would be considered extremely small. So, yeah, you can get started pretty easily. But if it's not the sort of thing that you really would want to do long term, if you're just in it for the content creator award, weekly rewards, then don't worry. I wouldn't waste my time. It takes a lot of work, and you have to actually want to do it, right? I like creating videos. If I wasn't making videos for Mech Arena, I'd be making videos for something else. That's how I know that I would, that's how I know that I'm, good being here. Because I actually want to do it. I'm not just doing it for the free stuff. Is it required to use a mic? No. It's not required that you use your mic, but if it's just gameplay and music, I'll be honest, I probably wouldn't bother. There's 8 billion videos that are all gameplay with music, bro. Mayor, Omniverse, and I think Sololock, they all have that down. They have that entire thing locked down. You're going to be hard-pressed finding somebody's random gameplay with music video outside of those 3 channels. You're going to be hard-pressed to find a video like that doing well. And if that's the case, then probably it's not going to be good, right? You could make the game, you could do stuff with the gameplay, right? You don't necessarily need to use your mic. You don't necessarily need anything like that. You could do fancy editing or whatever. You could do the memes and whatever stuff some channels do. You could do well, it also kind of depends on the concept of the video, right? Where it's maybe it's a challenge or something. I don't know. But essentially what I'm saying is if your plan was just I'll upload my random gameplay that I usually play, it's just a random match of me doing whatever stuff, and it's just gonna be gameplay with music, I'll just upload that. You got to start somewhere, I suppose, but that's not where you're going to end up. You're not going to get anywhere with that, I don't think. I don't think you're going to get anywhere with that. I'm just going to be honest. Sorry to all mobile players, but playing on PC is better. Oh, yeah. For sure. I would never go back to mobile simply because there's this is something kind of nice and relaxing about mobile, but I would never go back to it in terms of content creation. So, because everything related to YouTube is so much easier on PC. Recording, editing, everything is so much easier on PC. What's the weapon after Burrow Beam in the top meta? It's Gemini. He has Gemini up here, bro. And he has Minigun, my boy. It's underneath Nade Launcher. It's freaking Disruptor.
Buff durch den erhöhten Damage, den sie hat, und durch das nacheinander rausschießen der Projektile, wo sie jetzt auch wesentlich besser mit den
he's talking about Revoker now, I think.
Mit den ganzen Layern von den Multilayer-Schilden klarkommt.
Revoker's good. I don't think it's better than them.
Ich habe die Gameplays
no, he's talking about Savant.
Die hier gemacht worden sind, auch von meiner
I
Seite
speak
aus.
waffle, don't worry about it.
20, 25 Kills, auch gegen Echtgegner oder Spiele, wo zumindest welche drin waren. Echtgegner meine ich
20 or 25 kills even against real players with Savant.
Also das ist definitiv eine Waffe, die im
Oh,
Meta
sure
noch
about
vor.
that.
Das reicht leider noch nicht für Top-Meta, aber ist schon in der Richtung unter.
He doesn't think it's top meta.
Ja, dann haben wir die
Imagine starting a YouTube channel in 2026. Couldn't be me, bro. Couldn't be me. Even going to try spending money is required for new weapons and stuff. I would not do that. I think people fall into the so there's also another misconception which is like you're gonna get more views if you invest in the new stuff. And so if you buy the new stuff, you'll get more views and stuff like that. And that's honestly that's what I did. That's what a couple other people that I know have done. It really doesn't help at all. It really doesn't help at all. It's a very good reason why the bulk of my content and some of the best performing videos on my channel are all on my free-to-play account. I've spent zero money on this. I've put no investment in this. I don't even play the game that often. Like I don't even overly grind tournaments or anything crazy like that. You don't need to spend money. And I would honestly, I'd save yourself the trouble of even going down that road. Or at least don't do it for a while, right? If you think you can get away with it, I would not do it, right? I would not do it. Charge Rocket better? Charge Rocket worth it? Worth what? Because you could spend 10,000 A coins on that one Crate Rush event and still not get it. So I don't know. I think it's a good weapon, but I don't think it's worth spending A coins on that. What YouTube channels do I watch based on Mech Arena? I don't really watch much Mech Arena content because I make Mech Arena content, so I don't really need to watch much. I occasionally watch some BMP videos. I occasionally watch some Platinum videos, mostly. Whichever ones that I think are... I'll occasionally watch the ones that I think that maybe like they look interesting and I would maybe want to make a video about it. So if somebody makes a video about something, and this is just generally my goal with most things, is like I try to make sure that my video is better than everyone else's, right? And so if I see someone else, someone already made a video about this specific topic, I'll watch it, I'll see what they did, I'll see what they didn't do, and then I'll just try to make that video, not necessarily based on what they did, but I'll make a video of this essentially the same topic, and then just go a step further with it, right? Like add a bit more information, add a bit more context, add just something to add a little bit more value than what the last guy did. How do these top meta players afford this game, bro? It's so expensive just to duplicate the weapons and to max all implants and stuff. And they have it as soon as it comes out. Yes, I mean, some people have like wild amounts of money to spend, bro. Not me. If the graphics of the game were like the trailer, it would have been so OP. Honestly, though, I agree with you. Isn't Gemini bad against multi-layered mods? Yeah, generally speaking, yeah. I think he placed it too high, but it is pretty good, right?
Und zwar sehe ich sie, ja.
They have jobs.
Sagen, relativ weit hinten, weil sie halt schwach ist.
I would never.
Richtig stark, aber ich würde sie. Boah, ist eigentlich gar nicht so einfach zu sagen. Also ich sehe sie auf jeden Fall vor den beiden. Ich sehe sie auch vor dem Beam.
Better than Dark Torrent, Emo Torrent. Would I put it above?
Sie nicht vor der Quantum Gun. Wir machen sie mal hinten hin.
Would I put it above Particle Beam? Maybe.
Den Stasis Beam.
Yeah, maybe.
Kannst du auch bis ins Midgame zocken. Sehe ich allerdings relativ
It's pretty good.
auf dem letzten Platz. Das ist halt eine Supportwaffe.
Shouldn't stay. Why is Stasis Beam there? It should be in the bottom. He put Long Arm and Javelin rack down there. I feel like they didn't really deserve that. Long Arm's better than Stasis Beam, bro. Come on. What's EM Rifle doing back there? Yeah, I don't know why he has EM Rifle up there. I also don't know why he has Minigun freaking below these. There's several things here that I definitely disagree with. But it's interesting, yeah. It's a lot of waffle, a lot of opinions about a lot of waffles.
Die den Gegner zwar
and also, by the way, I should also like contextualize this with the additional note that he did specifically say when he placed Railgun, he did specifically say that he's not counting performance based on Orion. So he thinks the EM rifle, even not on Orion, is just up here. I think that's an important note to make. I don't think that's true. I don't agree with that.
Basis versetzt, dass seinen Teammates es dann einfach macht, ihn zu zerstören. Und ja, natürlich macht
Quash your recency bias? You know, I kind of agree with that. It's better than I gave it credit for initially, but it's honestly not that good. Definitely worse than Podgun. And Minigun.
Ja, dann haben wir die Stormwreck. Eine Frage, Platz 2 nach wie vor.
Is this HIFO? Yeah.
Eine Mega-Rakete, macht Mörder-Damage, haut die Mods
Below weg. Revoker, above Plarium still.
Ja, braucht man gar nicht großartig. Ihr kennt die Meinung zu der Waffe definitiv.
Yeah, I thought Plarium was kind of low-key better than Revoker. Strike Rocket, he should put Strike Rocket above Gemini.
Fast schon vor die Podgun stellen, einfach weil die Strike Rocket meiner Meinung nach einen größeren psychologischen Effekt auf den Gegner hat. Diese Raketen, die immer wieder kommen, bam, 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 bam.
Bam, 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 bam. Yeah, but like bam, 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 bam is better than Gemini, you know what I'm saying?
Weil, sondern ich kann dann einfach sagen, ich habe beide Waffen gespielt und ich
You bite it off and you spiel it. Yeah, no, I'm following, bro.
No, also
Everything he's up soaking it up.
Teilweise an Stellen zu erreichen, wo es halt die Podgun nicht so wirklich kann. Das kommt halt auch noch dazu. Ja, dann haben wir die...
Yeah, but like... Putting it next to Podgun is valid, but Podgun should have been in top meta as well. Gemini's so slow? Yeah, well, it also does really, really bad against multi-layered mods. And it's just generally less projectiles. And it, like... And like... Strike Rocket can go up and over stuff, and then Podgun doesn't go up and over stuff. So, like, depending on what kind of map you're on, would kind of determine which of those weapons is better. But they're kind of like, I see, like, and I'm going also, by the way, partially based on just like my experience with clan wars and stuff, which admittedly has not happened a lot as of late, but it still happens sometimes. And I see Podgun fairly often. I see minigun. Usually, I'm the one who's using it, though. So, in all fairness, but Strike Rocket and Podgun are fairly popular, much more popular than Gemini. S tier suppressor predictions. Okay. Yeah, let's see. I'm a suppressor glazer. I can get behind that.
Ja, der hat auch einen Buff bekommen.
It better at least be in these top two.
Sehe ich auch hier im mittleren Bereich.
No, dude.
Reduziert natürlich den Damage, hat auch einen guten Buff gekriegt.
EM Rifle?
Ja. Ja,
no.
Also fürs Midgame.
Below health.
Ich sortiere das.
About to DM this man and tell him how disappointed I am. Do we actually?
Jetzt hier fürs Midgame tatsächlich, da sehe ich die schon.
Let's see. Let's hear them out.
Ich sehe sie definitiv weit vorne.
Definitely see them way ahead.
Sehe ich sie vor der, ja doch, ich sehe sie vor der.
Is in front of Hellfire. Okay.
Ich habe beide Waffen auch gespielt im Zuge der Gameplays, die wir hatten nach dem Rebalancing und doch.
Almost at a crisis. We're here though. He is a massive blast RPG glazer, bro. This is wow. This guy, he put blast RPG up here toward the top, and he's just been saying nothing but praises about it ever since. Wild. He probably made it just to anger me. You might have, dude.
Auch aufgrund der Tatsache, dass hier zum einen wirklich gut mehr Damage gekriegt hat, ich glaube 40%. Und dann kommt ja natürlich noch ihre Ability.
Yeah, I got a massive damage buff, and that really helped it out.
Damage Reduction Effekt.
6 month stacks of damage reduction. Yeah, 6 months.
Ja, dann haben wir die Tetra Rifle. Tetra Rifle ist auf Mittelfeld. Keine sehr starke
Tetra Rifle way better than Railgun.
Der letzte Schuss macht halt schon.
Unless you're counting Orion, but I don't think so. I would put Tetra Rifle up here actually.
Tatsächlich.
It's really, really good.
Auch hier
better than Squasher. and Howler.
Ja, ich würde sie
and probably
vor die Hellfire
Revert Embergun,
to be honest. Hast du halt die Möglichkeit, auf eine größere Distanz zu agieren, aber halt auch auf die Nähe. Das ist schon mal ein Vorteil gegenüber der Hellfire und du hast halt wirklich diesen letzten Schuss, der einen Wahnsinns-Damage raushaut. Und also im Midgame ist Sense, wenn du das Ding abbekommst und ich meine, du hast es ja teilweise auch im Endgame.
Yeah, if you get hit by it, it's GG.
Halt doch mal jemand die Waffe
But even like at higher SP, it's like maybe 3 magazines of that, and that's kind of not that long. Like it doesn't take that long to do that. You better use an EM rifle. How many? Look, how many magazines do you think? How many shots do you think it takes for Tetra Rifle to kill something at max level versus how many shots do you think it takes EM Rifle to kill something at max level? Why is this here? I don't get it. This has like a stupid amount of damage plus shield piercing. You can kill most things in like 3 magazines, even with a lot of mods involved. And 3 magazines ain't bad because the reload time is really short. Are you right or left? Well, you're probably left. I don't know. They should buff Lacewing. No. I disagree with you. Pablo has been sharing the Pablo powder with Hypho at massive discounts. And there's a good reason that it was a massive discount, because he gave him the expired badge. Tetra, Mimicker, and Blockhorn OP? Kinda though. Tetra can kill anything in 2 magazines. At lower SP, that's definitely true. At higher SP, not so much, because you're working a lot with just the shield pierce, and the shield pierce is not that much. It's like 10%, 15%. Disc Launcher Orion is so broken. Okay, well, we're not talking about Orion. And he said that specifically, right? Like, it's not even just me asserting that. It's that he specifically said, we're not counting Orion. Otherwise, Railgun would be a lot higher. That's why he put Railgun down here. But why is he a rifle here? I don't get it. And below freaking... It's above that. At least he put suppressor high.
Ja, das ist schon, ja, ne, also kann man schon machen.
EM Rifle is better
ich persönlich finde halt
than Tetra Rifle? I don't agree with that.
Die Suppressor und die Blast RPG noch besser. Ja, ich denke, wir lassen sie da. Ja, dann haben wir hier den Thermalance. Ganz hinten hin, schlechteste Waffe im Spiel, brauchen wir nicht reden.
Tetra better on Orion or not that much?
Immer noch im Mittelfeld.
I think if you're using Orion, then Railgun's the best, and then EM Rifle's probably also still better than Tetra Rifle. But that's only on Orion. On everything else, Tetra Rifle's way better.
Ich setze die Viper, setze ich hier
Finally something over Blast RPG. I kind of agree with this, because I feel like late game there's a lot more stealth involved. There's a lot more people using stealth stuff. Like, you're going to see a lot more eclipses and that sort of thing. And when someone's in stealth, the rockets from Viper literally are garbage. Like, they will not hit, almost guaranteed. And that's 50% of your damage output. It's actually more than that, because the implant, the damage implant only affects your rockets. So it's probably closer to like 60% of your damage output that's only in your rockets. So if you miss a rocket, that's massive waste of damage output. And that's, yeah, no bueno.
Raketen suchen, denn die machen Mörder-Damage. Und die sind auch, also die Viper, wenn im Endgame deine Mods
What's the language? It's Waffen language. Waffen language.
Die Viper auch sofort weg. Also das ist schon eine Waffe, mit der nicht zu spaßen ist. Die ist ziemlich strong. Die hat eine Menge Damage, die insbesondere durch die Rakete verteilt wird. Und die wird im Early- und Midgame kann die richtig dominieren. Definitiv. Ja, und dann haben wir hier noch die Voltaic.
Even the auto-translate doesn't know what's going on. It just puts a period. It's like, hey, he said something, but I don't know what it was.
Hinten bis Mitte. Ich würde die Voltaic RPG.
Volta RPG.
Ja, hier so in die Richtung.
Ja. Pablo.
Ich sehe sie noch hinter der Quad.
Yo, Pablo, man, what's going on, bro? My man had to get a new job. No, what's going on, man? I appreciate you, Pablo. Never feel like you have to, okay? Never feel like you have to. I appreciate you, though.
Quantum Gun. Also die
Voltic RPG, ja, Volta RPG.
Aber ich finde einfach, dass die Quantum Gun, die hat einfach durch die Cryo-Ability, die sie hat. Durch die
What was he thinking with minigun? Man, I'm still upset about this. I'll hold this against him for the rest of my life. He's putting it below Disruptor, even. Pablo can get behind the cryo launcher, which is like, okay, fair enough. But I don't know, man. I feel like half of the stuff in here deserves to be... I mean, I guess he's got a top meta list, right? Which is like, this is like the absolute upper echelon. It's just fair enough, fair enough. You know, if you want to separate that stuff, that's fine, I guess. But I feel like these two are honestly better than Gemini. If you're talking competitively. And I think, like, half of these are better than, you know, Embergon at very least. Maybe not Savant, some of them. Savant's pretty good now. But, I mean, like, Howler's not that good, bruh. Disruptor's not that good, bruh. Those two. EM Rifle, he's got EM Rifle up here. Above my boy's Suppressor and Tetra Rifle. This doesn't make any sense. Extra work today, more incoming. Hey, let's go, Pablo. Good to hear, good to hear. We should get better, more fun pilots. I agree with you, bro.
Kleiner Disclaimer.
Why are Hellfires even on the list? Bro, he put them above Hornet and Helix Wreck and Graviton Beam. And Berserk. He's got some wild takes. We'll just put it that. He's got some wild takes. His palette is unique. The waffles he's been tasting in this Waffle tier list, wild.
Am Ende die neue Waffe, die Charge Rocket oder Charge Gun, wie hieß die mal? Charge Rocket hieß die, genau. Die ist jetzt hier noch nicht dabei, die ist da zum Zeitpunkt
Charge Rocket is something, it hasn't been released.
Allerdings haben wir ja
oh, it's already out by the time the video releases, essentially what you're trying to say. You only have the 8. Too early to really put them on the list. I agree with that. It's kind of too early. I could make some educated guesses, but that's about it. Shemexte, what the hell is that?
Man muss auch sagen, hier und da ist vielleicht, ne, insbesondere so im hinteren Bereich auch, sind so Sachen, wo ich sage, okay, vielleicht hätte ich doch...
There are things where I say, okay, maybe I should have moved one or two things around a bit more, but these are really just a few nuances. Yeah, I mean, like, I agree with that. And that's another thing to kind of keep in mind is, like, even when I make a tier list, bro, like I'm not married to this thing, right? Like, you gotta understand, it's like, I'm just kind of throwing things together based on what I'm feeling at the time. Where it's like, I think this is probably true based on my general opinions, but then it's like, you know, maybe I play a couple more games with this other thing, and then I'm like, oh, actually, it's kind of not as bad as I thought, or I'm just kind of having some good battles, or maybe I play some battles and I'm having a really bad time with a certain weapon, and I'm thinking like, wow, why did I put that so high up? So it's like, yeah, everything should be approached with a little bit of, you know, nuance. It's not like I would say like, oh, you know, in this case, Suppressor's better than Tetra Rifle all the time on everything. Like, it's not that simple, right? Like, even something that's, you know, further down the list is probably going to be better on certain mechs than others, right? Though in his case, probably Blast RPG would be better than everything else, because he's a hard Blast RPG glazer. And... yeah, so it's like, yeah, there's nuance to it, but at the same time, I demand retribution. This is an absolute abomination. This deserves top meta, or at very least, the top of the not top meta. Continuum below Dreadshaw. Continuum is A tier. I don't know, like, the more I see it being used, or the more I use it, the worse I think it is. Like, I definitely thought at first that it was really good, but I don't know. I definitely have... It's definitely kind of... It's worse than I thought it was. So there's a couple things. There's, like, specifically a couple things that I think were worse, like, or that I would change, that I know that I've probably placed wrong in my last one. So, like, Continuum, I think I placed too high. I'd probably bring it down a bit, maybe not even down a full tier, but I'd definitely bring it back a bit, right? Reaver, I'm sure I placed too high because I think at the time I thought it was going to be really good. It did not end up... In theory, it seems great. I don't even know why it's not that good, but it just kind of isn't. Quasher, I put too low. If I even placed it, I don't remember. I think so. Quasher, I think, is actually better than I gave it credit for, that's for sure. And what else? There's another one that I think is better than I gave it credit for. I don't remember. Oh, Berserker. Berserker's also better than I gave it credit for. Not in, like, max level. Berserker's still absolute garbage max level, but it's better than I gave it credit for, right? Did he make a mech tier list? He did. And we could watch that, but it's been like 3.5 hours already. I don't know if you guys want to... I don't know if we want to go over that. That's might be a long time. How long... Can someone tell me how long I've been doing this one for? Because... Anyone analyze or know how much shield or mod piercing does Burrow Beam has? Everything. So here's how it works, essentially. Here's how it works. It just passes through shields, and that's it. So it's not piercing. It's not piercing in the sense of, like, let's say Ryan, right? Where it's like a percentage of the damage that you deal to the shield, instead of getting dealt to the shield, it goes into the mech. No, everything goes through the shield. So it just completely goes through. It damages the shield and the mech at the same time. And this is why when you're getting shot by Burrow Beam, you'll lose your mods and your HP at the same time. Because if it had 100% pierce, then it would deal no damage to the mods. Actually, I think that might have even been better. I think that might even been a better idea for the weapon. I'm not sure. I don't know who agrees with that, but I think it would have been interesting. Like a weapon that specifically ignores mods, and it's really good because obviously it ignores mods and it can kill people that way. But then if, like, let's say you die, or if the enemy happens to get away and then they deal with somebody else, the mods are still fully intact, and so you really didn't damage the mods at all. You just damaged the mech HP. I think it would be I think it would be an interesting concept. It's like sort of similar to Hornet, I guess. Maybe we'll get such a thing later. Yeah, maybe. Waffen is going on for 2 hours, 40 minutes, but we want to watch Waffen mechs. Well, do you guys want to watch Waffen mechs? Because there's 65 of you here right now. There's like 150 of you guys when I was doing gameplay, so maybe I call the stream here. I'm kind of thinking that was good though. I don't agree with the minigun placement. The link to this video is in the pinned message, obviously. It's been a little while. I'm getting kind of tired and hungry, to be honest. So I might call it here, and then if you guys remind me, then maybe next time we can... Need to move this here as well. Next time we can there we go. Just get everything back into place. Next time we can do the mechs, maybe. Yeah. But probably toward like the end. Because it definitely seems like some people, some of you guys like to watch it. Some of you guys are interested in that. But I think the majority of people kind of aren't. So spin the wheel. Ooh. I need another one of those streams too. And it would be really fun with Charge Rocket. I'd have to duplicate my Charge Rocket and then do that. Like duplicate the 10, I mean. Lancer approved this stream. He approves every stream. All of them. Squasher on Lancer good? Can be, yeah. I think that's not bad. When Burrow Beam will be nerfed? I'm not sure if it will. Well, at least not in the near future. Because, like, they haven't even released all the variants. Why would they, like, nerfing it this early? I very much doubt that they're going to. I'm not saying that it shouldn't. I just don't think that they will. I don't think that they will. I think it's too early. All right. Appreciate y'all for stopping by. First stream you've ever watched of mine. Very nice. Yeah, well, generally... I don't know when you got here. If you just got here for watching the Waffen tier list, it was a very Waffen tier list, bro. But we sometimes go over some random interesting videos if we think it'd be fun to watch. But generally speaking, yeah, it's like gameplay or whatever other thing. So no, it doesn't happen all the time, but it does happen sometimes. I appreciate you sticking around though. Waffen is just weapons. I mean, I assumed as much. The weapons of Germany are waffles. You heard it here first. Edible weapons. That makes sense, though. Be nice to have edible weapons. Quash are good. That's okay. I don't think it's great, but I definitely think it's okay. He is German. Yeah, I am German. I know Waffen language. I know waffle language. I speak waffle. 211 likes on your screen? Hell yeah, let's go. Take a screenshot, send it in Discord. I have a... I don't know how many of you guys are in my Discord, but there's a channel in the Discord that's literally named 211 in the wild. And it's just for people to post random screenshots or pictures of random 211s that they see. Megamind, hello, how are you? I'm doing okay, but I'm about to end the stream, bro. What am I doing right now? I'm about to end the stream is what I'm about to do. You made it 212, let's go. Alright, fellas. I appreciate you guys for stopping by. I do. We'll try to do another, how is that number special? Oh, bro, he doesn't know the lore. So, the very first official Mech Arena content creator, and just like the absolute most OG Chad man I've ever met in my life. His name is Scape211. That was his channel name, and it's like, yeah, it's just, so we call him the 211. He pops in my streams sometimes, but yeah. So if we see a 211, I can't help it, bro. It's just visceral reaction. I just can't. You gotta mention that. You gotta point out the 211. If you see a 211, you gotta point it out. .211 is the number associated with this game. That's essentially the way to put it. Yeah, it's actually true. He's not with us no more. I mean, he's not dead. Like, he just doesn't play the game, yeah. Very, very chill dude, though. Rest in peace. No, he's not. Bro, I knew somebody was gonna take it that way. Nah, he was mostly just busy. But anyway, yeah, we'll try to figure out some type of schedule for streams. I'm thinking like maybe Tuesdays and Thursdays, but he's there in our hearts always, bro. Yeah. I'm thinking maybe Tuesdays and Thursdays my time. Usually mornings like 8, 9 a.m. So maybe we'll try to do that. I'll have another custom stream at some point. Maybe do that like once or twice a month. I don't know. I don't know. We'll figure out something. We'll figure out something. I want to kind of really set myself up a real schedule because I really haven't done that in forever. Will you end the stream in 5 to 10 minutes? Yes, I'm re-ending it very soon. Almost 6 hours is crazy. Yeah. Twitch. I have Twitch. It just seems kind of redundant, right? It's like most people are here for my videos, and so if they're already here, they may as well watch. They may as well watch on YouTube. And also, I don't put ads on my streams most of the time. I think they run on Twitch automatically, or at least, I mean, I haven't taken them off. So like, you get ads on Twitch, but you wouldn't get them on YouTube. So it's like, I don't know. It just seems more convenient. But I don't know. I don't know how many people we have. I don't know how many Twitch people we have. I just assumed it wasn't that many, but maybe it's more than I thought. When I was a total noob, his videos taught me that you could take cover. You didn't need to walk around in the open and get shot. That's so based, though. You don't know unless the 211 tells you. You could take part on your 5 KSP ult. Yeah, that's fine. Yeah, it'll probably be basically the same rules as last time. What should you put on Blockhorn? I mean, like, probably Overdriver, maybe Tetra Rifle. Twitch ads cannot be completely disabled nowadays. Yeah, that makes sense. I thought it's like the pre-roll ads, I think, is the ones that can't be disabled, right? Like you can turn them off. You could turn off like the mid-roll ones, but I think the pre-roll ones are automatic. Maybe? I don't know. I might be wrong about that. Anyway, yeah. We'll figure something out. We'll do that again. Well, I'll try to figure out some way of doing hangar reviews or something as well, because I know some people want it, but also a lot of people don't really like to watch it. I'll figure it out. Anyway, I appreciate y'all for stopping by. Take care.